Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motang, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is. There you are. Good day. Good day to you. Good day to you. So there it is. There you are. Here I am, and there you are. So there it is. Good day to you. Good day. Good to see you. It always catches me off guard anytime that the music stops and my face just appears on the screen. And talking about the music stopping, some of those videos we're going to have to abandon them because they are now passé. You know, the election has come and gone. So all of that, I'm going to be your president, all of that has to be parked. And now that the election has come and gone, it is now down to you guys what happens now to the platform. So what sort of interactions. We still continue to do politics, but Peter Obi, Tinubu, all that is gone now. We have a winner. We have a president-elect. He's going to be sworn in 29 days, and life carries on. So, of course, we're going to hold him to account all the way through his tenure, and we're going to look at the permutations of his politics and all that. But that is not quite as high octane and as engaging as when there is conflict within the political space. So that's always what is more engaging. When there is a bit of tension in the political space, that is what really engages. It's not, oh, is XYZ suited for minister of some looting portfolio or the other. So we're still going to wrap conversations around that, but we are going to be wrapping even more conversations around lifestyle, the wayward pastor sleeping with choir girls and all of those sort of. So we're going to bring on board a lot of lifestyle narratives. And you all have my, or you should all have my, you should all have my Instagram handle by now. So the sort of stories that you'd like us to continue to present and discuss, send them to me via Instagram. I was speaking to a member of the team just earlier on, and we're thinking that we want to start doing sessions around evergreen topics. So evergreen topics. So nobody is ever going to watch the video that we did on who is going to win the APC ticket again, because it's already gone. Nobody is going to watch the videos that we did on if Wike was going to be the PDP candidate or if Atiku will win it. That's already gone. So those are time-limited sort of sessions. But we want to do evergreen sort of stuff that will be there for eternity for people to continue to consume and digest. So we want to wrap these sessions, the platform around that. So culture. We want to delve deeply into the Igbo culture. I've always been interested. So we want to do things like the etymology of the language, because there's quite an interesting and rich backdrop to the Igbo language. So we want to do sessions around that. We want to do sessions around the Igbo Ifa divination. So is it spiritualism? Is it mathematics? There's a lot of science wrapped around Ifa. And if you look at I don't know if you know the Ifa thing, they do these two strands. So if you look at the Ifa form of divination, then you see that computing, the binary system of, because there is no singular in Ifa. There is no singular in Ifa. In Ifa, they say meji lolorun daye. In Ifa, so sorry, this is how it's going to go now. So no Peter will be flogging anymore. We flogged him to death now, so he's already come and gone. No Tinubu shaking. So we have to wrap conversations. But where I was going, in Yoruba language, they say meji lolorun daye. So rather than one in Yoruba language, you have 0-1 because everything must come in twins. Professor Sophia Adewale, yes, she did a lengthy piece. So we want to be having those sort of conversations at the space of the Black person, the African in diaspora, your experiences. So all of that, your journey back home. Because if there is one thing about okay, let me not go too carried away, but we're doing politics still. So we're still doing politics. At least for today's session, you'll be happy to hear that. But no, just to pre-warn you, we'll be deviating from politics quite sharply in the course of the weeks, even days, weeks and months to come. But hopefully you stay with us as we pivot to more lifestyle-related topics. So before we pivot to more lifestyle-related topics, let's chew on this. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decisions on service chief, NSA, personal security. So the buck stops with you. So the buck stops with you. It's a term that is loosely used, but really, when the buck stops with you, there is no further guidance between you and decision other than you and your brain. You can get advice, but ultimately you have to go with instinct to make decisions. So that's what they mean by the buck stops with you. And come the 29th of May, as soon as Tinubu signs on that dotted line and puts the full stop, the buck stops with him. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, personal staff. So there it is. What form will that take, though? Will it be the Buhari sort of thing when he will go to clansmen? And what Buhari did, by the way, is one of the most unforgivable things to do, because because by instinct he only seems to trust his own type, especially with the most sensitive positions. So by instinct he trusted only his own type, and by antecedent and history, his own type, they don't have the pool of talent to pull from. So out of his own type, they only had like a few pickings of people of real quality. So that is how we ended up with Abubakar Malami as the Minister of Justice, and that's how we ended up with somebody like Ali Baba, what's it called? The one that is the police chief, who doesn't seem to have any idea if he's coming or going. That is why we ended up with Burutai, who did not have a concept of how to tackle the Boko Haram. So that's the thing. So hopefully Tinubu will go, and by antecedents, we have to say, Tinubu had always gone with the best man for the job, irrespective of tribe. But how those decisions will be made, interesting to find out. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, personal security. So how do you even make the decision on personal security is the thing. What knowledge does he have to be able to make that decision? So here is Daddy Loves Me piece by Tinubu Jr. I love my daddy and my daddy loves me. So this is what they mean. I love my daddy and my daddy loves me. So I love my daddy and my daddy loves me. My father will make Nigeria better, Tinubu's son. So quite what will be the contrary to that is, often instances when you say a statement, then that statement is in absence of an opposing statement. So if I say it is sunny outside, that is to say that it is not wet and rainy. But what is the opposite of this statement to come from Tinubu's son? My father will make Nigeria better. What otherwise could he have said? But what underpins this, we'll find out as Tinubu Jr. Makes his debut into the political space. So we go into every single party seems to be having some form of internal strife or the other. The APC, no exception. But I am new to this storyline, but in the course of reading it, maybe we'll educate ourselves more. APC crisis deepens as party moves Lukman's expulsion for dragging Adamu Omishore to court. So who Lukman is, I have no clue. We know who Adamu is and we know who Omishore is, but in the course of this readout, this one we may have to, oh God, it's a lengthy one. We may have to we may have to power through this one just to acquaint ourselves of what is going on exactly in that space. So that space are up for grabs. So now, over the last 3 sessions or so, the conversations have been wrapped around the Senate presidency, who gets to sit atop that seat. So, because that is probably one of the biggest decisions now to be made, outside of the president being elected, the next biggest decision for the country to make is who sits on that Senate seat. So very, very crucial. But who gets the privilege and who gets the honor? So just as early as yesterday, we were going through conversations that it seems as though it has been narrowed down to the south and then ring fencing it to the south and the southeast. But now, what underpins that decision? This article seeks to educate us on what underpins the decision that Tinubu is making. Why who becomes Senate president is important to Tinubu's strategist. So yes, why it is important to Tinubu's strategist is, okay, it's not that long a read, so we'll go through this one as well. Why it is important to Tinubu's strategist is certainly something we need to just to find out, because even as early as the course of the next 3 weeks, we can almost say with some certainty the sort of if Tinubu will be a success or failure or not, we'll probably find out within the next 3 to 4 weeks. And we'll really find out, really based on the sort of appointments that are made. If the appointments that are made appointments are here to work sort of appointments, people that are here and ready to work, if we're seeing people in smart suits and a briefcase, then we know that he stands a chance. But if it's a political gifting of our positions, that sort of here is your payoff sort of a thing, that is then we know that we're still where we were. You know, it can go either way. Maybe a marginal improvement from Buhari, or maybe equal to. So it just to the appointment over the next 3 to 6 weeks will tell us then what the next 4 years will be like for us. So very important. Why who becomes Senate president is important to Tinubu's strategist. So just quite why I will find out shortly. Now, this one now is just mopping up and cleaning up a space that opened briefly and shut quickly, but the main protagonist now comes into the space to just tell us what agwa. So what agwa, we find out from Adamawa. So what agwa, Adamawa election, I was under pressure, suspended REC Yanusa Ari breaks silence. So now it was one of the most, it was probably the most audacious thing that happened in the course of this electoral cycle. This was one of the most brazen things that we saw. This Adamawa by-election, this guy just popped in front of cameras and declared like it was some czar of a Russian kingdom that this now is the anointed. So he now breaks rank to tell us how he arrived at that pronouncement. Adamawa election, I was under pressure, suspended REC Yanusari, breaks silence. So quite what he has to say, we'll find out shortly. So we're going to take a micro music. You know, we always play the Kegites. So we're going to play the Kegites in a moment. But after the Kegites, then I'm going to play you about three 1-minute clips. And then we'll get into the conversation or into the readouts. Maybe we'll do a couple of readouts and then we'll get into the conversation. But first, you know where we're going, of course. All together now. Drum roll, all together now, the Kegites. Egbelemu, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Pardon me. All right. Yes, Ikuko Neriwagbeshe, as guys are bring you this. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, and personal security. So the buck stops with him. 29 days to his inauguration as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is faced with tough decisions over the composition of his personal security, service chiefs, and national security advisor. With the country plagued with insecurity, with the country plagued by insecurity, with terrorism in the northeast, banditry and kidnapping in the northwest and north central, economic sabotage in the south-south, and talks of secession in the southeast and even the southwest, stakeholders have urged Tinubu to build a security team that will be unbiased and unhindered by religious and tribal sentiments to secure the country. So let me just pause there for a moment. You know, that's one of the biggest criticisms that people have of the Buhari administration. So the largeness of its security structure for all of the 8 years was like ethnic Fulanis from its own stock. So when they are talking about the security situations in the southeast, what agrees the people and what the best way to handle it is, where is that voice that has the understanding of that space? When they are talking about Sunday Igbo and what agitates him, where is that voice in those meetings? That best, so they don't have that voice. So they just reach for guns, don't they, and go and shoot them up. So that's just the thing. Everybody knew this and they tried to point it out to him. But you all know Buhari, of course, and his wayward ways. Let's take it from the top again. 29 days to his inauguration as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is faced with tough decisions over the composition of his personal security, service chiefs, and national security advisor, NSA. With the country plagued by insecurity, with terrorism in the northeast, banditry and kidnapping in the northwest and north central, economic sabotage in the south-south, and talks of secession in the southeast and even the southwest, stakeholders have urged Tinubu to build a security team that will be unbiased and unhindered by religious and tribal sentiments to secure the country. On the National Security Advisor, a former staff of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru Jos, that's where it is located, though that's not the name of the person, has advised the incoming president to stick to the established tradition of appointing a national security advisor from the ranks of military officers and those that retired from the military. The whatever it is official who spoke to correspondents on Sunday said that the Nigerian military may not respect a civilian appointed as the national security advisor, which could cause unnecessary friction in the smooth running of the government. So I totally disagree with this, not just with this idea, but in principle, I totally disagree with the concept that Tinubu or whoever the incoming administration is, which will be Tinubu in this instance, should stick with tradition and norm, abandon it. So tradition and norm has failed Nigeria categorically for 60 years. So abandon that. Look for a brainy person. The only thing that we are looking for now is brains, not some job for the boy sort of nonsense. The XYZ official who spoke to correspondents on Sunday said that the Nigerian military may not respect a civilian appointed as national security advisor. We had Sambo Dasuki. Where did that lead us? We've had Yusuf Bichi. Where has that led us? You know, so please abandon all of that. May not respect a civilian appointed as national security advisor, which could cause on. We had was it Mamandaura, the one that was sacked by Oshibanjo? That the one, you know, that the national security advisor. Well, yeah, was it? Yeah, well, it was Mamandaura, wasn't it? Or yes, it was Mamandaura. You know, he actually rolled out troops on the National Assembly when Buhari was abroad, which is a coup. That's a coup, you know. So, and he got away. That's treason. What that guy did, that was Shiba sacked. So, what are we talking about? The XYZ official who spoke to leadership on Sunday said that the Nigerian military may not respect a civilian appointed as national security advisor, which could cause unnecessary friction in the smooth running of the country. The former official, the former NIPSS directing officer, said it is not out of place for a civilian to be appointed national security advisor, but added that it is more reliable to get a military officer, a military general, to man such an office. So I'm not sure that I'm on board with it. I would want El Rufai in that space just to flog them into shape, you know, El Rufai to go and flog them into shape. Okay, so should we abandon that? Let's go on to the next appointment just for time. Or the whole military will report to the National Security Advisor. If you put a civilian in that office, they may not respect him. If it were before, not only the service chiefs, even commanders would not want to respect him because he or she is a civilian. The military may not want to respect a non-military man as NSA, but it is more convenient to have a military person as NSA. According to him, the United States always appoints retired military men as their national security advisor, even though he admits that there are some occasions where civilians are appointed into such offices. So let's go on to the service chief. The senior special assistant to Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State on publicity, etc. Actually, this surprises me. Listen to the name of the senior special assistant. This shouldn't surprise me, but it does. The senior special assistant to Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State on publicity, Honorable Lanre Obadiah. So it shouldn't surprise me, but it does surprise me that Lanre Obadiah is the special assistant to Babagana Zulum of Borno State, you know, because you'd expect Mukhtar than Ladi, of course, which would be appropriate, but that surprises me. The senior special assistant to Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State on publicity, Honorable Lanre Obadiah, on Saturday, said that what people naturally want is a situation where everyone can sleep with their eyes closed without fear. So the composition, it has to be, because the appointments that Buhari made to the security spaces was more for self-protection, because Buhari lives in mortal fear of a coup. Because, of course, you know what happened to him the last time he attempted governing the Nigerian state. So he needed people that would be loyal, and you know his health status as well. So he needed people that would be loyal to him over and above people that were competent for the job of securing the country. And that was why a lot of his appointments in that security space was skewed. People can travel at any time of the day and night with the renewal of the governor's mandate. So I think this is actually speaking to Borno State. So service chiefs, security personnel. So these are the appointment spaces now that are immediately, it says, it was gathered that some heads of the security agencies have just had their tenure extended by the outgoing government, and the new president may be hesitant to replace them immediately. Expectations are that the president-elect may likely retain the leadership of the Brigade of Guard for now. So, yes, it needs to replace the police chief, though, because he serves no purpose. So there it is, the decisions to start for Tinubu immediately. But what is your expectation of the composition of his, what's your expectation for the composition of his security team? That's the word I was trying to get out. So what's your expectation for that space? Let me give you one more readout, and then I'll let the people available so far. There's still plenty of room, by the way, on the studio, but I will see how it goes. Let me give you one more readout, and then we'll kick off the conversation. The feedback that I'm getting is that people don't like to be held for too long. Why who becomes Senate president is important to Tinubu's strategy. So this will be the conversation pretty much until that decision has been made. Strong indications emerged at the weekend that the strategists of the president-elect Bola Tinubu are showing strong interest on who becomes the next president of the Senate due to the uncertainty of the outcome of various petitions challenging Tinubu's victory at the election tribunal. I'm not quite sure if that makes sense. The Senate presidency has no bearing on that. So let me see how this is explained. This is as former Senate Minority Leader and ex-Minister of Niger Delta Akpabio, former XYZ Adams Oshiomhole. So Oshiomole's name comes into that mix actually, but should Oshiomole's name come, because he's a debutant into the Senate, isn't he? So should his name be in the mix? Senate Chief Whip Ojikalu and the outgoing governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi. So Dave Umahi would have been the perfect choice because he's an achiever and a builder. It probably, if you remove the money that was at Sanwo-Olu's disposal, is probably the best governor we have had for the last 8 years, Dave Umahi. It was gathered that as Oshiomhole and Umahi insist on running, there are moves to amend the Senate rules to allow the first-time senators to run for the principal position, to pave the way for Oshiomhole and Umahi, to pave the way for the former governor of Edo State, who is said to be Tinubu's favorite. Oshiomhole and Umahi are going to the Senate for their first term. Correspondents gathered that whilst the APC have settled for the South-South to produce the Senate president and the Northwest to produce the deputy, the Senate rules prohibit the emergence of a first-time senator. So those are Senate rules and not constitutional positions. So, right. Under the current Senate rules, they are not qualified to run, as only a ranking senator is qualified to hold a principal position. A source privy to the ongoing permutations, however, told correspondents last night that if Oshiomhole is finally cleared to contest, the APC governors would likely throw their weight behind Umahi. It was gathered that the fear of the possible outcome of the petition filed against Tinubu's victory at the petition tribunal prompted the president-elect and his allies to search for a candidate that they can trust. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure. Maybe I'm going to abandon this actually because it doesn't make sense. It's the Senate president does not impact on the petition because the Senate president is for the 4 years of the administration. So I'm not quite sure where that is leading to. So I think we'll park that one for a moment. Let's park that one for a moment and let's substitute it with this one instead, and we'll make this one the final readout. Right, so now this is now the goings on in Adamawa State. Adamawa election, I was under pressure. Suspended REC Yanusa Ari breaks silence. Weeks after the Adamawa governorship election saga, Hadu Yanusa Ari, the suspended resident electoral commissioner, said he declared Aishatu the Dahiru, popularly known as Binani, of the All Progressive Congress APC winner due to security pressure. Recall that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, suspended Yanusa Ari after the illegal declaration of Binani winner, contrary to the Electoral Act. But INEC waded into the controversy and declared Ahmadu Fintiri of the People's Democratic Party as the authentic winner of the Adamawa state election after due process was followed. Fintiri polled XYZ to defeat Binani. INEC asked the Inspector General of Police and necessary security agencies to probe and prosecute Yanusa Ari. After the whole saga, Yanusa Ari has not been heard or seen since. uh, only when he recently wrote a letter to the Inspector General of Police. He explained that he acted within the ambit of the law. According to him, the results announced by the INEC coalition officers, differed from the copies he signed and uploaded onto the viewing portal. He stated that attempts were made to replace him with the secretary, alleging that the two national commissioners were at the government house Yola at 8:31 p.m. on April the 15th. He stated, "It was based on this that I compiled all the polling unit results and declared the election winner based on the highest number of valid votes scored by the candidate of the APC. I had the breakdown of the valid votes scored by the two leading candidates in the supplementary election using the results from the polling units as collated into the relevant EC8, B, C, D, and E, respectively, by properly and legally appointed and recognized coalition officers and my humble self as the Adamawa State Chief Coalition Officer. Before the declaration, an intelligence report was made available to me that the two national commissioners were at the government house Yola at 3:31 p.m. on April the 15th and held a meeting with Governor Amedu Umaru Fintiri. Meanwhile, INEC denied claims of its officials meeting with Fintiri during the supplementary election. So this is this guy now doubling down, insisting still. This is this guy doubling down now, insisting still that he actually the legitimate winner of that election now just gone past. So there it is. Let me just give you a quick feel of TINUBU'S Omodadi. It's just a few paragraphs. So let's see if he offers anything more than just being a daddy's boy. So there's still room, by the way. Let me post the link to the thing again. Let's see how much we can populate the room by. So let's bring you Tinubu's son as the final readout. So here it is. My father will make Nigeria better, Tinubu's son. So I'm not sure if this offers anything, but let's see. Seyi, son of President-elect Bola Tinubu, has assured Nigerians of a better country and renewed hope in the incoming administration. He gave the assurance on Saturday in Abuja when he joined supporters and admirers of his father at the day 34 of the pre-inauguration hangout. The daily pre-inauguration hangout, which began on March the 26th, was organized by a political pressure group, Patriots in Defense of Democracy. Seyi, who arrived at the Unity Fountain, venue of the hangout, along with his team, was ushered in with various scintillating cultural display. Okay, so this offers us nothing. Right. You know what I will be doing is I'll be letting the panelists on as soon as I start now. because my system seems to have developed a life of its own. So there they are, and here I am back. We got Hassan joining us from Borno. Ajale Koko joining us from I think Dallas. Hakim joining us from Ireland, and Darati, location unknown. So Darati, location unknown. Let's just kick it off. We'll build up the conversation slowly, and then we'll invite also the panel to come and to present also where they are conversationally in the course of, because as I said, please come back if you can, Hassan. I'd like to kick it off with you, because I always like to kick it off with you. I think Hassan's system dropped. So just to find out where you are conversationally. So this will be more of a hangout, and like I said, Peter Obi, how many more times can we continue to flog Peter Obi? But let me play you just this couple of clips, and then we kick off the conversation. Let's.
You know me well. Yeah. You know I am sure money well. We are still going to fight further. Don't worry, we are with you. You will not walk alone. One thing I can show you is this. Do you want to go back? Yeah! As the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will give a go back to you. And then we turn to a beautiful, if not more beautiful than Lagos, will be equal to Lagos. Be assured of that. Good night.
Right. I'm only really bringing that really only off the back of one phrase. Yes. Sorry. Ajale Koko is in Tennessee, not in Dallas. So yes, I'm only really bringing you that clip, only really off the of one phrase that Tinubu said in that. He said, "I will give Edo back to you." I said, as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will give Nigeria back. I will give Edo back to you. So that to me, it sounded like the language of regain. You know, snatch it, grab it, and run away with it. That sort of clip that he. So that sounded like the language of regain. So maybe I'm misreading. So people will advise me on that. And then this clip as well. You know, there's this phrase that they use in Nigeria. It's a new phrase to me, actually. I've just come across it. They say anywhere belle face. I think it's actually Fatai that uses that often. Anywhere belle face. So now, if you want to know what that means, what this, anywhere belle face, have that at the back of your mind.
I have nothing personal against Ashwaju. You know very well, Steve, you know very well that I'm closer to Ashwaju than most of the people shouting today. But I'm maintaining my principle. My principle number one is that I represent my party. I represent the interests of my party. I represent Alhaji Atiku Abubakar solidly. Absolutely. I am a serious person. I don't jump. It is unfair of anybody to say, what do you have against Ashwaju? So if you are not in the same party, you expect me to abandon my party and defend Ashwaju because he's my friend. Then at 60 plus, I'm not serious. So if the courts declare him, so be it. So we'll wait till that happens. But I can't begin to predict what will happen in advance.
So to me, and again, accuse me of reading too much into it. Of course, accuse me of that. But that sounded to me like Dele Momodu putting his shoes on and making his way back to Budilon, where the daughter of Lagos lives. So there he is. Everything changes but remains the same. Anywhere belle face. So I'm going to play you this last clip. It's about 2 minutes, but make of this what you will. A heavy dose of Yoruba language in this, but some smattering of English. But you will get what this lady is putting across. But do you concur? Do you concur?
The people where they talk say, this is Asiwaju that is going for president. The people where they say they're close to the man, then they pray for the man. No be say I collect something from the man. I never know the man. But I just dey pray for the man. If he go, I wish him best of luck. Because we do election, we don't do election. The man don't enter. Now we don't come. Either we do it or we don't do it. But if you don't reach there, make you remember us here. It will be for you to change Nigeria, but it never reach in own town. Now kill. After our local, Mr. Obi can come out. You understand me? Even say this our local. Where the talk say our local. If you reach there, you understand me now. If you don't reach there, make you just stay patient. Make you see that 8 years where you want to do. Shebiti Buhari is going now. Buhari good, Buhari no good, Buhari better, Buhari die, Buhari no die. Now Buhari dead there. Now fake Buhari dead there. 8 years done. You don't pafuka now. Another person go enter. Make Obi go kill. After this 8 years, when we want to enter again, make Obi come out.
Right. The voice of the people is the voice of God. This is what they say. The voice of the people is the voice of God. People are backing Tinubu because the North voted for him, the Southwest voted for him, and even elements of the South voted for him. So he won that election. And people are, you see, the ladies, the North, they are already permutating how they are going to politics Tinubu because they are very comfortable with what they have done. The Southwest are jubilating that their son, I guess, an opportunity. And the South, they are waiting to see if the Senate presidency comes to them. The country has made the decision, and this is how we'll go. So that's what that lady was explaining to you. And what that lady is telling to you, what that lady is telling you or saying to you is that, look, this is you for the next 8 years, and this is us for the next 8 years. But how that plays out, who better to explain how that will play out than the excellent Hassan, who joins us from Borno. So Hassan, you're up first. Are you ready?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Brilliant.
Well, there's a lot of things to talk about today. I don't know which one you want me to start with.
You can free flow with the one that interests you the most, but I can kick you off also with the fact that as soon as Tinubu puts the full stop on his signature, the decisions come to him. So the service chief, how is that going to be composed? Is he going to do it? Is he going to pick people for his own self-preservation, like Buhari did, or people for national service, which is what the country needs? Or is he going to hold in situation the people that Buhari have already and give himself time? How quickly should he change the service chiefs? What should be their composition? All of those decisions immediately from the 29th. Hassan.
Well, as it concerns security and all that, I don't think Tinubu would be making all those decisions by himself. You know, Tinubu has always been the highest he's gone to is to be an executive within the Nigerian state. Even though Buhari had experience of being a head of state before, even when he came, he still retained the service chiefs. And he had to go like 3 months with them before he made the final decision. I think it would be wise for him to still retain the ones that Buhari has, the one that Buhari will leave on ground. At least they were loyal to Buhari. They will still be loyal to him. And then they already know that they'll be phased out. He should keep those and then make his decisions carefully. Of course, everybody is just looking at to see the kind of people. But for me, frankly, I don't even really care to see whether I agree with the advice the person who wrote that article was given to the president-elect, that he should not choose anybody based on tribe or religion, but based on competence. You know, I believe the military by default is an environment that should be, driven of what you have been able to achieve in the first place. So your merit should work for you within military cycles. And if Tinubu has the right people, giving him the right advice, he would be wise to wait a bit to make these decisions. But the NSA should come with him directly. The NSA should also be part of. I heard you were disagreeing with the person from National Institute of Strategic Studies from Kuru, advising the president-elect to choose from a former general. I kind of agree with that person because
but we've always had generals. Now they've never done anything useful.
No, we've had the wrong generals. We've had the wrong ones. He can get the right one. You see, we have a lot of talent in the army. We have a lot of talent in the army. It's just that the way politics works is that those talents are not necessarily the ones that will get political positions. Where their advice will be the first advice that will get to into the ears of the executive who makes the final decision. And that has been the problem also. People have connections and all that, and that connection, if Tinubu is not going to go with all that, and it doesn't even really matter if he chooses the wrong person. I appreciated Obasanjo's government for one thing. Obasanjo did away with a lot of this security. Obasanjo fired IGs, he fired chief of staff, he fired chief of defense.
There it is. That's traditional with Hassan. After he speaks for 3 minutes, his system will dip. Wait for 2 seconds, or he'll be back now. Hassan, as the network, it's a real marvel, I am here in Kent having a conversation with my friend.
Am I back?
You're back. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. So that is why I appreciated Obasanjo's government. Obasanjo was very ruthless with his IGs, service chiefs. Anybody that does anything wrong, you'll be shown the door the next day. Obasanjo doesn't care. And it is because Obasanjo is a military man himself, and he has handled the country previously. When he came for his civilian 8-year term, he delivered quite well. Nigeria was more secure during Obasanjo's time than what followed later, and this is because of the ruthlessness. I want Tinubu to be somebody like that, like Obasanjo, because Obasanjo, I think, had like 3 to 4 different chief of army staffs. He had like 3 to 4 different IGs, but Buhari has had he changed his chief of staffs only twice. Buhari had his whole ministers for 8 years. Buhari was just secure in one place, and he was not taking those ruthless military decisions as Obas based on your performance. Let it just be like that. That will be a pointer for the person that is coming in to know that if he does not perform, he'll be shown the door. Just go out. And as it is with things that have to do with security and things like that, mostly you'd have to give somebody a chance and give him a period of time to see. So for anything that concerns security, what I'm looking forward to in this government, in this Tinubu's government, I'm giving him a whole year. I'm giving Tinubu a whole year before I see anything on his performance or anything regarding security, because anybody who would say anything.
Sorry, Hassan. It's very generous of you to give him a whole year. What people usually give is 100 days. If it's not showing signs of being able to, it must show something within 3 months. It doesn't have the window for 12 months.
Well, maybe I say this because I'm in a conflict. I'm in a place where we've seen a lot of conflict, and I've seen, how the logistical, preparation that is required, and how, policies will have to change, the bureaucracy that has to go with actions on ground at the same time. When policies change, when you keep changing people instantly, you can confuse those who implement the kind of thing you are trying to implement on ground and things like that. It's the way the military works, at least as it concerns fighting insurgency, is a complicated machine which has different facets that needs to be managed independently and at the same time through a coherent policy with a chain of command that goes straight to the top and instant decisions being made. And sometimes you don't feel the impact of the work and sacrifice that this military or security people are doing. It takes some time before you begin to feel the impact. Really, there is something that we say in Hausa that an akan ji ciwo lokaci daya amma lafiya sai a hankali, that it is possible for you to get a serious, horrible injury that the eyes cannot look at within the space of a second, but it will take months for you to heal and feel like to feel better again. And for you to heal, it takes months. So the injury can happen within a split of a second, but before you heal, it takes time. So even as it is with everything that concerns human beings, sometimes we like to put, there is a reason why we have democracies that guarantees 4 years for a president, because those who thought of these things, know that, okay, you need to give a person some spate of time for that person to be able to, bring his ideas, choose the people that will implement those ideas, give the ideas time, to gestate for people to begin to see the benefit of those ideas. So as far as security and the kind of people Tinubu is going to choose, I don't want to know what their name is or where they come from. I'm going to give them a year before I say anything.
Hassan, what I will be looking out for. I'm going to be looking out for the ethnicity of the person that he picks as the chief of army staff. Do you know why?
Typical.
Not typical. No, that will tell me where he's going to be pointing the guns. Because if he feels that he's going to get the most. Is that girl texting you again? If he feels that he's going to get the most trouble from the southeast, then I suspect that he will pick a southeasterner as the chief of army staff, just so that one of their own can go and deal with them. I suspect that he will pick an Igbo man as the chief of army staff. And by the way, in security, that is really the most important position. The rest of them, they are just wearing uniforms and playing dress ups. So the chief of army staff will tell me, yes, the chief of army
that
staff
is too blunt.
Yes, the chief of army staff will tell me where he's expecting the most trouble.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but the way I see it is it does not really matter. I heard you say some things that Buhari chose Buratai, and Buratai did not understand the space of Sunday Igbo, or who is the other?
The Biafra narrative, yes.
The Biafra narrative or the Oduduwa narrative. No, I don't think Buratai is that daft. Of course, he understands the situation. The way the government, confronted it is the same thing. Secession is secession. Nigeria as a system will survive first. So with anything that involves somebody waving a flag, just expect the army, they will come for you. You can do other minor things like kidnapping. So the way the government operates is that, at least from what I've seen, is that where you bring a flag and you are trying to, say, okay, from now on, this place becomes this so thing, the government will fight you with everything. In fact, it can suspend fighting bandits or kidnappers, because all those ones, they at least they understand that there is a Nigeria and fight you. So it's a brutal way of dealing with that. So
Hassan,
no compromise on those things usually.
Hassan, let me paint you a picture and tell me how the solution will come out. Yeah, let me paint you a picture and you tell me how the solution can come out. So there's a meeting, there's a security meeting to discuss the goings on insurgencies in the southeast. So at that meeting, you have Yusuf Bichi, you have Usman Al-Khali Baba, you have Burutai, and then you have Buhari and Oshibanjo. Who amongst those will have an understanding of what the problem is in the southeast?
Can I suggest very quickly, if you don't mind?
I don't know if you've ever managed. If you've managed, I want to answer the question, please.
Yeah, go
I
on.
don't know if you've managed people who you have not, who you do not share cultural experiences with, at all in your in life and things like that. Where if you have to lead people, because you see, leadership entails a level of empathy, and the ability to empathize, to sympathize. You can imagine yourself in particular places, and you can, put yourself in positions where you can imagine what is happening to other people. I think there is this tendency, usually for people in the South, to look at Nigerian leaders of northern extraction as daft or people who are not competent most of the time. But Nigeria is not as easy as looking at it from the outside. It is me and you that are talking. Me and you will still come and discuss and pick out Tinubu's flaws. It doesn't matter who he picks. It is always a very, very big challenge, to man any of those spaces within Nigeria's security architecture and be expected for you to deliver results. As far as the Biafra thing is concerned, of course, there is a level of understanding, and because there is a precedent of that whole thing. There's a precedent. So there's a level of understanding of what is happening and what is pushing it. And as far as I think, for me, they have not dealt with it as the way it should be dealt with.
Hold on, Hassan, and that's exactly where I'm going to. They've not dealt with it in the way they should have, because there are certain nuances. There are certain nuances that are so culturally specific that you have to have the cultural understanding to understand the nuances. And there are so many nuances within the Ipobian narrative, the Odo nation narrative, etc. So if you have a meeting that has nothing at all of the voice of those people at that meeting looking for a solution to that problem, then they cannot find that solution. So they will just revert to force, which is what Buhari used all the way through, because he did not understand. Yes, of course, Buhari knows the Igbo man better than you and I, but he doesn't know the Igbo man better than the Igbo man. Yes, so it didn't.
Okay.
So he would just say, go and shoot them. Yeah, and that's what he did for 8 years. Go and shoot them.
No. So see, even though you and I do not know what it's like in those meetings, we are just assuming. And if what you are saying is actually the case, then it's a failure of intelligence. You see, the way it works is not the way you imagine it to work. One man, it's not like that. The president have an exhaustive, intelligence reports that comes from different sources that he is being taken through them exhaustively. So what is happening today in Apapa? Some things that are happening in some government houses, some things that are happening in Ariara market. The president may know it before you and I knows it. So the intelligence is a real thing. And if the president does not understand, then it's a failure of intelligence. The system is not made so that anytime there must be a representative of every tribe. How can Nigeria function like that where we have over 300? And sometimes I think the Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa even, they take themselves too highly, that to imagine all the time they have to be represented in those places. What of order? So before a security decision is taken, all tribes must be represented? No. It's a logical and rational security decision based on intelligence, and that's what it is. Therefore, it is not important to have anybody from any tribe or religion to take those decisions. What we need is just competence and the ability to deliver. Let me just leave that place at that. Are you guys still with me? Are you guys listening?
Yes.
Have I lost you guys?
No.
We're listening, bro.
Okay. So as far as that goes, you see, that is what I'm expecting from Tinubu, and I would give him some time. I'm willing to give him 12 months before I would say anything around security. That is just what I'm going to say for me, because I know the reasons why I'm saying that, because I've lived in a very hostile and conflict environment to lower my expectations the way these things work. I've seen the way these things work, and that is why I'm like this anyway. So I'm not expecting any other person to think the way I think, but that grace must be given to him as long as he understands what it's like to actually, bring changes in security situations, really. And as far as so I'm going to pivot to another discussion around Seyi Tinubu and what he said about his dad. I'm not looking forward to seeing a Seyi or the first lady, putting their mouths in Tinubu's government, because frankly, I hate it when I see the spouses and the children of executives, putting mouths in. We did not vote for them; we voted for their father. Let him make sure that he puts his house in order, and he should handle his responsibilities. We don't want to be hearing from Seyi. It is Tinubu that we voted for, so he should put his house in order. Of all the things that people would like to say about IBB, he is the president that he kept his house in order. His children were never part of the government, but you see what Abacha and his children did, what Buhari too did. I even respect Obasanjo for keeping his family in order. I hope Tinubu would not let his family lose on Nigerians and this nonsense that Aisha Buhari is doing, arresting people there and there, because that will make him to lose people who respect him. He should keep them in order. I don't want to be even seeing all these articles. If I were him, I would tell them, everybody just find a place and lay low. Just go and lay low. Let him do what he is there to do. He shouldn't have distraction from his families. He's going to have a lot of political rivals to contend with anyway. Your children should not be, or your family should not be another thing you would have to go out, create scandal for you to go and worry about. So let me just forget about that space. What other issue did you carry us through again? Somebody wanted to interject earlier.
That was actually me. I don't know if there's space for that.
Yeah, you can, before we keep going into other areas. It's like one man is off.
Okay. Actually, what I wanted to contribute was in the area of security. And for starters, I believe we are really not being, I don't know how to put it. You hit the nail on the head when you say we don't have an understanding of the security challenges we have and the details and the intricacies that are involved. And sometimes we are always too quick to condemn these people that are there. When I listen to some activists and the rest, NGOs talk about Buratai on TV, you would think it's just one Almajiri that was picked from somewhere and made a chief of army staff. I mean, that's very, very unkind. I have a tradition with the military, and I know that they have.
Buratai has a PhD in criminology.
No, I know. I'm not disputing. I'm saying that we are not being very fair and kind to them. And basically, when one man was mentioning Alkali, Buratai, and the other man, he forgot to add that we had Southerners. We have the CDS. Is a certain Lucky Rabo, an Igbo man from Delta State. We have a chief of naval staff, that's a Yoruba man. And the challenges that Obasanjo, security challenges under Obasanjo were never the same thing that Buhari inherited. They were miles and miles and miles apart. And we have a witness, evidence of how did Obasanjo deal with certain security challenges. Imagine that IPOB is reigning under Obasanjo. We'll be talking of how do I call it now? Bloodbath. We still remember Odi, for crying out loud. We still remember Zaki Biam. If what happened under Buhari when that general, what's his name, was killed in Jos, so brutally murdered and dumped in in a shallow, what do you call it, and eventually dumped in a well. If we have had that under Obasanjo, he would have used the sledgehammer
to be genocide. To be genocide.
You know, but insisted that look, they must fish out the perpetrators no matter how long it takes them, and that was exactly what they did. So Obasanjo never had the challenges of Boko Haram. He never had the challenges of bandits. And to be very sincere with ourselves, Buhari inherited a near attack army, and he has built that.
Bishop.
Let me answer. I know. Bishop, if you don't mind.
No, but can I interject, Hassan, please? Yeah, 1 minute. Best, Bishop,
okay.
There is no justification for what you are saying. That because Obasanjo did not inherit security challenges as Buhari inherited, and that's why we have to, see Buhari as not a failure. Buhari failed. Buhari and his team failed, and we tell you why they failed. Before Buhari came in, as a general. Let me land this point, then you can continue.
I was talking just the conversation. Let me land, then you can now come in. I was talking.
Yeah, I'm interjecting now, just to keep in the point, then you can continue. Buhari failed because as a military general, he promised us before the election that I will crush the insurgency within 6 months. That was what Buhari promised us. Then when you couldn't achieve, he took a step, to be honest, he took a step by moving that military headquarters to Maduguri, where the generals can, face these people frontally and defeat them. But when Buhari, couldn't achieve results within 4 years, we expected him to have, changed the team that can bring in new faces, that can, put the country on a different path, on this war against the insurgency. But instead of him doing that, he allowed Buratai to remain and continue to fail. And we saw the way that the National Assembly even took several decisions, several times, begging for Buratai and others to be changed. So this man, there's no justification for this. He failed, and we should just take it like that Buhari failed. And his team. So just to keep
all right, thank you. Sorry, I'm sure you know that my system dropped. But Hassan has been painting us a different narrative on Buhari's success or not, because you feel he succeeded, especially in the Northeast, Hassan.
Yes, that was what I was about to say before I even allowed Bishop to come in, because Bishop was talking and then Ajali Kuku interjected. What I was going to say was, you see, especially on Buratai, you see, Buratai's failure, I would say, is relative. Especially for me, I must speak my own truth. For me, Buratai did not fail. For me, Buratai did not fail. Buratai did a very amazing job. The fact that I'm able to stand right now and be communicating with you guys was because part of what Buratai did, part of what Buratai sacrificed. The fact that I'm able to stand and be talking freely. I'm outside now in the middle of Maiduguri in the night. We used to have curfews that you cannot be able to even raise your voice. The fact that I'm able to do this now is part of what Buhari did and part of what Buratai did. And I cannot rob them off of that. Even if there is nothing, these people have brought peace back to this land, which we did not have. And as somebody who is from this land, if Buhari does not do anything at all, at least for this, he has delivered for me. And peace is the first thing. And since Buratai has been able to deliver here, I think he has done quite a good job. And for those senators and all those people that were asking for the generals to be removed at that time, a lot of things are happening. This is also the way I see it too. You know, our senators have been accused by the president of padding budgets and things like that. And those generals, of course, they will not call press conferences and say senators have asked us to, ensure that we put some level of money before they approve our activities or our budgets for this or that or this or that. So we heard that those generals were not willing to play ball, and those senators and House of Reps members actually threatened them with that they are going to make the president sack them since they're not willing to play ball. And a lot of things are happening. You know, this corruption, it goes round and round. So you may look at it from the outside, and the press are in on it too. Sometimes it's because they use the press to assassinate the characters of other people. This is a real, I think even in the West, it's like that. The press are useful tools if you want to assassinate people's characters, and they have a way of doing those things. So for me, at least, I think Bratai has tried. I can defend Bratai. He did well. He's from here, and he ensured that we've had peace, and thank God for him and all those soldiers that laid their lives. A lot of them, thank God for them. And we have a very, very secure environment now too. Alhamdulillah.
Just to hold you there to that spot for a moment, Hassan. You know, Nigeria is so big a space that even though we're all aware of what is going on in the Northeast, and we all wish it will come to an end, we don't live there. So it's only really from a distance that we look at it. But what's the experience out there, especially because Maiduguri, Borno, of course, the epicenter of what's going on now. So, what's the experience of the insurgency? Is it as intense as we hear, or is it just a sporadic attack? So, what's the experience?
So, it's something that evolved. You know, it started from minor assassinations. You know, somebody killed somewhere, like you hear, maybe you're in one part of town, and then you heard today a policeman was shot dead in another part of town, and his gun was taken away. You know, it doesn't really affect you that much. So maybe they had problem with some people or something like that. But then the next day, some soldiers were sitting in one place, they were shot, and their guns were taken away. So the frequency of that thing was just becoming more and more and more and more and more. So before you knew it, it was not only on soldiers and policemen. It started, killing people, civilians. Somebody is in his shop, come and kill him. People are in the mosque, come and shoot them. Christians are in the church, go and shoot them. Today, bomb. Tomorrow, you are driving with your car. You stop if you see the way there are holdups in Lagos. When you are in one of those holdups, you'll be praying, God, oh, let me pass this place so that there is no bomb that will just answer, because they were just putting bombs everywhere. Any place that people are, that is where they put bombs. So even if you are on the road, you are afraid of bombs. You go to the market, they put bombs in market too. You go to your office, you go to the mosque, you go to the church, you are not safe. This is the kind of environment we are living in. And then Jonathan deployed soldiers.
Carry on.
Jonathan deployed soldiers, Operation Restore Order. That was in 2013. So when those guys came, we were suffering from Boko Haram. And then the soldiers, not knowing who their enemies were, they also were killing innocent civilians. Those who did not know what was happening. So it was between the devil and the deep blue sea. When people die, when you hear of a death of somebody, the next thing you ask during that time is, who killed him? Was it the soldiers or Boko Haram? That's what you ask of. And you know the way Nigerians, we meet in, say, in keke or inside bus, and you start casual discussions with people around government or things like that. During that time in Maiduguri, you do well to keep your mouth shut, because you don't know who is who. You don't want to say anything to support the government or to support Boko Haram. And it is the government and the Boko Haram that were fighting, but it was just like the fight between two giant elephants. It is only the grass that will suffer. So we were suffering that up until the time that Buhari was elected. And what Buhari did, to your point, was, taking somebody like Buratai, who is already an accomplished, competent soldier of the highest order. He was already, commanding the joint task force. There is a joint task force that Nigeria has with Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. So Buratai was commanding that force before Buhari took him and made him chief of army staff. And it was not done because he's Fulani or anything like that too. Buratai is Babur. He's not even Kanuri. He's not in the majority. Yeah, Buratai is in the minority. But to you people, he may seem like he's just like a Buhari, but he's not.
Hold on, Fatai. Not Fatai, Hassan. Hold on, Hassan. Buratai is the son of one of Buhari's longest-standing friends and associates. So it was more like a job for the boys, sort of payback for. So it was a son of one of those people that stood with him during his many years in the wilderness. So there was that family association there. So a lot of people felt it was not on merit, his appointment.
I would like to know where you got that. It seems like something that people would say in a motor park that touts this kind of discussions that touts to, because there's no truth to that at all.
There's no truth
to that at all.
Take it easy now.
I did not say hello.
Carry on.
A lot of these things, people would mix truth with falsehoods, and they go with it, and that becomes propaganda. A lot of the times we hear this, we'll just leave it. It's just Nigeria, I suppose, but that is not the truth of the matter. Buratai met Buhari only once in his life, and that was when Buhari came to the military school, and they were playing inter-games competition. So something happened. Was it a ball was thrown? Buhari was a military commander at that time. He was smoking on his Pijoka, and then Buratai went to take the ball. So when Buratai went to take the ball, and they met briefly with Buhari, Buhari saw his physique, and he said, "Hey, you should make sure that you do very well. You have the stature of a real soldier." So it is after when Buratai met Buhari the second time, when he was about to be appointed chief of army staff, that Buratai reminded Buhari of that first encounter. There is a book that Buratai wrote. I think it is The Legend of Buratai. You will do well to read that book, and you can understand how the reality of things, not what you hear people are just saying anyhow, just to paint the president black or to show that people are not doing their jobs. See, this is the reality of the thing. So for somebody like Buratai who came and then changed some things, because Buratai initiated a lot of indigenous, you see, daikon. You see, somebody was talking about these things, the armored personnel carriers that are now produced in Nigeria. We are now, by full force, we are now making ships for our navy in this country. And the Nigerian core army engineers are doing a lot of work. They are preparing. Nigeria are making, even the munitions we use for some of our jets, the jets that we use, the Alpha jets that we use. So Buratai has really done a lot within the army structure, and he changed the manner in which we were approaching this war. Because what was happening before Buratai came in was a lot of failure of intelligence. Because what the Jonathan's army was doing was relying on the DSS on intelligence. And I don't want to say this, but at least what the perception of people here in Maiduguri was that the DSS were not doing their jobs at all. So when they send them to go and infiltrate Boko Haram camps and things like that, they just find one sweet place or one beer parlor, they sit down and they just write wrong reports that they were there and this happened. It's a lie. They did not go. They were afraid. They did not do their jobs. So they're giving fake results, fake reports. So you can imagine a military that is acting on false intelligence. It will be making mistakes and be killing innocent people. So something happened. Bratek did something where it was a master stroke. There is this department within the Nigerian Army, DNI, Department of Military, DMI, Department of Military Intelligence. So Buratek just said that he doesn't want anything to do with the DSS in any way that the Nigerian Army is operating. That even if they were there, they should stay clear, and he's not going to use their reports. So he now deployed the DMI and asked them to do the hard work. And when their reports started coming in, they were actionable intelligence, real intelligence. So those guys actually, helped the army to get real intelligence, actionable intelligence that, made us to have progress in the war. These are the things that happen. So somebody like that introduces, I don't think that person should be, taken as a failure. I think he did well. He did well. What others are doing, they will do well to learn from him too.
Oh, all right, but I think the people from the Southeast will paint you a different narrative, but still holding you to that space. That insurgency, what is the heart of it? Are they Nigerians or are they foreigners just off the coast, off the borders of Nigerians? What is the percentage of these Boko Haram insurgents? Because I would want to believe that they are not Nigerians, because I don't think Nigerians, we've never been that violent ever in our history.
Well, let me break it to you. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Nigerians. I would say Nigerians are 60% of it, though it later became modeled because the Nigerians that initially got into it, when the army took up their responsibility, they actually killed a lot of them. So they had to rely on backup from all those Chad, Niger, some were even coming from Sudan, from all those Algeria, all those countries. So they came and joined because, ISIS was like the thing of the time during that time with al-Baghdadi, in Syria and Iraq. They were taking inspiration from him. So it was a whole lot of unfortunate mix of events that happened at that time with al-Baghdadi and ISIS, with Obama fighting them in Syria and Iraq. And then there were certain offshoots of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb came, and Boko Haram even pledged allegiance to them. So all these things, so they were looking at themselves as people who were bringing a pure Islamic interpretation of life, and they wanted to carve out territory within the Nigerian space and to implement a weird form of Sharia that they want to use. And but I think the origins of this thing is the fact that, unfortunately, the kind of leaders we've had in Borno are leaders who, they are governors. They have one house in Borno, but their families are in Abuja and Lagos. You know the way our elites do with their children now. They are,
Yes.
you see them. They go to England, America. They do everything there. They practically have nothing to do, and they steal the monies. So the people that are here, there is no government presence. Nothing, and this is practically a desert. So over the last 30 years, the mainstay of the Borno economy is the Lake Chad. If you look at Nigeria's map, you see that there is a lake at the topmost northeast corner. We share that lake with Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. So there is this town we call Baga. So that is the largest freshwater fish market in Western Africa. Let me give you an example. There was one time the chairman of UBA came to Maiduguri. I think it was in 2005 or 6. When he came to Maiduguri, SAS was the governor then, and he came to Maiduguri, and SAS he came to the government house, and SAS was asking him, what is he doing in Maiduguri? And he told SAS that he just wants to go to Baga. SAS said, why? Baga is very far off. It's in Nigeria's border. It's one town like that. He said, no, he's coming to go and see Baga himself as the UBA chairman, because Baga is the second branch all over Nigeria that UBA has, that every day they get a deposit is the highest grossing deposit they take after their branch in Lagos, because that was the only bank that was there in that market. They were doing up to 2 billion naira per day.
That sounds like
Yes,
an untapped
that's how,
economy.
yes.
Let me ask you this. We'll go back to normal topics. So, but we have to learn about what's going on in Borno, and you are the perfect person to teach us. You know, a lot of people, they actually think that that Borno narrative, the Boko Haram narrative, they feel that there are. Let me mute you for a microsecond. They feel that that Borno narrative. A lot of people feel that there are minor skirmishes in Borno, but it's amplified for reasons of milking to siphon funds. So a lot of people feel that the Boko Haram something is over-exaggerated. It's just a minor little skirmish that could have been stopped within weeks and months. So what do you say to that?
Well, I will advise those people to go and read reports from AFRICOM, the United States, because a lot of these people that say these things, they believe in the Americans more than they believe in their governments. So I would like you to go and read reports on the kind of threat levels that Boko Haram has presented in the past 8-9 years that Buhari has been in government. Go and read it from the United States sources, or go and read it from the European sources, and then you can reach your own conclusions whether you think that kind of threat should be prioritized or not, should be given priority and tackled or not. Just go and make your own conclusions, because if I keep talking, it will just be as if I'm from here, I'm just trying to say things to make people here look good or something like that, and I don't want to do that.
I hope you don't mind the questions, by the way. We are asking only to learn. I'll ask you one more question.
No problem.
I'll ask you one more question, Hassan, and then I'll see if anybody else has a question for you. And then if they don't, I'll move you on to another talking point. One of my favorite governors is Governor Babagana Zulum. Because from a distance, I feel that he is doing an excellent. I just like the way he carries himself. Very, very simple, very quiet, very dignified. But what is your assessment of him as a governor, Babagana Zulum?
You see, I thank God that this is the image that is going out there too, because of course he's a down-to-earth human being, and that is why, you know, for Borno, we really don't have much to complain about, really, you know, because of the things that we've seen past, the kind of mistakes that were made. So for somebody like Zulum to come right now in this period to be so about the welfare of the people, to be deliberate with his policies, you know, to ensure that people at the grassroots level feel the effect of government, so that there is no space, no ideological, no economical, no political, no religious space for Boko Haram, you know, to bury seeds and sprout ever again. Zulum is that kind of person. So for people in Borno, really, Nigeria did not take any chance. And I thank God that Zulum is the kind of person that he gives no space for anything like Boko Haram to take root again. And that is why they are being crushed, and crushed very well. So Zulum is the kind of person, and you know, he's a just person too. He doesn't really care where you're from.
Hassan, you know, he
likes everybody just based on competence.
Hassan, you know, he was actually Tinubu's first choice as deputy, but he went to Tinubu and said, no, I want to complete my job in Borno. And he said, I did, if you take Kashim Shettima, you will never regret it. So it was actually Babagana Zulum that recommended Shettima to Tinubu. Zulum was Tinubu's first choice. Did you know that?
Yes, and yeah, I knew that. We knew that because we were selfish about that too here. We didn't want Zulum to go for any vice president. We wanted him to finish his tenure and then to leave everything to God. Whatever God says he's going to become, he's going to become. He still has relative time. Maybe one day he may even get to go there. But for now, we just need him to finish what he has started, because we've not had a governor like him since one governor that they had, I think, during Shagari's regime. So they call him Gomnogoni, but we are not born that time, so we don't know about him. But we've seen his legacy project. So right now, for the past 40 something years, Borno has not had a governor, that has already achieved more than all of those that govern in those spaces combined, like Zulum. So what are we really talking about? And I've had people say David Umahi or Sanwo-Olu that they are the best governors. Maybe you can put Sanwo-Olu close to Zulum because Sanwo-Olu has access to a lot of funds. But I know if Zulum is provided with the same level of funds, Zulum may do better than Sanwo-Olu. Really, it's just about opportunities sometimes in life. It's not about your competence level. Sometimes it's the space that you are in that people will judge you based on. But as far as integrity goes in this country and how our leaders are with completing projects and doing their jobs the way it's supposed to be done, Zulum is there.
All right,
So,
Hassan.
Can we ask Hassan a question?
Yeah, one more, and then you can ask him. Hassan, earlier I was saying that Burutai is Buhari's party man, and you say I should shut up that I've been drinking too much burukutu. So do you have a screen in front of you? We were established who has been drinking burukutu now. Do you have a screen in front of you?
No. I don't have. I don't have a say. I'm using my phone, but I can. Okay, you can put it back.
Okay. No, I'll put it here. It says, "This is Burutai in his own words. Buhari repaid my father by making me chief of army staff." Burutai revealed. So yes, he was a son of Buhari's party man. The immediate past chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Burutai, retired, has admitted that the president gave him an appointment because of the relationship between his father and Buhari. Burutai stated this during a gala night organized by the 29th Regular Course Association in Abuja. The event, blah, blah, blah. According to him, his appointment in July 2015 was a prize for the loyalty of his father, Yusuf Burutai, to Buhari. Burutai's father was a non-commissioned officer in the Royal West African Frontier Force and a Second World War veteran who fought in Burma. Burutai said, sorry, mute yourself for a moment, Hassan. Burutai said, my father was an ardent lover of the president. My appointment as the chief of army staff, therefore, was a prize or reward for that gesture by the president. Of course, and as you have been told severally, we, the president and I, met in Gemina, and he saw me and felt I was the right person to be chief of army staff at that very crucial and critical moment of our history. So there it is right there. So I'm always right for Hassan. I am always right. So there it is right there.
Okay, I don't want to argue it, but if it's not an article penned down by Burutai himself, then I may argue with those journalists. And sometimes these people, they say things just to gather clout. But you see the last statement in that thing that you read, where he said they met in Jamaica. That is where Burutai was based during when he was leading the this joint task force. The joint task force. There is a joint task force of Nigerian, Cameroonian, and because that was the second time that they met with Buhari. Just such the Legend of Burutai. There is a book that Burutai wrote himself. That is like an autobiography. That is where I got my information from. So I don't think it's. I think it's a better source than this clickbait of an article, maybe something like that.
All right. Take a question from Kulata Hassan.
Hey, Hassan, I basically have two questions, but the first question is, Governor Shetima, can you tell us about him, his leadership style, his strengths, his weaknesses? How was he as a governor, and was he connected to Boko Haram? That's the first question. So take time to answer that question. That's the most important question. Second question is Lake Chad Basin. Are we ever going to get to the point where we can go back to exploring for petroleum and also exporting barite. I think there's barite there. If I remember, I was supposed to do an industrial attachment there back in the 90s, but my dad said I shouldn't go. So is there gonna ever be peace in the Chad Basin where we can go get the minerals that are there? So, but prioritize question number one though.
Okay. On Kashim Shettima, I cut him some slack because he is not, he's not an achiever like Zulum is. But at least it was Kashim Shettima that brought Zulum out. If there was no Kashim Shettima, there wouldn't be a Zulum right now in the first instance. And even for that, I think Kashim Shettima has tried by, seeing talent and repaying competence over connections. Because Zulum was actually a nobody in the government when it started. But because of his performances, Kashim saw it fit that this is the right person to, inherit my seat as governor when I'm leaving. So I'm going to support him with everything that I have. So he ensured that Zulum became governor. But as far as his own tenure was, it was the typical, Nigerian governor. But one thing is for sure, Kashim is not Boko Haram. Kashim is not Boko Haram. Those who said he is are just his enemies, political enemies, and things like that. But Kashim has nothing to do with Boko Haram. Not one thing to do with them. In fact, his kind of cycles, Kashim is not the kind of man that even entertains all those things. So Kashim has had nothing to do with Boko Haram, not one thing. That I can tell you of as somebody who has been born and bred here. And as far as your question on the Lake Chad, you see, there is another way this Lake Chad problem, Okay, so if you go back to the volume of water that was in the Lake Chad in 1989 to what it is now, it has reduced by 70%. Okay, so and in 1989, it was supporting close to 40 million people's livelihoods. So because of global warming, the volume of water in the Lake Chad kept decreasing and decreasing and decreasing. And that meant that a lot of people, pastoralists with their cows, are not having enough ground to, graze with their cows. And that means that a lot of people who were fishing and were depending on that lake for irrigation, to do farming, rice farming, for people who are fishing. It's only the people who are fishing that remain, but a lot of the people that are doing, that are pastoralists and those that are using irrigation, because of the war and the decrease of the volume of water in the lake, people have had to migrate. And that meant that the more there is more global warming, the water is receding and people are getting poorer. So there is, a competition on the scarce resources that are there. So when people become poorer and there is nothing that is happening there, people are more likely, to be brainwashed to accept crazy ideas. So it is in this kind of atmosphere with government neglect that people were able to sell these nonsensical ideas of Boko Haram to people in Borno, because it was just a fertile ground. And as far as that place is concerned right now, I don't think it is ready for any mineral exploration right now, because they did try, and there's a lot of people where I think they ran into Boko Haram hands, and some of them were killed, some of them were released. I don't think that place is ready yet, but maybe in the near future it will be, because at the level we are going, I think in the next 4 or 5 years we should be able to clear at least anything on our. But you have to understand too that the nature of the conflict is, even if we clear our own side of the bushes and things like that, there is still, you're not always 100% sure, because Borno, is a border state. We have 3 borders. We have a border with Niger, with Chad and Cameroon. So these people can crisscross. So it's not only about you clearing your own part of the terrain. You also have to depend on your neighbors to do their whole jobs too, and that is why the conflict is kind of complicated too. I hope I've answered you.
No, you did. Just to what you just said there, Hassan. Now, I've always felt for a very long time that those border lines, especially in Borno, about a 3-mile buffer should be a no movement zone so that everybody can stay within their own country. So they should have permanent fly-throughs, no movement at all along those border lines. But there it is. Did they not discover oil in Borno?
They did. They did,
Yeah.
but there is no. I don't think Nigeria does not even. It's not even meeting its oil its oil quota. There is no really any motivation to actually explore hydrocarbons right now. And there's maybe something else, but let this place just have peace first.
All right. Somebody has a question for you, and then we'll move on after that. So, who wanted to ask Hassan a question?
I want to ask Hassan a question.
You have to speak up, though. You have to speak up a bit.
Yes. Hassan. So the issue of development in the world in Maduguri in Borno State.
Sorry, we're struggling to hear. So hold on, we're struggling to hear you. You have to speak.
We're told that Shetima, I think I saw some of his videos that he tried to put some landmark projects in the area of the industrialization. I don't know how true is that? How true is that? For us to be able to compare him, to be able to say that he will add value to that Ashwaju presidency as well. And what can you think concerning that?
I think Shetima is a very intelligent person. He has his way with politics. The gifted individual. He's an asset for anybody who has him. That said, as far as industries are concerned, Shetima has an excuse really, because during his tenure, most of his tenure anyway, because there was active military operations all through the state. So it was not like the state was ready for any industrial or any manufacturing, because all those things are just things politicians do to show that yes, this is the industry I built. But then what are you talking about? How can you build a factory where people cannot even go to farm, to manufacture, the products that you use to manufacture whatever you say you want to manufacture, So he did his best anyway. I don't want to criticize Kashim very well, too much. He tried he did his best in the environment that he found himself in, but he's not the same person with Zulum. In the real sense, Zulum is really far ahead, really.
But how possible can the chat can it be recharged? Because
yes, it can be. It can be.
How possible
it can be. It's just going to be an expensive venture. The last time, I think the UNDP and they did an estimate, and it came around 20-something billion over a 15-year period.
All right, brilliant. So I'm looking forward to visiting Borno next time I come to Nigeria. Now that I have somebody there, but
wow, we'd love to have you.
You are
a Yoruba man now. You can marry a second wife.
Well, there it is. Anybody that's been on this platform for a minute, they know my admiration for especially the Fulani women. I just like their physical presentation. But there it is.
Come, we give you a second wife.
There it is. I think my wife will have something to say about that. But are you following what is going on within the APC? Because it started like this in every other party, and we know where. Yeah.
Please, can I just maybe ask a question and then make a comment on that?
Of course.
One thing. Well done, Mr. Asvaliant.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the insight you put in this subject, and this is what I've struggled on several fora to try to explain to people that in many times we Southerners we we generalize without considering northerners generally in our estimation of Nigeria. We don't consider them. By the time you want to consider them, we just consider them like just one something flippy minute somewhere that doesn't really matter. And over time, we don't learn lesson from it. You see somebody saying, oh, Nigerian youth are supporting Peter Obi, Nigerian youth are supporting Peter Obi. And you start wondering, are you talking about youth in some southern part of Nigeria, or are you also talking about the northern youth? The question I want to ask is this Northeast Initiative, I think Forum or so, this commission, I think commission or so,
Development Commission
that they established. How well do you think they are performing? Are they really performing well, or do you think it's just the usual food for the boys? This is the reason why I'm asking that question.
Okay.
I stayed like almost 2 years in Fika. I served in Fika states. All those ASIS, Potikskum, BU, Ubaskira, Madagali, Michika, Hong Kong, all those areas were my ASIS. For like about 3 years, I was practicing from customary court to Sharia court to magistrate court to ASIS. And at a point in time, in Mubi, the year those Boko Haram guys came to take over Mubi, I was on my way from Gombe. From Mubi, I was going to go Gombe to do a case there when they took over, and they entered the Diamond Bank, destroyed that Diamond Bank, and then erected their flag there. And I lost a lot of properties in Mubi. Now, the Northeast, this initiative thing, had promised that they're going to rebuild. Ever since then, I've not been to that Aziz, but I want to know, because I know that media presence there is very low, particularly after Jonathan-led government. We don't really see much. Channels and others, we don't see their correspondent giving us live reporting from that Aziz. Do you think these Northeast guys are really, this commission are really working, or is just a usual food for the boys?
Well, the Northeast, I know they are working because the commission is stationed in Maiduguri. There was one time, I don't want to be put on this, but it's a rumor I had. So this is a public forum. Let not somebody come and take it and use it against me. I heard that those people that were within the NEDC, that they had money that was available to them, but they were not ready to use it for the reason it was meant to be there, and we were awarding, Nigerian kind of contracts where you say you shared this state to these people, imaginary things. They shared these people, these people, but unfortunately for them, Zulum is the governor, and then Zulum is the person, this kind of governor that does his due diligence. And Zulum was knocking on the governor, on the director general that they have, or is it whatever, the person that is leading the place. Zulum was knocking on his door, and he didn't want to answer him, but because he saw the seriousness of Zulum, and Zulum wanted to take the matter up to the presidency, and he was forced to, buy a lot of food that was brought into Maiduguri and was shared to some local government like that. It was a one-time contract. Everybody saw the volume of food that they had to buy and they had to share just to ensure that they actually really did that. And ever since, and they tried to do that and they were not able, and Zulum got wind of it. Zulum has been on their neck on everything that concerns Borno, because it's for the 6 geopolitical states in the Northeast. That is their area of concern. So I know as far as Borno is concerned, Zulum is always on their neck for anything that is meant for Borno. They must do it. But for other states, because what you are talking about has to do with Adamawa State.
Yeah.
So I cannot say whether they've been able to do it there, because with everything Nigerian, it is where they find space to do their that's where they do it. I don't know, really. I don't know. I have no knowledge of what is happening in that movie environment, really. But as far as Borno is concerned, nothing that is meant for Borno is usually free lunch now in Nigeria. Anything that is meant for Borno, there are eyes watching over it. So thank God for this, man, really.
Nice one, bro.
Okay.
Sorry, I was talking, but I didn't ask me. I was just saying brilliant. That's our correspondent from Borno. Over to our correspondent from Borno, Hassan, for the latest development. Hassan, to you and all of that. So that's Ruben Abati. So Hassan, I'm not sure if you're following this storyline. I was just leading you there. It looks as though, because I was saying, this was how we started with the two other major parties, and we saw how we ended for Oshiomhole and the rest of them. And I think subsequently, who was the chairman that they just kicked out of PDP? So now it looks as though now they are circling around now the same narrative in the APC. APC crisis deepens as party mauls Lukman's expulsion for dragging Adamu and Omishore to court. So the gripe that Lukman has, let me just give you a few paragraphs. The National Legal Advisor of the All Progressive Congress APC, Ahmed Usman El Maruz Esquire, has recommended the expulsion of the National Vice Chairman, Northwest, Saliu Mo Lukman, for dragging the National Chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and National Secretary, Senator Eyola Omishere, to court. So why did he go to court? Let's see. It says, recall that Lukman had sued Adamu and Omishore over their failure to convene meetings of the relevant party organs as mandated by the Constitution. Lukman had given a 7-day ultimatum to Adamu to commence efforts to convene a meeting of the National Executive Council where he, Adamu, will provide financial accounts of the party. So that seems to be the heart of the gripe, financial matters. And by the way, Adamu stands accused of financial impropriety. He's long been accused of financial impropriety within the APC, but it looks as though, and this is how it usually happens, some minor satellite incidents, and very, very quickly is out of office. So are you following that space? And are we now seeing the end then of the Adamu tenure as APC chairman?
Frankly, I have no love lost for Adamu. He can go to hell, whatever happens to him. You know, I don't think, I think whether Adamu is there or not, Tinubu would have won anyway. So he just go with his problem. Adamu is a chronic thief. Right from his Nasarawa days, we know him. It's not as if he's somebody, he just has connections and I don't know, you know, these people, but Tinubu should make sure that he keeps his party in order. You know, he should learn from what has happened to the PDP and other parties like that too. He should make sure that he ensures that, at least from what this guy is saying, he's going to court. You know, these dictatorial tendencies of our leaders, I don't know, you're managing a party, at least be accountable to that party, follow your constitution. It's not such a big deal. And he must have raised this issue with them, and you know, because you know he's just a rat, a cockroach, maybe within the dynamics of power structure. They may not listen to him now, but now that he's taking it to court, he's portraying them badly. Our leaders really have to, you know how to manage these things better. We suffer. There's one thing that Barack Obama said, and I really, you know, agree to that. Well, he said that in Ghana, and he when he came to Africa, he came to Ghana, he said that Africa do not need strong men. What Africa needs is strong institutions. We have to reach a level where we have a formula that our institutions are already self-oiling. They deliver the results on their own. It is the institutions that run themselves, not individuals. We cannot keep relying on individuals. Look at that Adamu. He is old and already a shoddy person. They should do the right thing anyway.
It's a sharp brain though, Adamu. And
there are sharper brains too. There are sharper brains that are better than his. I'm very sure that can take that position and deliver too.
I'm not a fan of Adamu either, but I admire that it's a sharp brain. It's a sharp brain.
Okay, he's a thief too. He's a thief.
All right. And what Obama said, that's more a function of the Constitution, isn't it, really? And that's why we always land back on the Constitution. If the Constitution empowers institution, we will have a better country. It's as basic as that. It's just that basic. But, that's where our problem is. But I thank you, Hassan. Yeah.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course.
Now, do you think if the activities, the ESCOs of management of political parties in Nigeria generally, do you think if they are that transparent and they bring out their book out, don't you think there will be a lot of cankerworms that they will allow to let loose to the public? For instance,
they don't have to bring their book out. They have to be accountable within their own cycles. That is the reason this guy is taking them to court. Nobody wants to see their books.
So in the days of this social media, you don't think things like that can come out? Let me give you an instance. In Lagos, let's assume APC paid some traditional worshippers for the Oro they did, which actually somehow contribute to their success. Do you think that would be tenable for them to come out and say, oh, we gave XYZ NAIRA to traditionalists in Lagos to support them for the Oro?
That is a valid point, though. That is a valid point, though, because you don't want to be politically naive, too. It's a valid point, really.
So where I'm going is that the transparency Obama is talking about may not be applicable in our space.
No, what
really,
Obama was talking about
we may reach that stage too. It just depends on our resolve, really. We may reach that stage because if we acknowledge things and we actually bring down the laws to suit our peculiarities as people, as our culture, because right now the way our constitution is, it does not. You read the constitution, you think you are in some Western country. It doesn't really actually, take cognizance of our, proclivities, our very nature as Africans. But if we can make our constitution to actually resonate with us, come on, we can do it. What's there?
You are right, because when you look at what these governors spend money sometimes on this security vote, that everybody's there, what are they spending security vote on? There are things you can't even really put in your account.
It doesn't make sense.
You can't even itemize some things they are spending. Imagine some of them spending money on cutting of some trees, some traditional trees. I'm telling you, it's the reality.
Very ridiculous. It's true.
Money to do some things because you want to cut tree, and if you are not careful, if you don't do all those things, there will be trouble in the town. How do you write that in the account book? Food for thought.
Really, it's unfortunate.
You mean Aaron Ogun? You can't write Aaron Ogun in the account book. Is that what you're?
How do you write Aaron Ogun? Calabash and all those papa and
something.
Don't do all those things in America now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Hassan. Stay with us. So let's go on from Hassan, then let's go to let's come to you actually, Ogbeni. Let's come to you, Ogbeni, and I'm sure you have been following that space of the goings on within the APC party. And by the way, this Lukman guy, I don't feel that he's acting in isolation, because usually when they want to get rid of a chair, it's just always been the tradition. They did it to Shomole. They did it to that latest person. What's the guy from Benue State they got rid of in PDP. They've done it now to Abure in a Labour Party, all wrapped around a language of financial impropriety. And a notorious looter, Adamu, of course, he is now on, and by the way, he was the one that set the limit for the forms that they were buying for 100 million naira. So he's all about money, but now they are interrogating him financially. So I don't think this Lukman will be acting in isolation. So are we now seeing the cleansing of the house to clean out completely and then rebrand the party? So is this orchestrated moves, and are we seeing the end of Adamu as APC chairman? Ogbeni?
One man. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your message on time.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So my take on that thing, I don't know whoever is sponsoring that Lukman guy should have a rethink. For me, that party APC should remain intact till after whoever you want to change, whoever you want to challenge for now. I think they need that unity within the party and stability till after they have their judgment from the Supreme Court of Nigeria. I'm not even saying after the first lap of Court of Appeal. They should wait and let everything get to when they finish and they have their mandate intact. They shouldn't forget that some people around still saying it's our mandate every day. We keep talking about their mandate. We don't know who stole their mandate. So
sorry, Ogbeni, I made a deliberate effort not to bring them on the screen today because I think we want to be escaping them. But if we want, but carry on.
So yes, they did the same thing to Oyegun. Don't forget, Oshiomole. You shouldn't forget how they've sent Ayu Paki and Abure. And when you look at what happened to that political parties, even APC, when they sent Oshiomole away, it wasn't APC. APC practically lost Edo State because of Oshiomole issue and others, and it cost them a lot. So I don't see. I was involved in this case, Opuzodima, Ugumba, and Rocha Sokorosha matter at the pre-election level. I handled the matter for one of the parties then. See, today you see everybody shouting, Opuzodima was the last. How did it become number one? See, it was because of things like this. At the point in time in court, 2 senior advocates of Nigeria came to represent APC. One got the mandate of Oshiomole. The other one got the mandate of the legal advisor of the party. And representation became a serious issue in court. We dragged that thing for only God knows how many months till into election. And eventually that thing contributed to what made Opuzodima won that matter eventually. Because the house was not put together. Oshiomole had his own lawyer, and unfortunately, the 2 lawyers, senior advocates, I won't mention their name, highly respected senior advocates, 2 of them came to court to represent a political party, filing processes that contradict as this one is pitching his tent with this candidate because the case was on this Gulag. There was a committee they set up to be headed by this Gulag man, which he went to Imo to conduct primaries. He alleged that somebody pointed gun at him. He couldn't conduct that primaries. Came back to Abuja. While he was on his way to Abuja, they declared one result in Imo. Then he came to Abuja to conduct another one. All those things. So it became like 2 primaries, different winners. And you see APC, because of the fracas within the management of APC, they were coming up with different positions because the position of the chairman of APC was different from the position of the legal advisor of APC. And you see, so for me, all these issues, if you allow it to start happening to your party, it will surely affect any case you have in court because you need unity to bring out documents. You need unity to maintain a stance. You need unity to strategize. You see the same, you have this situation room for election. That's the same way you have team when you are fighting a legal battle like election petition. You need a situation room too. Everybody come with different process. Okay, they fight this, they have this paragraph. How do we go about this paragraph? Okay, Sharma will bring his own. Sharma team will bring their own. No. This was not what happened during election. This was what happened. They are telling lies. Okay, let's change this. Oh, the wordings we are using is too open-ended. These are the ways you fight this legal battle. Is like a war. You are fighting, and also it's like for lawyers. There are puzzles. There are things that you need when to move, when not to move, when to do this, when not to. So when you don't put your house in order, it's going to be a very serious issue for you. I know there are ways they can deal with this, look, man, if it's not being sponsored by any of them anyway, because I know part of their constitution in APC says that if you don't exhaust the internal dispute resolution mechanism within the party and you take them to court, you lose your membership immediately.
Yes, they want to expel him.
Yeah, you lose it. The provision is very clear. That was the reason why this my brother from Ondo State, what's his name? Very popular APC guy. They removed that guy since because he went to court without, exhausting the internal dispute resolution mechanism. They removed him. So the provision is there. You must exhaust it first. So and I love that provision. He's saying, don't go and embarrass us in court. If it's an issue we can settle within house, let's settle it here before you now take us to, the unrighteous judge outside there. That's the biblical allusion anyway. So that is the way I see it. They need that unity, and I'm sure Ashwaju will have to call them to order if that challenge is not coming from his asses.
Do you not think that Abdullahi Adamu, do you not think that he has run his course as the APC chairman anyway? Because you remember that Buhari handpicked him to replace then Mia Malabuni, who acted for too long in that position. But that's a different narrative. But Buhari handpicked him. And a lot of people felt that Buhari handpicked him to stop the Tinubu narrative. And then, of course, you remember that infamous cameo just pre the primaries when he held the Senate president's hand up to say that this was the consensus candidate. So now the election has come and gone. After the legal phase, do you think he should either leave of his own volition or they should relieve him of that position, because he may well have an agenda that might not be in the interest of Tinubu's space? So do you think he has to go anyway, irrespective, just as soon as the legal phase is over, he should just leave?
That's for sure, one man. That's for sure. His loyalty is in doubt, right? He is in doubt because of what he did during the primaries and even afterwards. You remember at a point in time, Seth, when that issue of Emilokon happened, his stance also was pure anti-Tinubu.
He gave him an open rebuking. Now, did he even find him? He gave him a formal warning.
He warned him. So when you look at that and put it together, his loyalty is in doubt. So for a man like that, will go with his employer. That after all, Buhari hired him. So without even firing him, the moment Buhari is leaving office, he will leave. But my own is he has not completed his work. They should allow him to land. He has he got a petition to defend. He has to defend, to oppose. He has started it, yes, with disloyalty, loyalty to his party, but disloyalty to maybe one of the candidates. He's doing his own. They should allow him to land. I've just told you the consequence of when you have issues within a party. He hardly go well with their party. So if they allow him to land, and after that, he will know himself that he's going, because there's no way you can show a sign of disloyalty. And that's why that was the same the same position I maintained on Oju Okalu. I don't see, except the Senate wants to appoint Oju, because for Tinubu himself to suggest Oju Okalu, it will be very difficult for him, because Oju Okalu also at a point in time has shown a sign of disloyalty, and you would naturally, as human being, you have confidence more in somebody who has never shown disloyalty. You remember that Fashola's this thing now, that may our loyalty not be tested. So his own has been tested before and he failed.
All right. Just to enter that space that you opened a little bit, they are actually looking to set aside the Senate rules that only a ranking member can be the Senate president. And they are looking to do that only really to open the window for Adams Oshiomhole and Dave Umahi to be contenders as well. So do you think that they should do that, one? And if they do that, if they seek to do that, who do you think they are actually looking to bring in? Because a lot of people are of the opinion that the perfect Senate president for Tinubu will be Adams Oshiomhole.
First and foremost, I have issues with Adams Oshiomhole. I don't know, maybe it is personal. I don't see Adams Oshiomhole functioning well as a legislator. I don't know why. I don't see him functioning well as a legislator. And what he did in APC, particularly during primaries of 2019 was not what any party should reward him by giving him a Senate. He didn't do well. He didn't do well. He kept collecting money from this and that and kept removing this list. It was at a point in time when it was at that time we started having different lists now. The list of this, list of that on just one parameter, different lists, because if chairman didn't like your face, then you are gone. Regardless of what happened to you at the primary, it doesn't matter to Shomole. So that's for that. But for me, I don't think the established rules. There's something about convention that I don't just like. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's the lawyer in me. I don't just like people breaking convention because of some personality. But when you break it today, then it's no longer a convention. It's no longer a tradition that you want other assemblies to inherit from you. And anybody can break anything. So if it's your tradition, look at United Kingdom, for instance. They have a lot of traditions that today, when you look at the Westminster, you feel like, why are they still following this tradition? But it's their tradition and they are following it, So there's utility in it, in following your tradition. It keeps discipline, it brings discipline to the system. So that everybody knows that, oh, this is a line we won't cross. And legislative business is not a business. It's not something that you just learn on the job like that. It's something that you should be a member of the floor first. You learn the way they conduct this. Even on a university level, it was a difficult one for some of us that participated in student government union back then to be a speaker of student government. A lot of characters, a lot of so for somebody as a first timer, I don't know why they should be breaking that tradition. I think it's a very good tradition they should maintain.
But what they need there is a reliable rubber stamp, and that is what somebody like Oshiomhole will provide, a reliable rubber stamp.
I don't think Tinubu really need rubber stamp in that Senate. I don't think so. The reason
it does. Oh, okay. Let me give you two choices. Would Tinubu have a Saraki type of experience that Buhari had, or Ahmed Lawan sort of experience? So yes, Ogweni.
No, because there's no Saraki character in the Senate this time around. Look around now. For all of them that are contesting, in one way or the other, they are loyal to the party. Saraki was from NPDP. Saraki had an interest that is completely diametrical to the APC interest back then. But I don't think there's anyone in the house now that had that. And secondly, Tinubu being a progressive, I don't see bills he's bringing to the house that the progressive mind that we have in the house may be rejecting. Apart from PDP guys who are, these traditional politicians that are conservative, those Labour guys that are there, and NMP, NPP, or what do you even call that concursor party that are there, they claim to be progressive. And I'm sure a lot of cross-carpeting will start happening with time. So I think he should be rest assured. Yeah, it's good to have his own guy there, but I don't think they really need a rubber stamp Senate. I don't think so. But they are politicians. Politicians will always be politicians and they will play their game. But I just love transition. I don't think there's any reason for them to break transition at all.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space then. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, and personal security. So as I was just talking us through that, yes, he will take the decision, but it'll be a collective decision. But I was saying that within the next 3 to 5 weeks, we can pretty much with some certainty predict what the next 4 years is going to bring. So crucial, these positions and who fits in where. So for the service chiefs, is it going to go with Buhari's template to pick people who would defend his administration and then secondarily serve the country? Because you remember, Burutai once infamously said, Burutai that Hassan has admired so much, Burutai once infamously said that his first loyalty was to Buhari. So we want a chief of army staff whose first loyalty is to Nigeria, not a person. So these decisions now, very crucial who he picks, and then who he picks also in terms of their ethnicity. Would the ethnicity of that person indicate to us where he is expecting the most trouble for his administration, Ogbeni?
This is a very crucial sector or area of this particular government, an area where everybody will be expecting Tinubu to perform really. I don't expect him here to play politics with service chief issue or NSC or personal security. I expect him to be very decisive in taking decision in this area, and particularly to look for somebody that can deliver for him. Let me tell you one thing. I know by now Tinubu has his list. That man has his list already. All the permutations and everything you see people keep doing. Yes, it's good for the media thing. It's good for people to start discussing. It's good for us to discuss it here. He has his list. He has people he wants to use. People that is their ideas and their strategies align with how he think the security issue should be resolved in Nigeria. I'm so sure by now that Tinubu has his own list. So yes, whether there should be people that will be patriotic. And by the way, you talk about loyalty to the nation or loyalty to the president. Yeah, there are some countries where, as the service chief, chief of defense staff, your loyalty should go to the country. There's anything they call a country anyway, to the country. But don't forget, Nigerian president by our constitution is the commander-in-chief. And as commander-in-chief in the military hierarchy, next to you must be loyal to you. You are just like the general. You are the general and the commanding officer. Whoever is within your battalion or whoever is under you must be loyal to you. That's the first thing. Go must go, shoot must shoot without asking questions. So if Buratai said, my loyalty first, yeah, you see Buhari like probably you are trying to detach the civilian presidency part of Buhari from head of Nigerian military. Part of Buhari is the head of military. So whoever you pick as your service chief must be loyal to you first. If there's anything called Nigeria, I don't know. When you say you are loyal to Nigeria, what exactly? For me, that's so abstract. Why are you
the president is a sovereign.
You said?
I said the president is a sovereign.
Yeah, of course. The president is personifying, is shouldering the sovereignty of a nation. Whenever you find the president, you find the country. The country is there because the authority of the country is representing, is holding the entire military authority of the country. The commanding officer is the one that can command. Is the one that can declare war, right? That's where, with the concurrence of National Assembly, is the one that can declare war. The president is so powerful that he can even remove governor. Don't forget. He can declare state of emergency in a state, remove a governor and put somebody there. So the Nigerian presidency is a very powerful office. It's not, let's stop comparing with some countries where maybe the service chief can just say, oh, I'm loyal to I'm not going to take command of the president. No. In Nigeria, it's not like that. Our law say it combines both offices.
All right. And I was just saying to Hassan, the person that he picks, because why this area is so interesting is that when he picks these positions, it will give you an indication as to where he feels he will get the most trouble under his administration. So traditionally, we have a lot of problems in the Northeast, which Hassan has put a timeline on that is near resolution. But a lot of people feel that the problems that Tinubu will have is from the East. And if the chief of army staff is an Easterner, then is that an indication then that the python will continue to dance in the Southeast? So can anyone hear me?
I didn't get your question. That if any you happen in the southeast.
No. I was saying that why the area is so interesting is because who he picks for this army, this security chiefs will give us an indication as to where he anticipates the most trouble for his administration. So I was saying that the problems in the Northeast is somewhat already quantified. So we know the quantity of that. And I was suggesting then that if it picks, because at the heart of the security structure of Nigeria sits the army, of course. And if it picks a Southeasterner as the chief of army staff, that would be, by my reckoning, an indication that is expecting that most of his problems will come from the Southeast. And then, of course, the Python dance carries on.
Well, for me, Southeasterners, for me, are one of the, I think they are one of the, I think easiest people, I don't want to say to deal with, easiest people to win to your side. And to win to your side, and I know that Tinubu understands that very well, that 1 or 2 policies, 1, 2, 3 policies and strategies to win them to his side, if he set those on motion, it will surely win them. And I'll give you some instances. See, what are they agitating for in the Southeast? If we have a very reasonable government that can sit on a round table with them and discuss this, you don't even need to sit. It's in the public space. What the Southeastern brothers are agitating for is not, apart from the unreasonable agitation of EPA and some miscreants, which a lot of them don't even support in the first instance. Apart from all those exuberances of Nnamdi Kanu and others. But go and look, because I do listen to Biafra Radio very well. I've said it severally on this platform. If you want to understand, go to Biafra Radio. Don't go to what Samuel has been saying recently. Go to those early times of Biafra Radio. The way I saw Biafra Radio was just like Kudirat Radio of the Nadeko days, where you can get why people are agitating, what they're agitating for, and what should be the solutions for them. First and foremost, the Southeastern brothers are saying, when the Civil War ended, you promised to rebuild our society. You have not rebuilt our society. Yes, we keep saying they are not playing their politics where they should play their politics to have people in the center and everything. Is that the requirement for you to build their space? Look at the rail system we all talked about. Is there anyone that cut across their corridor? The only one that cut us off, what happened to it at the National Assembly? They killed that bill, that project didn't take off. Until today, they don't have a major one cutting across their corridor. And a whole host of issues with federal presence in their area. If Tinubu is very reasonable enough, and for me, like the last speaker said, I'll give Tinubu 1 year. In fact, where I will know where Tinubu government is heading towards is first when he chooses his kitchen cabinet, when I understand why he's in his kitchen cabinet and he's choosing his ministers. Now, when he's choosing ministers, I'm looking at some key ministries, not all ministries. There's some ministries that are just food for boys anywhere in the world, When I look at the key ministries, then I will know whether, Tinubu is still Tinubu of back then in Lagos, and it's still the Tinubu that we all think good thing will come from. I'll be able to know. So for me, if he's able to put 1 or 2 things together, he will surely win the Southeastern brothers to himself. The Southeastern brothers just want to do their business, make their money, feel at home, be part of the country, run the country together, and be okay in their father's land. They are not telling you, not until when Nnamdi Kanu and others started making trouble, they've been agitating, but at the low key and voicing their agitation. So for me, I think if Tinubu is reasonable enough and his team, they should do 1 or 2 things. They should start with Southeast, do 1 or 2 things South. You see that there will be division within the camp.
Have you lost your Gwenny?
No. I think I've exhausted my.
Yes. So just when you were talking about Tinubu's kitchen cabinet, I was having thoughts of El Rufai. So I've always thought, and a lot of people do think that El Rufai is a potent weapon that should be deployed where it will have the most effect. Because the best effect that El Rufai can and will have under Tinubu's administration is to go into some space and sanitize it. And people are saying that it should be deployed to the oil sector, NNPC, to go and jail a few people. So how do you think, if you were Tinubu, how would you deploy El Rufai?
I don't see El Rufai going to NNPC to jail people. What does he want? Minister of Petroleum Resources, who do you want to jail? Are you the Attorney General of Federation?
You know what I mean now. All those are the rascality. It's also the people that need to be, the rascality. Yeah.
Don't quickly forget that NNPC doesn't no longer really belong to the federal government of Nigeria in the real sense. Technically, it's now a completely this. What did they even say they've done to the thing? Unbundling. They've unbundled the thing, and so as it stands now, it's more like a private company that is just operating and the government has shares within it. So I don't see anything El Rufai wants to do in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. For me, I think El Rufai should be a Minister of Special Duties. That's for me, General. He should be Minister of Special Duties, so that there are some special duties you assign for him. He carries it out based and as it comes. You understand? He carries them out as it comes. So if you have an issue that is cropping up, that is emerging, when you realize that, okay, El Rufai can deal with this kind of issue, then you unleash the guy there, he deals with it, then he returns to his office. For me, that's what I think. But I expect so many, like Tinubu said, he said he's not going to do government of national unity, he's going to do government of, is it competent unity, or what did you even call it? I expect Tinubu to have some good guys. He has a lot of good guys around him, no. But I just expect him to pick, some good guys. El Rufai, right? I expect Ribadu to be back in this government to come and unleash his potential once again. I expect Fashola in this government. A
lot, like if you take a name like Fashola, for instance, the highest they can get is a ministerial portfolio. But is that progression for him? He was a super minister under Buhari for 4 years, 8 years. He's been a state governor. So is that a move up or a move sideways? Because outside of the vice presidency and the presidency itself, I don't see any government position as a step forward for Fashola.
Is it his father's company that is looking for progression? It's not his grandfather that established Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okonjo-Iweala that has better portfolio even at international level. She served Obasanjo and still came back to serve Jonathan. What's the progression he wants to make in serving his father's land? Let's forget that thing. If he's coming back, he should come back to that same ministry. And then this time around, you'll be able to perform. I believe, I don't know, his performance under Buhari, very fantastic performance, but we couldn't really see. Yes, people talked about his infrastructure things he put together and co. But I don't really think he had that free hands with the other ministers that he had to work with, particularly transport and aviation. I'm not sure the coherence, I'm not sure they really work together. I think at a point in time, himself and Abenshi probably started having you on the Tinubu thing. So I'm not sure there was this kind of synergy. So I expect him to return to the government, and I expect him to keep with that work. For instance, if you push Fashola to the East Corridor, the Southern Eastern guys, they don't hate Fashola. They listen to him. In fact, if you go to the media space, When you see Fashola coming to any interview, you hardly see them, even the obedient, you hardly see them talking rubbish or talk on Fashola anyhow. They still respect him because there's no one Fashola will throw out his antecedent and he won't stay. He tried. So somebody like that still have integrity in that area, in that space, you push that guy. And I expect so many other guys to come on board. Fowler that they push out from Federal Inland Revenue, I expect that guy to be back on board. They just push that guy out.
Was it not corruption? He had his hands in the till for
No, it was just politics. You see, it's easy in Nigeria to throw corruption. You know, I've told you before, I've been a victim of false allegation. The most potent thing you can push out in Nigeria, and everybody will just cash it as if hens are cashing, chickens are cashing corn, is corruption. Just say somebody is corrupt, bah, everybody will just hit it. What's corruption? That guy increased Nigerian revenue. That guy brought a lot of policies in place to increase our revenue. And at a point in time, it just crop up one thing. Ever since I left that place now, do you hear about Federal Inland Revenue? What do you hear from that assist again? The benchmark that guy has put there is where they stay and they are still functioning on. You see, that's regression. So I expect that man to be back. The guy in the postmaster general, that one that introduced stamp duty and started earning billions for Nigeria. I expect that guy to be back. Those are Tinubu's guys. They should be back in this government. Faleke should be there. Alan addition of Agric Bank will also be relieving. Let's relieve that guy and bring that guy back to the government.
I'm sorry for interjecting. I'm really rooting for Adesina to come into this government. That guy is an asset. We cannot just leave our people that are very, very important like that to be serving international community. It's very, very good.
Telling you,
very, very good.
I expect that guy. I expect Tinubu to relieve that guy the same way. If you remember Okonjo left too.
But where does it slot in though? Because I remember it was effective as I'm talking about traditional. It was effective as a agricultural minister. And he came up with a lot of innovatives. You know, he tackled that fertilizer space. And one of the things I did that especially impressed me, he got all these cheap phones from China and he gave it to all of the farmers so that the ministry could. So a lot of brilliant ideas. But where does it fit in? It's just a banker, not just a banker, but it's a narrow field, isn't it?
The way you put just to banker. That guy is not just a banker. Don't forget, he has left the space of Nigeria. He has gone to Ghana, experience, right? At the African Bank, agricultural bank. You said?
African Development Bank.
Development Bank. So back to Nigeria, for me, I think there are a lot of space you can put that guy. Don't forget, Tinubu talks about a credit system, always credit thing. If that guy enters that space, particularly the area of mortgage, Tinubu said there will be mortgage as long as you have job, you have access to credit system, and you have access to mortgage. That kind of area, for me, there are space you can put that guy, not necessarily agriculture. Because he understands it. He understands Africa. He understands the terrain. He knows where the issues are. So if we push somebody like that to that houses, I don't know what he may be rooting for, or he will say, oh, this is my strength, Mr. President. This is what I think I can deliver for your government. And Tinubu will be convinced. But I'm just saying in my own little space, thinking of what he can do and what Tinubu is setting as priority. So if Tinubu's priority is that, okay, I want to ensure there is mortgage, and I want to ensure, just like Shagari invested on Shagari Estate. Shagari Estate is almost in every state today. Shagari low-cost house estate. Apart from Jakonde, it's Shagari. So I expect that kind of thing to say, okay, let this guy go to this area, go and develop infrastructure on this area. And we'll have a good government, and I know, Rome not built in a day, so we don't expect everything to happen in a day. But like Yoruba will say, ojú tí ó máa bá ní kalẹ̀ kò kí ń ṣàtàrọ̀ ṣe pin, meaning that if your eyes is not going to be attacked with by cataract, you will know right from the beginning. So good luck to Tinubu. He has all these guys in his hands. It's left for him to know how to make use of them and convince them to his government in order to annex their potential, to shut up the enemies and win them to his side.
All right, brilliant. So Tinubu's administration starts just in the way that Buhari's administration starts, with a lot of hope and optimism. Hopefully, it doesn't go the way the Buhari administration went. But was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle, Ogwene, before I go on to Zita?
Well, except from the obedience space, you know, I like I like talking.
Are they still? They are gnashing at the teeth. We must reclaim our mandate that was stolen by the evil satanic.
Except from the obedience space. From the obedience space, I don't know. Uptown, I've not been seeing Uptown recently. I don't know where Uptown is. If he's anywhere, we should call him back to this platform. I want to know where
it's completing a book that he's writing. Okay. That's what he said to me. Yeah.
I want to know where Kenneth Okonkwo is. I've not been seeing the guy recently, and maybe I've gone back to his acting vocation. And then Doyin Okupe. I'm really curious about Doyin Okupe. I hope they have not retired that guy. I've not seen him recently. Those are the two guys I want to see. I've not seen them on the lighter mode anyway.
Yes, we've not been hearing a lot from Akin or Shintokun either. You know, we've not been hearing his voice in the political circle.
I don't know what OBJ is planning. Or have you been hearing OBJ?
I think OBJ is in the state of surrender now. What more can he do? Unless he launches a military coup, there's nothing else he can do now. It's not really. Everything hinges now on this court case, which I think kicks off next week or even this week, doesn't it? When are they going to start this whole thing?
So now they have the panel. They have the panelists. They released the name of the justices for the panel. So they're going to be the one to give them notice. So they give them notice. So that with that notice, they will come for their first meeting. Then it is in that meeting they will set the timetable for the entire proceeding.
They've done that already. They set the date already.
Oh, they've set the date already for the first meeting.
For the opening of the trial.
No, they can't set the date for opening of trial now.
They did. 10, 11, 12, or 11, 12, 13th of May.
And that should be a date when they all come together. Their first. Yeah, so what they do is they first come together for their first meeting. So in their first meeting, they set a timetable for everything till when they close the case. In fact, from that day, we'll know when exactly they will close the final date and when exactly judgment is likely to be delivered.
How long does this process usually last? Because I think we're all tired, you know. How long does the process, first this tribunal stage, and then yes, how long does the tribunal stage last first,
180 days. Don't be tired.
180 days?
Yes, that's the maximum 180 days. Don't say God. You see, there are a lot of things involved, right? And I think I've explained it here before. Okay, when you see what they've been doing all these whiles now. They're exchanging pleadings, right? When after conclusion of election, if you are aggrieved by whatever they declared, you don't have those documents with you. You just need to get it from INEC first and see what is there. So you start applying to court, you get document from INEC. When they bring the document out, then you look at it. You discover whether you're indeed one or not. If you now realize that you bullshitted me, okay, I will now go to court. On what grounds? then you prepare. And the law said within 21 days after the declaration of election, not after they release those documents to you. So within 21 days, you file. Mr. Obi waited till the 21st day before he put in his own. Yes, he's blaming INEC for that. But who cares? The law says 21 days. Okay, he filed. Having filed 21 days, Tinubu also has his own 21 days to reply. So Tinubu also waited. How many days? You have 40-something days gone already, right? In the 180 days. And that's why I said don't say it's to come. 180 days will become like almost tomorrow, very soon. So then when you do that, Tinubu now file an answer and also file his own his own cross petition, which is like a petition standing on its own. They also have a right to reply. I think 14 or 7 days. Now, when they reply to that, then you have concluded your pleadings. That's you have now cross arguments on papers. So it is for you now to start going for your trial. But before you go for trial in the election petition, you first have your first meeting. And before that first meeting, that is at that point they constitute the panel fully. Because all this while when you are exchanging all those your document, you don't know it's going to be the justices. Because if they let you know, it's wala. Trust Nigerians. So now they reveal the name of the justices. Then the next thing, justice will all come together and say, okay, let's give them a date for the first meeting. When you now come for the first meeting, what do? You don't put witness in the box that first day. No. So that first day, that's when we now settle documents. Okay, I will object to this, I will not object to this, that takes time. Because you are talking about 174,000 polling units. We don't know how many Obi and others are challenging. Because I've said it, Obi only challenged 2 expressly. But let's say it's challenging all. That's a big deal. So it means you start eating each one by one. And by the time you now finish that meeting, then the next thing you now say, okay, let's fix our timetable. Okay, how many days will you bring? How many witnesses do you have? Okay, I have 3. How many do you have? I have 10. How many? And you can't blame anybody. People can tell you I have 20. I want to defend my mandate. I have 30. It's not your business. You can't say, I have 4. Why are you having 20? It's not my business. I have 20. They now say, okay, for each of the witness, we'll take 3 hours, we'll take 30 minutes. Oh, my Lord, I don't want 30 minutes, 4 hours for my witness. You know, things like that will happen. That's what we push it and spread it across that 180 days. But what the law says is whatever you want to do within that 180 days, you must conclude it and judgment must be delivered. So when you have your judgment delivered, then whoever is aggrieved by them has the right also to further appeal.
How likely is the Supreme Court to vary or to overturn whatever decision is made at the tribunal?
Yeah, they've done that before, so it's not going to be the first time. Not on the presidential level, right? But they've done that before at the gubernatorial level. We've all seen it. We've all seen Bayelsa, Imo, and a lot of other states. They've done before where tribunal will say, hey, at the Court of Appeal will say, hey, and you get the Supreme Court and they said, no, this is our own reasoning, should we be? And everybody will go home. But as I've told you, I don't like my right of audience is not on the social media. So I don't like analyzing the strength of a case on social media. But for me, I can tell you there is nothing in that Obi's petition.
You said they're going to have meetings before the pre-trial meetings. So yes. at those pre-trial meetings, are they going to agree then that okay, let's drop this set of things because they are not tenable? Are they going to agree to just drop some of the nonsensicals in the pleadings and then go where the substance is? What happens at those meetings?
No, they won't drop. So what happened in those meetings is okay. I have an objection to some of the paragraphs of your petition. As it stands now, Tinubu is objecting some paragraphs in the Obi petition that are just general. You know, those paragraphs are just general. Yeah, they are not narrow on anything. You can't even say, oh, there's rigging in Ekiti State. That's not an affirmation. That doesn't make any sense. How? There are ways riggings happen. So which rigging are you talking about? Is it ballot snatching? Is it ballot stuffing? Is it change of result? Is it intimidation? Is it beating of people? How? You just avar and you say there is, so all those things, Tinubu are objecting to all those things, that strike out all this rubbish from this petition. Let me know what exactly I'm facing. Okay, so in that circumstance now, they will raise it and say, okay, I have an objection. If they can take it at that stage. But what courts do most times is they say, okay, put everything together. By the time we get to our major judgment, we'll know which one to knock off, which one not to knock off. But let's consider everything together, And I expect them to say to do that because, the obedience are outside. If you strike out just one paragraph now at this stage now, they'll start telling you, the judges have collected. In fact, they may even start bringing out pictures of the judges' children and the school they are attending. So I know they will be very careful.
I saw them going through some of the judges on a platform, photograph by photograph. Is it the norm for them to have released those names even? I thought they could have kept that quiet for a bit longer, but there it is. I just want it to end, Ogbeni. So even if they are going to get rid of Tinubu, I don't think we can't handle the noise of those people anymore. It's just it's too wearing, isn't it?
He's waning off. He's dying off gradually now.
Yes.
It's not like when you look at it, like I was in Dr. Damage's book, was it yesterday? I was watching one of his, and they were even fighting each other on we're not going to drop. We'll drop. HO was no, we'll drop. Some say no, it's time to drop. We should allow, more like Jogomi.
Yes.
So more like Jogomi, more like they've declared president-elect, and one said no, we're not going to. The blood they shed, I was just more that I was shaking my head. I said, okay, maybe after the judgment, maybe we'll have more of Jogomi. Let the guy do his 4 years. Let's do what we can do and all that.
All right. Yeah.
Please, can I want to put something to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, there was a particular time you were talking about the signature on, the way you present your name, and signature alone can cause problem on a petition. I don't know whether you take note of the Adeleke judgment. The judgment read something in that line. I said, when I saw it, I said, and Ogbeni said this actually, that the way you present your name, the way you sign, the kind of stamp, everything that you do, and that was one of the reasons why they struck out one of the judgment of the justices. One of the justices that set out his judgment, that read out his judgment at the tribunal level against Adeleke. The Court of Appeal set that aside because it was not duly signed. I read that judgment. I read it. It was a long paragraph like that. I don't know. Probably you can. You can speak to that space because you said something like that. Levy, something that they didn't do that thing very well. And
I said it. In fact, I said it. The Tinubu guys didn't put it in their petition anyway. In their answer, probably they just consider it. Sometimes in this law too, you weigh some options you have and you go for maybe strongest one, and you don't want to bore the court, or you don't want to irritate the court. They do that sometimes, but this signature is very key, very, very important in court process. It's very, very important. In fact, among lawyers, they tell you that court process are sacred, and what authenticates it is the signature, and the way you sign matters. If you have a copy of Obi's petition, the you have with it is that petition is signed by one man who said his name is Levy, something San. Now, the stamp the man put beside it says it's called Living Us, something San. Now, you have signed as Levy. Levy is not known to the roll call of lawyers in Nigeria. You just functionize your name. You desecrate the process. A judge may look at it and say, oh, it's Levy. If Levy is not a name on the roll, then no legal person has actually signed that process. There are many cases like that they have rejected and dismissed in court by saying, you don't functionize your name. My name is Bamikole. If you go to court, I say Banky, and I'm signing Banky, they will tell you no. When we call you to the general bar, we knew Bamikole are not Banky. So your process is ineffective and invalid. They throw it away. But possibly, it's a game of sun facing sun. And don't forget, they are not enemies, they are friends. Right? They hold each other that kind of respect and just feel, well, he has been using Leafy right from school days. Well, let's leave him alone. It's just not a strong one. And if you throw out his position based on that now, he's trying to be so mad with him and things like that. So let's hold on to a point that is stronger. But I can tell you, yeah, signature is very important in signing court processes. When you sign, you must be very careful about what you are signing and what you are using to sign.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogbeni. So that clears up the legal angle from all of the proceedings. So thank you, Ogbeni. So let's go on from Ogbeni then and go on to Zita if she's available, or if she's ready. Rather, she's available, but is she ready? So Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Fine.
All right. So there she is. So that's Zita, one of your favorite voices. So Zita then. So it's decision time for Tinubu. I was just saying in the opening monologue that as soon as he signs that whatever it is that he has to sign at Eagle Square, then he effectively becomes the president. Then, so the moment he puts the full stop on his signature, at that moment Buhari becomes the ex-president and Tinubu the new president. So very quickly, decisions to make. Ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, personal security. So the composition, that has been one of the discussed the most spaces within the Buhari administration, the composition of its security formation. So what is your anticipation then on the sort of personnel that you're expecting Tinubu to recruit for this very crucial space? Zeta.
One man.
Yeah.
What kind of personnel do you want him to recruit?
The ones that will be effective and serve the purpose, because the accusation against Buhari was that it was too tribal and it was too much to secure his own administration than actually the Nigerian state. And the security structures did not reflect the face of the country, and the country did not feel the effect of it. They felt they were too heavy-handed because they were too ethnic. So a lot of that, but a professional-looking one is what people might want to see.
I don't know any president that will employ a non-professional service chief. I don't know where you guys got that one from. Anyone that have gotten to that level is professional. You said they pay allegiance to. I've been listening to you guys for a few hours now. Say they pay allegiance to the president, loyalty to the president. Can you tell me where in the world that the service chief don't pay loyalty to the president? The president's action might get him being impeached, but he's the one that employs them. They get on his nerve last night or her last night, he fires them. In a civilized society, the public might cry, the Congress or the Parliament might want to impeach the president for that action, but that doesn't mean that their loyalty does not stick with the president. He gives them the instruction. That being said, service chief, as I have said yesterday, I will still say it again. Tinubu needs to work with people who believe in his vision. If he wants to work for Nigeria, I don't know if he wants to work for Nigeria, but if he wants to work for Nigeria.
Have we lost you? All right. I think Zita is attending to matter. Are you with us? Are you back?
I'm here.
Oh, all right.
So if he wants to work for Nigeria, he should look for capable hands. I even heard you saying that he should employ somebody from Southeast. Why did you say that?
I was saying that why I feel this space is so important, the service chiefs, is that when Tinubu constitutes his service chiefs, it will give us an indication as to where he's expecting the most trouble. You know, so if it's an abundance of northerners, then he will then that might then give you the impression that he's looking to go after that insurgency and finish it off once and for all. But if there are crucial portfolios, especially like the army chief being from the southeast, then that will tell you then that he has the anticipation that off the back of this bit of being narrative, that will amplify the Biafran narrative, which will be militarized. And if it's militarized, if he has to go after that space, it necessarily he has to go after them with their own person in order to remove the ethnic undertone that usually goes with that space. So if he picks an army chief from the southeast, then that tells you about, at least by my permutation, indicates that he's anticipating the most trouble from the southeast.
Oh man, you are wicked though. How can you say I used to see you as somebody who has a good heart? How can you say that the army chief should come from southeast? You want them to burn down his village? How is he going to perform? You send somebody to fight his people, to tell them to shut up? Where did you get that one from? Is it that you guys are not following what is happening in the southeast? How is he going to perform? He's going to bring army into his region to start shooting people. And what do you think that will happen to his parents, his mother, his father, his whole village? And I want for you people, though. Anyway, there's something I wanted to say. You see, whatever that is happening, I heard somebody, I don't know if it's Ogbeni, saying that Southeasterners are easier to sweat. I don't know.
It said just throw them some bread and they will go woof woof. It says throw them a bone and they will go woof woof. It was Ogbeni that said that too.
I do put it that way.
In terms of individually, yes. Individually. But you see, Igbo people are a different kind. We are a different kind. Whatever we are doing, whether it's wrong or right, nobody stops us. You can't stop us. As a Igbo entity, you can't stop us. We stop ourselves. You see, when Otekoto came into limelight, people were shocked. It was something that was happening in Igbo land, habinated, incubated, and carried out. Every Igbo person knew that was going on. But the day they said they have had enough, it was during the time of the military. Were they able to stop it? They couldn't. They tried. They arrested some people, but they couldn't. But the day the Igbo people rose up, they said enough is enough, and enough was enough. You see this Biafra, if you think that a particular government is going to throw something to the Igbos to stop Biafra agitation or something, then that means you are not monitoring the space very well. You are not monitoring the space. As I said before, everything that is duly, I'm talking about social amenities and economic amenities for a region. Tinubu, I know your aides are listening. Please give it to the Southeasterners and Southwesterners. Southwesterners, yes. But anything that has to do with your career and your life, you have to be extremely careful. Obasanjo survived his vice president. Buhari survived his vice president. I don't know about you. Thank God Shetima worships you as a little god. Thank God your wife is not a Yoruba, neither is she an Igbo woman. But still, even at that, you have to be careful. Woman, I don't know where you're getting all this. Put an Igbo man, everything will change. You put an Igbo man to go to his region to fight this brainwashed
No,
boys.
you know, I only said that Zita because if the trouble is if he has to go after that space, then he must remove the ethnic undertone. So if he sends a northerner there, we know what the narrative will be. If he sends a southwesterner there, we know what the narrative will be. But if he sends one of their own there, so that one can deal more empathetically with that space and only really go after where the insurgency is, as opposed to that carpet bombing that we were seeing under Buhari when he was just doing Python dance every single day.
One man, that thing you are saying is very mean. What do you want? For people to just shout, it's ethnic, or for a whole village to be razed down, over 100 people killed? Which one do you prefer? Or you guys are not monitoring that space? Somebody has come to this your platform and told you that his uncle doesn't want to discuss anything except Biafra. It didn't make sense to you. I came to this platform and tell you out of 5 Igbos, 4 is Biafra. It didn't still make sense to you people. Why? Because some Igbo people here who don't want to say the truth, or maybe think I'm talking too much, or maybe think I'm saying what I'm not supposed to say as an Igbo girl, were throwing rocks at me. So it didn't make sense to you. You see that Biafra, we the Igbos will stop it or move it forward. Nothing that you will throw to us. Not even now that so many people are making billions out of it. It's we. The day we have enough of it, is either we stop it or we get the success.
No, I disagree with you, you know, Zita. Okay. You know why I disagree? If the narrative for the Biafran agitation, if the narrative is removed, then it's unsustainable. You know, because the narrative of the Biafran agitation is all wrapped around marginalization. So
marginalization from where?
From the mainstream.
Which mainstream?
From the Nigerian state, where they hold on. Yes, so where they usually go to is that there is no federal there's no federal presence, there's no federal impact, or very little to speak of. There's no this, there's no that. A lot of that is what they used to build up to then agitate that ethno gathering together that forms the backdrop of the Biafran narrative. So they use all these.
Oh shit! Where is the federal presence in the South?
Yeah, it doesn't matter now. So
no, I'm just asking because.
Yeah, but the South is not agitating now, are they?
Obeni is on this platform. When the government gives the state money, does the federal government have the right to query them how they spend the money?
No.
Even EFCC now, they said EFCC cannot even go after if you embezzle state money.
So who develops a state?
No. You see, their issue is about federal presence.
What kind of federal presence now? Okay, not that they want to be president.
Yeah, hold on, Zita. Hear from Ogweni. Yeah.
Oh, let me give you an instance, and I've given an instance before. When Amechi in this government, let's use this government for instance. Okay. Let me use this government for instance. When Amechi proposed the rails, what do you call it now? Projects in Nigeria. He proposed Sasa-Satis corridor, right? Sasa-Satis corridor, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, that one has been there, but they wanted more money. Kano, Niger, and some other projects they had back then. The National Assembly approved all, but suspended the one that passed through Southeast Corridor. They fought till date. That one has not been approved. So that's one of the things when you meet an average Southeastern, the ones that really want to engage, they will tell you why. Because that's a federal government, that's a federal infrastructure.
Excuse
so if you are
me,
enjoying
excuse
it,
me, Obeni, just give me a second.
all right.
When did Ikemba Front start?
I don't know what Ikemba Front is.
You don't know what is Ikemba Front? Okay.
Yeah,
when did Mosop start?
Mosop should be under Obasanjo now.
Then when did iPod start?
Under Jonathan.
So this thing you just explained now, has this happened then before they start this at least before the Ikemba Front or before the Mosop?
Well, I don't know Ikemba, but for Mosop, yes now. See, the marginalization they've been shouting is not today. So I don't analyze this from today. Look at ASCON.
Hold on, Victor. Let that conversation take place. Ogbeni, and then hear from Josephet after Ogbeni. Let Ogbeni land. No, let Ogbeni land.
Okay.
Look at ASCON. Abacha did ASCON. I don't know if you remember ASCON. Madam Sita.
I'm here. I'm listening.
You know ASCON now?
Mm-hmm.
ASCON in, I think, Akwa Ibom. Abacha did ASCON. Very big, very massive project. Now, when Abacha wanted to do ASCON, they expected Abacha to put it somewhere, I think, Abia, or there was a place where they originally planned that
I think it's in
it's in Uyo also now. It's somewhere in Akwa Ibom. It's in South.
Somewhere in either Fibo or Bohe. Continue. I can't remember.
So ASCON is a very major project, massive project that can generate electricity, generate a lot of things. They can add a lot of things in ASCON. When Abacha actually did ASCON, he did well. But at that time, they said the rumor or story behind ASCON was that ASCON was supposed to be located somewhere in the southeast, maybe somewhere in the southeast where the industrialized where our hub, the hub of industries and then people that have these initiatives are. But because of this resentment, you don't just empower them, they can rise up anytime, they took it to South. That's one of the things my both friends would always confront with me and say, how can you explain this? And you can't really find explanation for it when you look at it critically.
Joseph wants to interject. Let him interject before I answer.
Joseph.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I've been on this platform one time, and I met Ogbeni. Ogbeni is quite intelligent and is quite smart. I met him at All Na Politics. You see, my sister. The problem, an Igbo man will gain much more things in a united Nigeria than when he goes in a separate way. But the problem we're having in Nigeria is this: when you say the Igbo man is not marginalized, no, the Igbo man is marginalized. I'm telling you, the Southeast. I'm not saying the Igbo man as an individual. Let's say Southeast region. You see, if you look at what is happening in the Southeast, Southeasterners are leaving their region. It's not because of Lagos is so beautiful or other Kanu or all those places. It's because of the infrastructures, the federal presence are there. And what an Igbo man needs most is just a seaport. Forget about the airport they are doing. It's a seaport. Why can't you locate a seaport in Calabar? Federal government built that in Lagos. Why can't they build that in Calabar? If you build that in Calabar, you will now be at least it's an advantage to Lagos. Lagos will be decongested. You understand? Like now, for example, I'm in Imo. I'm from Imo State. If I have to get a visa to go to travel to anywhere, I have to come to Lagos to process my visa. I have to go to Abuja to process my visa. These are presents, the things the Igbos are talking about, or the Southeasterners are talking about. We need federal presence. Look at this real Ogbeni is talking about now. You understand? You want a united Nigeria, but you know that a rail system from wherever to Maradi, the southeastern line will make more money than that one you've built there. You understand? Then why going there? Since we're and the money, the Niger people are not going to pay any money. It is the Nigerians, it is the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Efik, the Fulani that will pay the money. So when it comes to marginalization of Southeast, definitely it is there. Let's just don't. I know it is not, the marginalization is not a call for Biafra. Biafra is an ideology, and we should just keep it at that. It shouldn't be a thing. For me, I want a more united Africa than a separated Africa. But is there marginalization? There is. Let's just say the truth. It's just there. You understand? It's just there, my sister. Let's just don't shy away from it. It is there.
Okay. But let me answer you guys. Are you finished?
Carry on, Zeta.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I came into this platform, there are different. When I talk, I hear, I listen. There are two different things. When I came into the platform, the first thing I said is that give the Southeasterners the social amenities, economic amenities. Anything that is due, you think as a president they should have, please do not take it away from them. The topic point is sending an Igbo man to the Southeast. And I made reference by telling them that if you think just sending an Igbo man to the Southeast, you are going to cause, as a service chief, you are going to cause chaos. It's not going to quench anything. And you people just repeated what I said. But when he said the agitation is based on marginalization of infrastructure. So why send their son to fight them? If that is their problem. If you guys believe that their problem is marginalization, that the federal presence is not there. So why would you be talking about giving them Senate president, sending their son to be the service chief? Why don't you build the railroad? Why don't you make Calabar is sponsored?
But you need the quiet though to be able to. So you need to quieten the agitators down.
Okay, you quiet them by giving them Senate president. You think that will quiet them?
No.
Well,
that should.
Telling you that his problem is that your presence is not. You are not building anything to sustain them in their area. How many times has an Igbo man be a Senate president? Were there not Ikemba Front? Were there not Mosop? Were there not iPod? Ekweremadu of recent. What did Ekweremadu do for them? They have come severally in your platform, say they don't care. Whosoever you put there, they don't care. An average Igbo boy, Igbo man today, as I speak now, I don't really think there is something you will do for him to please him except give him Peter Obi the presidency. So you're not going to do that, are you? Because he didn't win. So why not, as a president, let us forget about this rhetoric and shenanigan of who is going to be who, and give the people their social and economic amenities they need. Let me tell you a story. I used to tell this story several times. I've said it before in one-man platform. People come out to say a lot of things, and people do forget very easily. When Jonathan lost the election, he made a comment. Well, before he lost the election or during the campaign or something, it was a slogan, a phrase that he carried along today. That was a phrase. The whole world, people who care to know about him and Nigerians who want to give it to him, they carry him with that phrase is like a cloth he wears. My blood, my political career, whatever. Was this my political career is not what
the drop of any Nigerian.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But for somebody like me, I won't give him that. Because the simple question I'm going to ask, I will ask, who was the deputy governor of Bayelsa State during the time of Oegbesu? So why didn't you resign? That's the question I will ask. because I don't forget. I remember everything. Now, let me tell you a story. I'm talking about social amenities because you said that they need to calm them down. During the time of Obasanjo, that's why, in as much as I don't like his overbearing attitude, he has a lot of legacies. Somewhere in Bayelsa, I will not call the name of the town, the city, but people who know the people I'm talking about, they know whom I'm talking about. I've said it in this platform. Obasanjo came. Most Nigerians don't follow what is happening in Nigeria. That's why we can come up to say whatever we want to say or whatever they tell us, we run with it. I'm not among those who can come and tell anything and I will run with it. No, I have a lot of information in my hand. So this guy, they don't have electricity right from before Nigeria became and after Nigeria has become. That city in Bayelsa, rich oil producing area. Somebody won a contract, did everything, send the contractor there. It's in the creek, difficult to operate in that area, to mark those marks. He got there. They said the guy has to pay then, I think, is it 500 million or 50 million for each marks because their God don't like electricity. So he has to bring 50 million to appease their God. They're listening to me now. They know what I'm talking about. The contractor was like, how much is my contract? Most Nigerians don't know this story I am talking about. As at the time I left Nigeria, I'm not sure those people have electricity. I'm not saying this kind of a thing have happened in Igbo land, but I'm saying give people what they need. Let it be that they reject it. Let it be that they are the ones that threw it away. Put it in the record. People like me who want to know, we know. People who don't want to know, fine. Move on. The story is there. The history is there. The references are there. The contractor ran to Obasanjo, told Obasanjo, he might have an aide listening to me. He said, look at what the people want. Obasanjo called the people. The people were, you know how these people behave. The elders were emphatic with confidence that he must pay that money for each marks in the area of the land he wants to put it before he can put it because they have to use it to appease their God. Obasanjo said, then fine. Since your God doesn't like electricity, why bother? The contractor turned to what happened. Obasanjo said, Chebe, I've given you mobilization, paid you up, fine, you can go. And that was the end of it. By the time I was leaving, they didn't have electricity. It's funny, but it's true. And these are little stories round the corners in Nigeria. I like this Hausa boy that came here today to speak. I will always like him to be coming. Because I want a Nigeria where people can travel, where Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Edo will be on this platform. Let's bring it out.
Because you know, that's my dream too. My dream, you know, the Nigeria I want is that I'm sitting in my little farm in Oyo, and Hassan calls me from Maiduguri to say, look, you know, I'm feeling a bit flush. I want to have a party, and then I get into my car from Oyo and drive all the way from Oyo to Maiduguri,
right,
in the middle of the night, just to go and party. That's the Nigeria, and it's not too far fetched. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah, and again,
it is achievable.
Yeah,
and again, by visiting Maiduguri, you know a little about them, because from what happened in 2023, I was shocked. I keep saying this. People don't know why I keep sounding like a broken record on this very issue. I never knew that Nigerians, more especially their youths, are far away from information as they were in 2023. I never knew before then. So these are the little things happening in Nigeria nobody knows. So all I can say is, Tinubu, build the rail, the one going from Port Harcourt. I think it started from somewhere in Bayelsa to Aba, then to Enugu. Enugu, you can connect it to Abuja or wherever. Complete it. After all, Buhari did not build rail for them, but he built the second Niger bridge. And you hear what they said. You heard it? So these are people that I don't know how to put it. We will stop whatever we want to stop when we want to stop it.
No, I'm going to move you on to a different topic, Zita, but I disagree with you, and I agree with Ogbeni. The Biafran narrative is easily stopped. If you are able to remove that language of marginalization from their narrative, then the whole thing will collapse.
So how are you going to remove it if you are not giving them the infrastructure they need?
That's what I said. So they just put the infrastructures in there. The seaport, which they are already doing, they have to amplify it to say, here it is now. The second Niger bridge is there. The Ebonyi International Airport is taking its first flight just as early as 2 days ago. So all of that narrative of marginalization, they can't wrap it around anything solid anymore. And if they can't, then they...
What did I say different? That I said they should give them Senate president without giving them infrastructure. What did I say different now from what you said?
It's interjection.
Come in, Bishop, and then we move on. I
just correct what you said. Two things very quickly. Number one, federal government did not build the Lekki deep sea port. Number two, there is a port. Calabar port is functional. Onne port is functional.
I don't talk, Bishop. I don't talk. I don't tire. I don't tell them.
That
my Corolla 29 US this thing was imported to South Africa to Port Harcourt. I have said this several times. Nobody.
One man. Can I interject and ask you a few questions?
Yeah, carry on. Let Bishop plan, then come in, Hassan.
Okay.
So, I mean, the interjection is just to correct that information that Joseph threw out there. There are some other few things that he said, maybe if I have it done, maybe I'll have them. But those are not facts. That federal government built the Lekki deep sea port, no. That there's no, the Calabar port is not functional, those are incorrect.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Hassan.
Okay, what I just want to raise to you is that you disagreeing with Rita. Isn't your position a catch-22 situation? What if you try to appease them and they are not appeased? And for example, if Tinubu becomes president and that place is militarized, or say there is continuation of violence, how do you expect to build infrastructure without providing peace? And if you put a service chief that is one of them, or even one that is not one of them, and that place is still not peaceful, how do you intend to deliver the infrastructure that you're going to appease them? Isn't that a catch-22 situation anyway? I think by default, as a leader of Nigeria, you just have to assume that that space is not with you, and then do the things you have to do on the basis of justice and fairness anyway, and just move on.
All right, but really, he has to find a way to onboard the Southeast. He must.
Let him try. He can try.
All right. Let me
tell you one man? Let me say it, because I have to say it in the memory of my colleagues in those days. Did I tell you that share staff who are mostly Igbos? It happened during the time of Egbesu, the Odi saga. They killed their own. They were going to work. Their Asanot project, billions of dollars worth of project, they were building in the land in Asa. Asa is an Igbo land. That project will power electricity to Imo State, Anambra State, and Abia, if they utilize it. Staff going to work were slaughtered, 14 of them, in their bus. What did they do? I'm just trying to confirm what Hassan said. Because there are a lot of little things happening here and there in Nigeria that I noticed in 2023 that Nigerians don't want to know, they don't care to know, they run with whatever they put to them. Go and read about Asanot project. Go and read about that project. It's so big that they divided it into two. One, Seplak is handling it, the other one is Shell. Then we are going to work. They cornered. What can somebody just tell me in heavens what those people did? Or the people did that too. That was why Obasanjo gets angry and finished them.
But that is not unique or peculiar to the Southeast. That's the story of Nigeria.
That is what I'm asking you now. So what did they do? You are talking about infrastructure. The place has to be quiet before infrastructure. Meanwhile, that project stood for 16 years before they started it. Because of I no agree. Go and read about the project.
Can I interject?
Yes, come in, Ogweni.
For me, I don't agree that well, maybe that's not what we are pushing. That you need a place to be violence free before you, as a government, would discharge your duty. But your responsibility is paramount. In fact, the insecurity you find there is still on your shoulder to resolve insecurity first, and then whatever is happening, whether insecurity or not, you must still discharge your duty by putting facility or infrastructure wherever you need to put infrastructure. Don't let's forget, the same Southeast, Buhari has been able to put second Niger bridge, even amidst this insecurity we're talking about. Now we are having rail line, because we are talking about rail now, which I mentioned. We're having rail line from Kano to Maradi. I hope we know that axis also is not violent free, because that axis, if you are crossing Kano, right, it means that you will cross Katsina before you, at least, if it's that area, that line they want to take you through, there is no way you won't cross Katsina, then you are going straight to Maradi. And that Katsina alone, apart from the Katsina city itself, the entire other rural areas around Katsina full of crisis,
and they're killing the rail workers,
and they are killing people. Yet
they're killing the rail workers.
And and the Buhari is still putting the
rail. No. I just asked you a question, Ubeni. And they are killing the rail workers. The Chinese that are doing those rail work, they are killing them.
Presently,
I'm asking.
No. I've not heard of any.
You see, when you talk, if you have listened to Hassan very well, you would understood what he was saying. There are different types of crises. That's why when I want to talk about River State, I know how I talk about them. I used to start by telling people River State would have been mini Lagos, or if not another Lagos. These people repel civilization, River State. I just told you a story about Bayelsa State. I have a lot to tell about River State. These are people who are seeing, and I'm talking about River State too, that the infrastructure you want to put in their land is not benefiting them. That's their ideology. It's the money you put in their hand that benefits them. I'm not saying this because I just want to say I'm in a global platform. Most of them are listening. They believe that you are coming to their town to put infrastructure. I gave you an example of Bayelsa State and them and Obasanjo. Electricity for this is what you call marginalization. Till Nigeria, I don't have electricity. They brought that electricity. What is most important to you is the money in your hands. And if they don't give you that money, that project will not hold. I have a lot to tell you guys. I have a lot. But I will be careful.
All right, tell us about this, Zita.
Woman,
go on.
Please,
go on.
If you can add something to answer what Azan said. Now, Azan talked about peace in that place because he attacked and that. My point, if you remember, Azan talked about oil exploration in Borno, for instance. If there's anywhere that is so hot, the hottest part in Nigeria as of today, it is Borno, the most troubled part of Nigeria. But the federal government is not relenting in exploring for oil in that Lake Chad basin, despite the fact that they have even attacked people that are exploring for that oil. That is what you call responsibility of the government. You are not deterred by people frustrating the effort of the government. In fact, you show your responsibility more when people are frustrating it, yet you still continue with your project. That's where
Obeni, I'm sure you know what started with the Ebesu and the burial of Odi as a time. I'm sure you know what led to it. Because you are missing two things together. I've said it here. These areas I'm talking about believe that the infrastructure is not for them. They believe it is not for them.
Ogbeni, let me make a clarification on what I said regarding it. You see, the federal government made an effort to explore for oil at that time, and a lot of staff of the NNPC were kidnapped, some were killed, they recovered some, and I think they stopped the exploration from that moment on. It was not carried out again, not ever, but they gathered seismic data. And because of where Chad is already exploring, so there is already enough knowledge to know that there is hydrocarbons there. But all that was stopped because it's in the Kukawa Basin. That place is a plain around Damasak, Marte, Kukawa, up onto to Baga and Lake Chad, those areas. That is where they are expected that the hydrocarbons are. So seismic data have already been gathered, and so far they know that the oil is there, but that is not the priority now. Now it's just about putting military boots on ground, getting ground, and trying to have it. I think those people that were kidnapped and killed, I think it happened around early 2016, something like that, and we are in 2023. Nothing on that front has moved forward, and that was why I said the federal government is not even meeting its OPEC quota. I know they went to Bauchi and they put their effort around Bauchi, and I think they were able to dig up a well even in Bauchi or something like that. But as far as Borno is concerned, that project was stopped ever since they were attacked.
All right, yes, but that's still northeast. That's what I'm saying. Okay, they attacked them in Borno.
But different situations. Bauchi is peaceful. It's still in the northeast.
Okay.
Borno is not.
What of Adamawa? As at last year, 2023, as at last year, NNPC this year, January, NNPC still released report of more exploitation in Adamawa.
Well, you see, where Boko Haram are most active is 3 states: Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. You have to understand that the part of Adamawa that has Boko Haram issues is because Borno is bordered by Adamawa, is still bordered by Yobe. So yes, these areas where because Borno is the epicenter, these few areas because if you go to Adamawa South, you hardly know that you are even in the northeast. There is nothing that is happening. Places like Numan, all those places, nothing is happening. It's very peaceful places. Yeah. So different situations, you cannot be generalizing everything to just think. And even let me just finish. Even you look at where the second Niger bridge is, that is just a road now, and the nature of the Southeast crisis with IPOB, they assassinate people in city centers and urban areas. So people that are just building a bridge outside of town on just a tad over in the bushes are more secure than people who will come and build infrastructure and do some things that has to be done within the town in itself. You have to also take these things into cognizance. So you cannot just take one paintbrush and just paint everywhere. Also, each place you just have to treat it by its own merit. Let's just say that.
Well, anyway, my
building a project, more especially oil and gas, that is massive. Most times it cut across 16 to 17 towns. And the oil company has to deal with them. So it's not like, anyway, never mind.
All right, let's move on.
Can I just say something?
No, it has to be brief though, because I think we spent too much time on that. But yeah, go on.
Yes, I have this word for Madam Zita. Madam Zita, I served in Enugu State. Yes. I based on the issue of marginalization, some of the issues that people were talking about there, at least for the few time I spent there, was about this issue of there's no federal presence, there's no this. But I think many of these things, some of these things have been taken care of under Buhari. In fact, it was even better under Buhari, But I'm saying that I'm putting this to you. What if after they still provide this thing, with the ideological issues of, okay, either we rule the country, if we are not given the opportunity to rule the country, or we pull out, will it still not be there? Do you think that marginalization is the only thing? Because the way I'm seeing it, the way the people of the Southeast has made this thing look, it's like if you don't get the presidency or you allow us to pull out, there's nothing in this world that you can do.
Can I come in? Just a little.
I do want to move away from there. We've been almost 40 minutes on that, but make that the last comment and just a brief one.
Yeah. Do you know why? You see, the Southeast over the years has not been. It's not about presidency. It's just that, you see, most people see Obi as a new guy on the block. But let's just put that aside. The marginalization is real. If government start fixing the marginalization in the Southeast, building infrastructure, as my sister said, building infrastructure, and with time, maybe 3-4 years, everything, all this Biafran agitation will just die away. You understand? It is engaging the youth. The youths don't have anything to do. That is why everybody is joining every group. Likewise in the North. If these people our leaders have provided job opportunities, done the right thing, we wouldn't be seeing all these things. And another thing that is igniting all these things is religion. We have to address religion in Africa and in Nigeria especially, because most of these things has correlation of religion, and religion has harmed Africa so badly but we don't see it that way. But the thing is,
how do you tackle religion? You know, the one thing that you cannot tackle in Nigeria is religion.
You see,
people hold on to it, so it goes to the core of every,
The only way we can tackle, because there was this, was it last week? There was a discussion on your platform on Ifa festival or Ifa whatever, and that is what we should be projecting. That is what we should be telling our people. You see, the history of Africa did not start with the Bible or with the Quran. We've been existing before these books were written. We've been existing before the biblical God in the Garden of Eden, in the Garden of Eden created Adam and Eve. If you look at the pyramid in Giza, the pyramid in Giza is 10,000, more than 10,000 years. Africans, look at what the Benin Empire did. We've been building civilization, but until you tell the African child who he really is, that's when he will understand. Because most of us believe Africans did not achieve anything. Africans did not contribute to the civilization of the world. That is what most people will tell you. And that is why all this, God has a way of doing things. We have to wait for God. God is going to do this. To be sincere to you, man created God, not God creating man. Man created God. Man created all these things you're seeing. You understand? In African history, we've always believed that the God we know dwells with us. We are gods. We are gods walking on this planet. So when people come and tell you there's God in the sky, there's heaven to go to, then it makes you it removes that godliness for you to do anything for yourself. And that is the situation we are finding ourselves in Nigeria.
There is a school of thought that at the swearing-in ceremonies of state governors and all of these functionaries, rather than ask them to put their hand on a Bible or a Quran, I just take them to the Ogun shrine, The Ogun is the yes now. Because
they will not swear. They will not swear.
They will not swear. Ogun doesn't know forgiveness. So if you do it, you will die. Ogun is not like Allah or Jesus or Muhammad. He doesn't forgive. If you do it, you will die. That will stop corruption immediately.
Let me help you a little. You see, when the Portuguese came to Africa, when they came to Nigeria to be precise, they saw a high moral people. They saw people, more educated people. They saw things. You see, I was listening to this guy, Shehu Kuti, the last son of Fela. Shehu said, we didn't need judges, courts, because already Africans knew the law. They knew the consequences. Like I was reading something in the Yoruba world. They said if an Oba go contrary to the tradition, he just goes inside his kuban and kills himself. You understand? That is the penalty for these things. So we knew the law. We knew these are the consequences for these things we have to do. But when religion came into Africa, because they don't believe in those books, they don't believe those books will do them anything. So when you ask them to place their hand on death and swear, they will take their oath of office with that thing, and they don't care. But imagine you put Ogun, you put Shango, you put Amadioha, you put for all those things, they wouldn't mess up. You understand? So we have to go back to our culture and our tradition.
Yes, there's a real even I've been noticing a move from the younger generations towards nativism is going on. That I'm talking about really educated people or not. They are looking to nativist sort of belief systems now. Yeah,
to go back to that.
Mike is a good example of that.
Can I speak to this space?
Yeah, go on.
You see, no generation, no race has ever come in the world without having one or two things that they attached supernatural reference to. Before Ifa, you see, it's easier for somebody if you don't really go deeper in history to say, oh, yes, we had our God, Ifa, Congo, Ogun, all these things. All these orishas, all these orishas that you see were also human beings like me and you, brother. They don't personify what Yoruba are. If you understand their stories, they were all human beings like me and you. They were outstanding, they were supernatural. And after their exit, people started worshiping them. Some, they started worshiping them even while they were alive. Yorubas had been even before Ifa. So don't attach Yoruba to Ifa as if Yoruba personifies Ifa. The same way, some people came and brought their Bible and say, Jesus, we have seen the light in our own side, and a race and generation embraced that religion. Was the same way some generation embraced Ifa. They were worshiping some things before they brought Ifa. They had their own deities also before they brought Ifa into play. Now that you have Islam, you have Jesus, you have Buddhism, you have a lot of things. Do you know that to date, more religion are still emerging in the world? To date, there are more religions that are still emerging. So to say that, let's drop this religion because if we drop the religion and go back to embrace the religion that we have had before, then things will be better. My brother, it has never worked in any society.
No, I disagree with you somewhat. Sorry, go on.
Okay, can I land in that space? So
yeah, go on.
For me, what we need is proper orientation for our people. Proper orientation. See what Kagame is doing in Rwanda. I always like to give it as a very good example. Kagame is not saying, don't bring Christianity into my space. Don't bring Islam into my space. Kagame is simply regulating it and enlightening his people to say, if you bring religion, don't bring it into politics. If you bring a religion, don't bring it into official space. Let religion be your personal conviction. I've said it before here, and some people said, I'm not Christian enough. Say, it's your personal conviction. Some people pick stone, some people pick bed, some people pick wood, and they say this is their God, and they are worshiping it. So if some people say what they embrace is Christ, and some say, Islam they embrace, You leave them in that space. You don't try to train them and say, oh, let's go back to Ifa. Because there had been deities even before Ifa. So what's Kagame doing? Let me land. One of the major policies Kagame had is this. Before you can establish church, in fact, the space you must give between one church or another church in a particular street, government is regulating it. So you don't open one here and another person is opening one in the next place. Secondly, before you can even head any church now in Rwanda, you must first go and study theology and church management. If you don't study that, you cannot head any church. And that is working gradually. Yes, some people are criticizing him, but it's working for them gradually because so many churches are closing down. Because when he gave them a window of when you must achieve that, and if you don't achieve that, and you can't step down for another person who has it in the church, then you close down. And it's bringing sanity into the system. So that's the way I see this thing. But
Can we do it in Nigeria?
No,
Can
they
we
were
do it in Nigeria?
All right. Yes. Did you want to come in, Joseph? But and by the way, what sort of a name is that, Josephet? Is that a real name?
It's Josephat. You know, I'm a
Josephat.
Or you can call me Joe anyway. See,
all right, Joe.
One man. I want you to understand. One of these days, let's have a topic around religion and the effect in Africa. Advantages in Africa. You understand? Because if you look at the advantages of religion,
we won't be able to manage it. Is the thing. You know, religion. It always spirals. No, because people will start saying things that will upset people. That's why I always try and avoid it.
No,
one man tried this once.
If you don't bring somebody to denigrate any religion, you see, it's easier for us to generalize these things. We are intellectuals, we are religious, maybe we are all. Whichever area you fall into, we are still religious, we are intellectuals, we debate and we engage on something that is objective. If you don't bring somebody who is a patent, somebody who denigrating others' religion, and somebody who is not sensitive as to what others believe, that is when you have this issue. I've been to several platforms where they argue religion and we all debate it without any issue, but not to pick one and you denigrate others. No, that's where you could have issue.
All right.
There should be a limit here.
All right, we'll certainly explore that because, as I was saying in the opening monologue, we are trying to slowly come away from politics because the elections have come and gone. So we have to have other things to talk about. But what I was going to say to you, Ogbeni, I think I've mentioned. I'm only muting you, Joe, because there's a crackling noise coming from your system. What I was going to say to you, Ogbeni, is I'm sure you're aware of the work of our Professor Sophie Oluwole. Do you know that name?
Ogbeni? No, I don't know.
Then you should. I'll send you a link. Then you can go and go to now. As a Yoruba person and a thinker, you have to know her work. But what she was saying in one of our essays, what she was saying was that you are placed at a very strong disadvantage when you learn in English because instinctually your worldview orientation and what is innate to you is your native language. So if you're learning in English, then you are crossing two hurdles for that learning. And then she cited the examples of the Chinese, the Germans, and all of these people that learn in their native, because the nuance of language, is embedded in that DNA sort of structure. So if you are leaping into a second language, then you cannot get the full learning. So that's what she said. So in that religious space, if you are taking religions that are alien and foreign to you, then of course you're at a disadvantage. And also the Ifa thing is just it's a generic term. Or we've always had some ancestral or sort of deified sort of worship within Yoruba land. I know Shango was a man, a warrior, who then was beatified after maybe that's more of a Catholic thing. But
all of them were
yeah.
human beings. One man.
Mm.
Go back and read Falola's book. I know you know Baba Falola. Falola's book. All Jongo, Ogun, Oya, all those gods were human beings like me and you. They were just supernatural beings that exhibited supernatural features, and people started worshiping them. That Ifa, if you go on, just
one man. Can I say something?
All right. All right. Make that statement and then we will move on. Yeah, go on.
Okay, as it concerns religion, the other day I was talking about what Senator Solamido said to see that part of the reason why he's no longer emir was because he was trying to, go against the hardliners, religious hardliners, and he was looking at the way to liberalize society as someone who is an emir, because he was bringing examples of how Muslims in Indonesia lived. It's a very liberal Muslim society where, and like Turkey, for example, you go to places like that, it's not the same thing. They are very progressive, and for us, especially here in Borno State, we now have a part of I think they are domiciled in the local government affairs and chieftaincy affairs. There's a department there that is moderating imams that are preaching now in Borno. You don't just come and start preaching. We don't even want to know where you studied or all those things. You have to come and stay and defend yourself with that panel, and there are security agents that are going around and are listening to the kind of things people are preaching to people in Bombay. But we have had to learn this the hard way, because when you allow people to have so much religious freedom, it can even become a problem security-wise. For example, here for us, it has led to death and violence. What I imagine is happening in the south is that people have been taken advantage of. They are being given fake miracles. People who are supposed to go and see doctors and things like that, they are conned out of their money and things like that. And pastors are just living as kings. Different kinds of problem, but the same. Because the human brain is kind of hacked. When you bring the supernatural, you can hack the human mind and you can make people believe things that are not rational, So I really think that this is a space we should explore as a country. And even if we do not go back to what our ancestors, at least any form of radicalism or extremism in the way and manner in which we worship should, we really need to do something about it. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So there it is. I've put up a question in the on the comment section asking if the platform wants us to take on religion as a topic, but we have to just be delicate in how we handle it, not to offend sensibilities. But Zita, give us brief commentaries on the headline on the screen, and then we go from you to Bishop. So APC crisis depends as party mauls Lukman's expulsion for dragging Adamu Omishore to court. So these are, there's a sense of deja vu to this particular headline. A sense of deja vu. We've been there before, and even in recent times. So these are the dropping of the seed into the ground for the germination and blossoming of our chairman that's about to be kicked out. So are we now seeing the similar crisis that we saw twice in the PDP, now in the Labour Party, now birthing in the APC? Adamu must go seems to be the chant that they're clearing their throat for. Zita.
Well, what is he waiting for? Why you should have just gone by himself. He's of no value. Is he not the man that lost his bullying unit?
No, he's of no value in a midwife an election to victory.
Midwife election to victory. That's if he actually wanted the man to win. Anyway, they should just kick him out. That's all I can say. I don't want to dwell on that. He should go to hell. By the way, how did he get there, if I may ask?
It was actually handpicked. Buhari has this habit of saying that I let you have your way, let me have my way. So he wanted to actually handpick the candidate for the presidency in APC, but they said no. but he handpicked this guy to replace me Amala Bully back in those days.
I don't know. I don't know why that man. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm coming to you next, Bishop. So let Zita round up, and then I'll come to you.
One man, that man does. I don't think he has any business being the chairman of APC before the party, unless they want that party to crumble. He should be kicked out long before. What? By the way, what is he still waiting for? Why can't he just resign honorably?
No, I think he's waiting for the court cases to be out of the way, and then I suspect that he'll step down anyway. But you know, but certainly, he cannot be for the future their chairman.
Yeah, he shouldn't. After the court cases, he can go. It's as simple as ABC. He can go after the court cases. They shouldn't even. The guy is no good. Let's forget it. One man, I beg.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So Zita, let's go on from you then to Bishop, who wanted to come in on that Adamo space. So, Bishop, you're up next. You wanted to come in regarding the blossoming APC crisis.
Yeah, I wanted to interject on the Adamo because I don't see why he should resign or why they should take him out. Adamo came at a point in time in the life of APC that was very precarious. They have a lingering crisis that lasted 2 years, and almost everybody predicted that there was going to be an implosion, and AP was never going to recover. I remember that this guy from Yobe, what's his name? The governor of Yobe was an interim governor. Malabuni was an interim governor. When they forced Adams Oshiomhole out, Oshiomhole was actually doing a yeoman's job because he was bringing back the supremacy, party supremacy kind of a thing, and governors won't have any of it. Most time they want to pick, they want to manipulate, and they want to impose their own candidate. And Oshiomhole was not. So the gang up was actually against Oshiomhole. So when eventually they used the court processes and the word to remove Oshiomhole, there was serious crisis in the APC. When Buhari intervened, that thing got to that stage because Buhari did not want to interfere. If Buhari had interfered in good time, maybe he would have saved Oshiomhole. Because the truth of the matter is that for people that know, even though what Oshiomhole was doing was not convenient, but it was the best for the party. Now, with Oshiomhole out of the way, Buni, it was difficult for them to organize a congress. That it took, the intervention of Buhari in the last minute to make sure that they had a convention, a congress. And seeing the way the congress was going, if they had not come up with a consensus candidate, the number of people that were interested that time, that could have led to an implosion. So allowing Buhari to have a consensus candidate to avoid a rancorous Congress, I think was the best thing for APC. At least it sustained them so bad. And the man had won an election. There's only one person that has raised an issue now. I saw the man on TV a few days ago on one station with an interview. He might just have some personal acts to grind with Adamo. Because I know Adamu did quite some things when he was, about agriculture when he was in Nasarawa. I don't know him personally. I really don't like him, for whatever. But if we give him a fair chance, there are almost about how many people in the neck, and only one person is complaining, only one person is taking him to court. I think we should, just, if democracy is going to pass through. And the man had not even sought internal mechanism, resolution mechanism to say, okay, these are my grouses, these are my grouses. He went to court. So for me, I don't think it's the majority that want Abdullahi Adamo out. If they want him out, so be it. But one person will not just bring up a case, maybe because he has personal issues with the man and he's making the whole noise on the newspaper. And we know that most of these media houses are, two for a penny. So my view is that I don't think Adamo has done anything that warrants him being handed out. And if we continue in this way, we're not going to have a stable party politics. If all the time, people, if you want to destabilize the party, just go and look for some people and sponsor them, give them some money to cause some trouble inside the party. You cannot be having it all the time. They did it to Shiomoli. They did it to, what's the guy from Rivers, the former PDP chairman. They did it to the current PDP chairman.
Secondos.
They did it to Secondos. They did it to, so it's going to become a tradition. I mean, yeah, they might, if they are wrong, let the court prove that they are wrong. They are individuals too, and they have rights to. So as far as I'm concerned, Adamu emerged as a consensus candidate at the National Convention. He has a tenure to run. His tenure has not even gotten anywhere. So why should people just, one individual just rose up and there are hundreds of other people there that have no issue with him. Yeah, if he has point, let him bring it out, properly. There's a normal channel of doing it. So I don't think we should join the one I want to say Adamu should go.
What about when he tried to hijack the APC ticket by announcing that Ahmed Lawan was a consensus candidate? It took the might of El Rufai to force him down. Should they not be punished for that?
Like I said, it's not my. If you had crossed the line and he committed, like I said, it's not my person. I don't like him. That's the fact. But if the stability of the party is going to be affected, and immediately the new government comes in, is now going to be dealing with party issues, I think it's just like sleeping dogs lie. Yeah.
Hold on. Is that not the window to get rid of him, though? Once they get through the court phases, and then there's no more noise coming from that space, he has that short window to act very swiftly and get rid of Adamu, and then the party can choose.
Now, what's his offense now?
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, I'm asking what.
Let me tell you his offense. Can I tell you his offense?
Yes, go ahead.
Now, let me tell you something. If you've been following the Nigerian space, the situation in Nigeria now, I don't think the incoming administration should dwell more in politicking. I believe he should be allowed to do the job. Adamu is one man who doesn't believe in Ashwajo's dream. So after the court case, that is very, very important. When you have a party chairman who, I keep hammering this, but nobody is listening. You cannot have an administration where you are carrying on something. You don't have people to support you. We have to politic. We have to come to one-man platform and shout, hey, they're scattering themselves, that fight, useless party, this, that. I don't think Nigeria needs that now. Please. After whatever they're doing in court, whatever, he should just quietly and happily resign. Let the man choose people. After all, Buhari choose him now. Didn't Buhari choose him? Leave the other man to choose his own.
No. He has a tenure. If he has not committed an offense, that is
okay. What about you? Which one is tenure again? What about Oshomole? Did Oshomole finish his tenure? Please.
No, because like I said, there were Trump charges against Oshomole, and if we want to continue, do we want to continue in that tradition? That some people will just trouble. Obedi was saying something the other time that when they want to kill anybody, they just say it's corrupt, because just like throwing bone to a band of dogs, just say you just throw him there, say it's corrupt. So I said sometimes ago on this laptop that we have a catch am thief mentality. Anytime you want to just say thief, and everybody without even asking. So if you want them to remove it, I just asked a simple question: what are his offenses, or what offense has he committed?
The guy that took him to court did not go there to say he didn't commit any offense. You will hear it very soon now. Don't worry about that.
The guy said
all of them are criminals. I keep telling people that to catch them is very easy. So forget about what did he do. His offenses are too many to be mentioned.
Well, I don't know what I think the offenses are offenses that are listed. Okay, the man is saying that he has not he did not convey party meeting that he's supposed to convey, and he did not he did not account for money. He did not want to come and account for money when they conveyed party meeting. Are they impeachable offenses in the party? If it is, why didn't he use the party mechanism, the hierarchy of the party, to try and trash that out? That's my question. The fact that we continue. Go ahead.
Okay, you see, I feel this party problems, all this chairman bit, I feel the president should not be allowed to unpick a chairman. There should be an election for a chairman, for at least so that the chairman will have credibility and at least he will have respect. I feel that is the problem. The president unpicks you and it should not be that way. They should be elected normal the way the president is elected. So they should be elected in the party.
Adamu was elected.
If he's elected and he should have a tenure, then they should allow him
he has
a tenure, and that's it.
He has a tenure of 4 years, or is it 4 or 5 years? He has a tenure. So that's what I'm saying. If he has not committed offense before he goes out. Anyhow, we can move to the next topic, please, if you don't mind.
All right, brilliant. So take us to the space then. The Tinubu now gets the opportunity to pick his the service chiefs, and very crucial. This space now is of equally, by my own estimation, is of equal importance as the Senate chairman. So now, what expectations do you have for the composition of these service chiefs, and what are we to read into whoever he appoints as to the direction of travel of his administration?
Okay, we've said quite a few things on these that are just based on speculation and our own wishful opinion. Let me use that one, opinion, because number one, the few categories of the offices that the president can choose at his own discretion, and his prerogative. Number one is the cabinet, his immediate staff, personal staff, either their security or aides. He is not subject to any federal character, whatever. The second one are the security chiefs. Many times we make we accuse Buhari. It's the first time people are actually attacking him, maybe because he's Buhari, about his choice of his service chiefs. We had an Obasanjo. He made his own choice, and there were no issues about that. We had Jonathan. He made his own choice. I mean, there were no issues. And most of them, if I can remember those that served with Jonathan, you will see it shows people that he has confidence in and people that he can work with. Buhari did the same. I was going to correct you when you said something earlier on that when they are having a meeting and there's Buratai, there's the other police chief and the other. But you did not mention that there is also the CDS, who is Igbo man. Did not they mention the name of the CNS, Chief of Naval Staff, who is from the southwest, at least. So it's a little bit complicated. But if we look at when Buhari chose Buratai was actually the best man at that time. He was the man that was in the theater, the theater command as at the time he was chosen. So for me, if Tinubu comes, yeah, I wish him the best, but I believe it would depend on the recommendation of a lot of people that has worked, on that path before to recommend people to him. One thing about tradition in the army is this: if you go ahead and choose somebody that is your favorite and is not the most senior person or among the most senior persons, what you are simply doing is that you are wasting away a whole generation of officers that we have trained for years, some of them minimum of 30 years. You are just going to throw them away. For example, like what Obasanjo did when he chose, I think it was Ibrahim Alpha, who was a far junior air officer, and they had to retire almost about 17 or 18 generals ahead of him. That was a waste of a lot of resources that the country had invested in them. So I want to believe that, yeah, Tinubu will use merit and professionalism. The problem is that people will see it from different angles, no matter his choice, no matter the people he decides to work with. Some people will see it, they will give it one kind of coloration or the other. And this conspiracy, something we always apply. There will always be a way to spin it. So the truth of the matter is that he should not listen to sentiment. He should not want to do what is popular, but mostly he should do what he feels is right. And when he takes his decision, yeah, he will take responsibility for his decision, but he should be able to stick with his decision. So the speculations about, oh, he should go this way, he should go this way, he should go this way. Madam Sita said something that was very crucial. It might be difficult to place it. The truth of the matter is that Obi came out and told us that he was expecting to get 100% in Southeast. That he should have that, you know. So he's saying to us that, yeah, people have sentiment of him, that every Igbo man has sentiment. Obi has sympathies for IPOB, whatever anybody wants to say. So Madam Zita here just said that 4 out of 5 Igbos have sympathy for IPOB. If I were a commander-in-chief today, knowing that propensity, that the likelihood that even the army officer, the man I'm choosing for the chief of army staff, might even be sympathetic to IPOB, would I want to take that risk? I don't think so. And I don't think any reasonable person will want to do that. I know a little bit about Maiduguri, the conflict. I got to Maiduguri when Mesasini was just dying down in the very early 80s. I was there, you know, Operation Zaki, Operation Damisa. I knew quite a bit of those things that happened there. In this current war, I have two direct relations, you know, junior to me, that have, that we have sacrificed for the war. One was a squadron leader, a very brilliant young man that died because he was, you know, the aircraft they were flying, he was not serviceable there. You know, so some people, some families have paid huge price for this thing. So when some of us make comments, the comments can be very touchy. We knew where we were in the case of insecurity in Nigeria, and we knew where we are today. I was saying something earlier on when Ajan Lokobo interjected me, that we have made tremendous. If you want to bring somebody that know what platform we now have, how our rating has gone up, how we are recruiting, you know, the kind of training, what is happening in Nigeria. We might not be where we want to be, but quite honestly, for anybody to say nothing has happened, that security-wise, Buhari, it's just funny when you listen to people on TV. Everybody wants to become a critic. I think criticism is about the easiest job. You know, when NGO people and journalists come on TV and everybody wants to be, they call them experts on security. If you are in the theater of war, you will know what these officers are going through. And some officers, it's just because they are general. Some of those officers are better than a lot of our professors. I used to have a warrant officer when I was in Maiduguri. He had PhD. Universities were in electrical electronics. Universities were, you know, inviting him, even from the US. You know, he was a warrant officer, but he stayed true. I won't mention his name. You know, so some of these people, if you know what they are capable of doing, and they have really been empowered under this administration like never before. Our platforms have increased, our equipment, our firepower has increased tremendously, because we are fighting a war that is different from, you know, a regular or what they call a conventional war. It might be difficult. Remember, in those days, they were using girls of 12, 13 years as suicide bombers. You know, I mean, those days are gone now. There are the days where they were attacking, Boko Haram would go and attack a super camp. If you know what a super camp is, we will not see people that have never commanded a Boy Scout platoon will come on and denigrate our generals. I don't think so. And I believe that whoever Tinubu chooses to work with him would definitely be the best, or one of the very best that he can find. And I'm sure it's going to go round. I mean, that we have out of 5 security chiefs, we have 3 from the north and 2 from the south. I think it's not really a party. And the allegiance of the service chief, thank you, I think Obedi and Madazita actually addressed that we cannot differentiate the president from the country. He is the commander-in-chief, and he represents, wherever he goes, it's Nigeria that is being addressed. When people are addressing him in international community or at different fora, they are addressing Nigeria where they are addressing. So, yeah, you should be, your allegiance should be to Nigeria. But hey, that is the man that represents that how do I put it now? Nigeria at that particular time. So, loyalty to the president is very, very, extremely, very important. In fact, if you are not loyal to the president, you are not loyal to the state. You cannot say you are not loyal to the commander-in-chief, but you are loyal to the no. It's not. It doesn't fly. It doesn't add up.
Where should your first loyalty be? Because if the president is moving against the state, then whose interest would you protect, his or the states?
Now that's the question. Is it you that will pass the judgment that the president is not acting in the best interest of the state? Is it you that's passing that judgment, or you are just assuming that maybe you are second guessing your commander-in-chief, and that itself it's a treason when you are second guessing your chief?
Please, can I interject? I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
You see, you said we should, like, the citizens should be, how did you put it? They should be kind of respectful to be just, it's all about patriotism. You understand? But these leaders we are talking about today, they are not patriotic to they are not patriotic citizens. You understand? Because if you look at what they do, look at our president-elect now, Bola Tinubu. I just hope he gets, like, he doesn't go for medical treatment abroad. He stays in Nigeria for a longer time than what Buhari did when he was in his tenure. You see, Tinubu will go to abroad now for medical treatment in another man's country. And you're talking about patriotism. You see, our leaders have to show by examples, you know, like what you said something about if a Southeast man is giving the chief of army staff or whatever, he's gonna be sympathetic to the Biafran struggle. Likewise, when Buratai was the North, will you say that of Buratai when Buratai was the chief of army staff, that Buratai was sympathetic to this? See, our military should do a professional job, no matter who is being hurt, you know. So we should stop all these bills. But if you want to give this, see, I don't look at positions in Nigeria. I look at what you are going to offer to the people. You understand? Tinubu knows who he's going to choose, but when he's choosing his ministers, his chief of security, he should make it on competency, not paddy. That is what has killed Nigeria. Not with paddy. Give it to the competent one.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Just one thing you said there, Joe. Because it's a conversation that has been subsisting all over so many spaces that all these conversations hold. That the president should not be going abroad to seek medical treatment.
He doesn't say good about it. He doesn't, man.
No. The medical facilities in Nigeria, they are not up to the capacity to treat what he needs the treatment for.
One man who is to be blamed. It is the leader.
But that's the thing, though. I think the better thing to do is to insist that the leadership, they must bring the medical facilities in Nigeria up to the level that they don't have to go abroad anymore.
Exactly.
But they have to still go abroad, though, because
at least in the interim, can I say something, please?
Please let me just finish this, and I will leave you to say what you want to say. You see, the problem is this: when the president leaves and stays like 2 weeks, you see, there's always how would I put it? You see, everybody is now running amok in the government, just like when Buhari left and stayed for that long time. Abukari took over the whole thing. There was infighting in the government. But if the president is present there, you understand? So all these things wouldn't be happening. So we need a president that will stay in the country. If This is, see, it's now a call for them to build the infrastructure they need, even if it's for them, leave the populace, just for them. They should build it for themselves so that they don't have to leave the country all the time and put the country in a nightmare, you know. So that is what I want to say.
Number one.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Hassan come in, and then you come. Yeah, Hassan, come in.
Okay. You see, the president is no longer. People want to talk about patriotism and things like that, but even if it is patriotism, for example, would you say that because you are fighting an enemy, because when you are sick, it's a matter of life and death, would you say just because you are a president or you are patriotic and you are having to fight an enemy who is shooting guns, and you say, okay, because we don't produce Kalashnikovs in Nigeria, therefore you have to wait until you produce Kalashnikovs in Nigeria before you fight your enemy back? We are not the ones that are producing the guns. We are using the mortars, the heavy artillery that we are using, the airplanes we are using to fight our enemies. So yet we use them anyway. That the president has to be alive, but these are things that in the interim the president has to be well and alive for him to be able to rule the country in the first instance. Yes, you can say that they must do these things, but you cannot judge him that he is not patriotic in the first instance just because that service is not yet available. You have to give him some time.
My brother, you see, the thing we're saying here is this. You see, if the president has to stay in the country, you know, like he has to, like what happened to Buhari.
What if he risks dying? What if he risks dying?
No.
It's a matter of life and death. No, just because it's not happening to you, you have to have a level of empathy, because this is illness we are talking about.
Excuse me, my brother. I'm just saying they should reduce. See, what I'm saying is that we have the best of medical doctors in the world, Nigerians. What we need is the infrastructure. The infrastructure, you just put the infrastructure. Look at what happened to the presidential hospital in Asoro. They should fix it. Put the best equipment there so that the president can, even if they have to fly doctors from the US, from the UK to come and use those facilities and treat the doctor. That was why I respected Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo used facilities in Lagos, in Nigeria, so to say, to fix his leg. But Buhari went outside the country for ear treatment, just because he has a problem with the ear. So these are things we have to see. When there's you have to be patriotic. Show the people that, oh, we have this, and you have to be proud of what you had and improve on it.
I think that's an unfair thing to say. I think a better thing to say is that they must bring the medical facilities in Nigeria up to the standard that they don't have to go abroad anymore. But if you want to be picking them up in body bags.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in. Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
Using Oshibanjo and Buhari as an example would be very unfair. Buhari's ailment is not the same as Oshibanjo's ailment. Ailment that will make you to just visit my Tama hospital is different from the one that will make you to travel out. So I think it will be unfair. For me, the way I look at it, this is the way I look at it, or will be incomparable. Now, the way I look at it is this. Is Nigerian president going to be the very first president that will be traveling now to seek medical care? My answer is no. There are many examples of presidents that will leave their country to go and seek medical care in where
only in Africa you see something like that. It's only in Africa.
In 2006, it's not only in Africa. You see the issue now. It's not only in Africa. I remember this guy of Iran went to seek care in Germany in 2006. That's not Africa. The Argentina president in 2003 went to France to seek care. Same with Hugo Chavez, the almighty Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, 2013 went to Cuba. Even Jacob Zuma of South Africa As at this 2016 went to Cuba too.
My
In
friend,
Egypt,
my
Osman Mubarak, 2010 went to Germany. They all crossed to all these countries to seek medical attention too. Where we should have problem is when they don't pay attention to our own medical facilities. But here you have a president-elect. He's not yet a president. And whatever you have on ground, the president have to, why stay alive, keep building on it. So you can't say, oh, because you have not attained this, therefore the president cannot seek medical care outside. If you put ourselves in his shoes, you fight for your life. You want to seek outside. And this is the same thing all these presidents I just mentioned. There are so many of them. These are just the few ones I can remember. They left their country. They went to France. They went to Germany. Imagine, Jacob Zuma went to Cuba. He left South Africa to Cuba to go and seek. Who knows? I know Jacob Zuma is one traditional man somewhere. Maybe he's one one Babalago he went to go and sing in Cuba. But they are very good in that. He's within his rights, you know. So it's still their fundamental right they're exercising. It's still within your right to seek medical care where you think you get medical care. Some they believe to go to India. And you know, some of them don't even go to Orthodox hospital in England, in India. They have spaces where they go to. That's what they believe in. So, yes, for them not to create our own and make our own work is a problem. But they can fight for their own life.
Obani, you know why I say all these things. Everything in Africa, we depend on the West. We depend on this. We depend even the drugs we take. As in, if we're ill now, we want to put something into our mouth to get well. We depend. Everything we have to depend. Money, we depend on them. This we depend. We cannot develop ourselves. We should have this mentality of developing ourselves and building something for ourselves. We shouldn't be dependent on all this Western whatever. That is why they throw anything at us, we grab it. We throw anything at us, they grab it. Look at LGBT now. They are throwing LGBT at us, and they will force it down our throat, and we'll accept it because we do not have.
Force it down our throat. That's an unfortunate metaphor. Force it down our throat, but carry on.
They will definitely. They will force it on us. You know, when they force it on us now, we'll say, oh, we should give this LGBT their own rights. They are all human. Come on, they are destroying our culture.
But we already have LGBTQ in Nigeria, don't we? We have and celebrated as well. People like Bobrisky, and it's not as though we are resisting it. It's a common practice.
Bobrisky is a cross-dresser.
He's a homosexual. He's a homosexual.
He's a cross-dresser.
But no, yeah. So back to you, Bishop. Back to you, Bishop.
Okay. I like well, you answered. I mean, I don't think we're being fair.
Oh, there it is. Bishop is driving, so I think he lost connection now. Are you back?
I'm hearing you very well.
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
If I don't know. So as I was saying, I think we're a little bit too harsh when we make some of these demands on these persons. Buhari had the same doctor for probably about 30 or 40 years, and he had a very serious ailment. I don't think it should be a topic. I think we over personal. Obasanjo was going abroad. Obasanjo was going to Atlanta to go and see his doctor. I mean, Jonathan went abroad. Yar'Adua was going. It only became an issue because it was Buhari, and it was so unfortunately so. But anyhow, let's leave it at that. I'm sure when Buhari and Tinubu went abroad to go for a treatment, even before the election, for a knee replacement surgery, he said he went to see a doctor. This second time that he went to rest, people were speculating. Oh, they even said he was dead. The man said it confidently like he was dead. He knew the hospital that Tinubu went to. The man said he did not go for any treatment. He went to rest. It was his private life, and he went there. But the news about, in fact, some people said he was dead. You remember we discussed it here. That this is so. I think we kind of we kind of pay too much attention to this, and it's the media. I mean, the media, the way they were, where is your president? We can't even see it. Even will be true jab. We don't even know where he did. You know, that kind of a thing. It's. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. Yeah.
Let me interject again, please. Let me interject. You see, when you talk about it, hello,
let me
please just one more time. I will. Okay.
Go ahead. Insist.
When you say the president goes out brought to rest, I'm not using Tinubu now as a reference case, but I'm just saying in general what our leaders should stop doing. You see, when you say a president is going outside the country for holiday, like going to rest, come on. To me, it just shows we are not really serious in that country. How can a president of a country go out to rest?
Hold on, Bishop. Sorry, Bishop. Joe, do you know where the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson? Do you know where he used to holiday?
I don't know.
It's in the south of. It's in the south of Italy. Anytime he has a holiday available to him, that's where he goes. That's where he prefers to relax.
Well, he's still in Europe. Why not our leaders go to Africa?
You this guy, man.
I wanted to just say that I just suppose guys are still in Europe. Why our leaders don't go to Africa country? And when you are saying like Boris Johnson going to south of Italy is something I don't know. They all go to Paris, go to Spain for their holiday. That's their next back door, like their next country. Why can't our leader go to Ghana and rest? Why
But
they go to Republic of Ghana?
Prince Williams do go to Prince William and family. They come to.
And
Kenya
again, you are going. I wanted to answer you too, saying this one went to Cuba, this one went to this, one went to this, one went to this.
Yes, now.
Does any email required you to be above the line? You have to leave the country. Why is the American president not leaving the country? The email is too much. There's no email that is too much.
America, I just told you our power.
I know. If a poor man had the same, that illness is not synonymous. I know this illness is not synonymous to a rich man only. That's the illness a poor man will get in the village. So you have to fly to America because the rich man has that saying. That's why you require him to fly to another country. We should put this thing straight.
Yes,
we should bring our equipment here.
Without your
presidency, doesn't matter. That's what. See, it doesn't matter.
Being a president.
Listen, Benny, it doesn't matter. Illness is like education. There's no faculty in university that's easy.
My
as look at the medicine. Wait now, hold on now. Let me land now. Let me land.
And you are fighting for your life.
Hold on now. Let me land now.
Best medical care for yourself.
Let me land now. Let me just write my point. Then, just like in university, there's no department that is more easier than the other. It's as difficult as the medicine department, and so is the fine art department. So everybody.
That's not sorry, Warpeace. That's not true. That's true. To study medicine is a lot more difficult than to study performing arts. No. To study engineering is not.
No.
This is a Marxist ideology. Equating all studies as the same.
My brother Hassan, I'll get to you. I'll be watching you for 2 days. I'll get to you. In as much we all went to university, in as much a medical student is struggling to pass this exam, that's how the same finance student is still struggling to pass this exam. There's no way you can tell me one is difficult than one. In everybody's department is difficult.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, Hassan. Hold on. Just to you, Warpeace. A student studying performing arts, he can pass his exams, staying in the pub all day, drinking all day. A medical student, he will have to stay in the library all day to even stand a chance. But
it's same thing for a student. They have to stay in the library too to all day to pass his course. It's not easy for anybody.
All right. Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Ask me.
Okay. Do you believe that as Nigerians we have freedoms that are enshrined in the Constitution?
Of course, every country has that.
Okay, good. You understand that we operate a capitalist economy, right?
Of course. If you are federalism, you practice capitalism. So
and naturally, in capitalist societies, some people have access to more resources than others, right?
In animal kingdom, the same thing. So what are your
okay,
point?
Good.
Just put me there. Let me answer you.
All right, good. So as a private citizen, you have access to it's a doctor that is somewhere else, it's your choice, it's your freedom. You can go anywhere to get treatment. So just because you become president, then that should not be available to you. And even though it's a matter of life and death, is that the way you see you see things?
One voice. Yeah.
Did you get my question?
I got your point. Question, but I think somebody's trying to interject.
Answer
I don't want to question. I'll answer you, but if you want me to answer, let me answer you right now. As you just said, you already answered your question. If we are in federalism and capitalism, at least the government has to produce the bare minimum healthcare for everybody that is reachable for everybody, that is okay for everybody. If I not decide in that healthcare the government will provide for me is not enough for me, that is my opportunity to fly to Cameroon. But in the essence that there's none at all, and you're telling me because some people is more equal than the other, that's why he has the privilege to travel abroad. So what about the poor man that has that same illness, have cancer in the village, that cannot even afford 20,000 naira, and the government doesn't even have paracetamol? So in their own
I think we should avoid equating Nigeria. Even in the United States, what is even happening in the United States? It's not people that are dying. It's not people that are dying. Wait. You just made a reference to the United States. If it's not you, it's another person that is on a similar point. So I just want to clear these things out there. As much as we want to pretend as if this world, yes, I understand you can create a standard, but there will always be people, at the top. There will always be people that will not have the same opportunities with people who have more means. That is the way the world has always functioned. It will continue to be like that before we reach a stage where you begin to compare us with the United States or Western countries. Let's acknowledge where we are right now, please.
One man, please let me engage Hassan just with 5 seconds. Let me engage Hassan in 5 seconds. Hassan, please just take this question and round it. Let me just round it up. Yeah, please, Hassan. In a very, I know we are in the comment. We are talking. I know other people want to talk, so I want to make it really fast. Hassan, that you said. We have, even though we have a best standard, people will still criticize the best standard. It's like that over the world. My question to you, does Nigeria have that best standard right now?
Right now?
Yes.
On some issues, yes, or on some certain medical...
The healthcare.
Depending on your ailment, yes.
Hold on, Hassan. What please? I'm not sure if you missed what Hassan was saying. And Hassan, correct me if I misheard you. But I think what Hassan was saying. We've lost Hassan a bit. I think the connection. What Hassan was saying, my understanding is that, and we do it a lot. We say like in America, like in Europe. What Hassan is saying to us is that where we are in the hierarchy of things in the world, there is no basis for a comparison with America or Europe. Because those are the most advanced spaces in the world as we have it now. And for all intents and purposes, we are round about the least advanced spaces in the world as we have it now. So saying that as it is in America, as it is in Europe, is a false equivalency. You are not comparing like with like, So
okay, yes. Let me.
And people are pointing out the Saudi king goes abroad for his treatment, as wealthy as they are. Ogbeni has already given us a list of.
One man.
Let me just say something. Just keep in something. I will let you say. I will let you speak on. You see, one man. I heard in the 80s, when Nigeria had a very good healthcare system, the Saudi king comes to UBTH, University Teaching Hospital, to get his medical treatment. That was what I heard. In the 80s, he comes there for medical treatment. But right now, our leaders cannot even stay in Nigeria to take their own treatment. They go abroad. So you see that instead of inclining, or how will I put it, instead of we going up, we're not going down. See, I feel
most of the leaders today access our educational system freely. Somebody like Soludo went on a free education.
Let me
somebody like him. So where are those things today? and we are here. Are we pretending the government or what?
Okay. Wama, please let me say this. Then I will just go. Please, World Peace. You see, you see all this that we are talking. If we are hammering on Buhari, at least that will be legitimate. Buhari is ripe for, to be hammered because he's had 8 years and he has not done anything about it, even though he was a patient himself. But as far as Tinubu is concerned, it's just going to be prejudice. There's no reason to hammer this man now. We have to give him time. Let's hammer him in the next 4 years if he does not deliver. Because you have to understand.
Please.
Yes.
Sorry, don't go. Sorry, let me quickly answer you too. I wasn't hammering on Buhari, and like you said, it would be stupid of me to start accusing a man that has not committed a crime of a crime. That is, of course, obviously, you and I know that is not possible. But what I'm saying, we are talking in general. What has happened in Nigeria? What has happened in Nigeria in this time right now, in real time, in this moment we are right now? Nigeria is not there. You understand? And that's what we are talking about. I'm not talking about who is coming. I'm not playing politics anymore. Actually, I want to talk to Bishop to stop playing this politics he's playing. We have moved past that politics side now. We are trying to build. Moreover, like I said, I would love to engage you. And I'm happy you are here. You're the first northern person I'm seeing that is here that is talking. But I believe during Buhari time, you wouldn't be here because none of you supported what we were doing. But anyway, thank you. Thank God you are here. We will grow as family. So
no, it's not the first northern person. We used to have Jafar, and we still have
leave
Jafar.
Jafar. Jafar is another person. But I'd like you to at least understand us first. So don't think so they don't see that I'm attacking you or we are attacking you. We just have a way of being a family in this place.
No. I understand. Don't worry.
Okay,
I'm open to that.
No, don't worry. Hassan is a member of the family. He doesn't need he's a member of the family.
I just quickly explain myself so that when I'm attacking you sometimes, so you don't take it personal. It's just me. Anyway,
don't worry. It's a very sharp brain, no, Hassan. So if you
I know. I listened to him for 2 days.
It will come back for you. Don't worry. He's ready.
I listened to him for 2 days. I was listening to him. Yeah, he's a smart guy. I like his brain. I rate him. I used to put. I removed Ogbeni there because Ogbeni refused to be my lawyer, so I put him in Ogbeni's space. Even if I put them in one space. But anyway, so I'll come back to you now. Yes, what I'm saying is this. I'm not attacking Tinubu. Let's put that aside. But what we are saying for the past since I'm saying from 1999 till now, all of the presidents they fail us in one way or the other, and he has reached the extent that make our health institution decline so much, so badly and so poorly. Now, if I want to bring Tinubu in, I'm not going to bring him as a presidential candidate. I'm going to bring his past when he was a governor and his let me say his people he tutored that is now the governor. How come they are not able to build a good medical care in Lagos? And everybody's going to Lagos now, like we are accusing everybody's going to Lagos to treat. We should be saying that we are going to Lagos now for medical care. That thank God Tinubu did this for us when he was there, and he made sure he sustained it. But it's not there. It's the same problem for Lagos and every other state in Nigeria.
Fair point.
Do you understand? You understand? Yeah. So that's
it's not a fair point, though.
No, fair point for Lagosians, not for me. For Lagosians.
One man, I want to ask you a question. One man. Do you think there is this urgency of Nigerian leaders to do something for the Nigerian people or to develop themselves? I don't see there is this urgency to do something in Nigeria. I don't see it. Like what countries in Asia have done over the years. I don't think there is this urgency for us to do something in Nigeria, especially our leaders. I don't think so. Do you think there is any urgency for them to do anything?
No, I agree with you regarding the urgency thing. The problem I've always had with the Nigerian politician is they lack purpose. Nigeria is a very wealthy country, or anybody that thinks Nigeria is a poor country, I don't even think anybody thinks Nigeria is a poor country anyway, because Nigeria is a very wealthy country. So if they concentrate, I was just thinking the other day, if we, the people often say that we're three good government cycles from being an advanced country in Nigeria. So if we had a two-term sort of president that dedicated all of the country's resources towards that country, and then we had another 4 years of another one, and nobody would leave Nigeria. Nigeria would be a destination for everyone. But I think these people, maybe they find the job too big, maybe they have an inferiority complex, then they will steal all of this money, take it to Dubai, take it to London, where people mock them anyway, that yes, it's one of those African despots. But I know...
You have just answered the question. You just
okay.
They lack what it takes to develop Nigeria. They lack it.
Yeah. Hassan, let me answer you before you go.
All right,
Africa,
answer him there, and then we move on because
in Africa, there's no country to compare Nigeria with. Rather, Nigeria is the giant of Africa. So you cannot start comparing. It's because of the poor management we have in Nigeria. We try to compare Nigeria and South Africa. Normally, Nigeria is the giant of Africa. We cannot be comparing Nigeria with any African country. We're supposed to be comparing Nigeria with understand that country in another continent. You bring Nigeria from Africa as a continent, and you bring out one country from Europe, whether Britain, or you bring out the United States from America in the American continent to compare. That's the comparison. So when we say America and Nigeria, we say it's not fair. It's fair, my brother. Nigeria is the giant of Africa, and there's nobody to compare us with in Africa. That's my answer to you, Asa.
Please, can I quickly say something, one man, before?
That doesn't look like reality, really.
The chapter.
All right, but before you say that thing, Ogbeni, I think War Peace may be making a fair point that we should compare ourselves to the highest standards, not the lowest denominator, but are coming, Ogbeni.
On what he said last, let me contribute. See, in comparative analysis, you go for elements that are comparable. Don't compare 1776 independence with 1960 independence. They are not comparable. In comparative analysis, they will tell you that no, what do you want to be comparing these two? America? No. Well, I will leave that at that. Now, somebody, I think it was War Peace that said, oh, degree is degree. Somebody that studied law and somebody that studied medicine and somebody that... But I don't think so. Degree is not degree.
I strongly disagree too.
even the United Kingdom, do you know what they are saying recently? They want to stop people from Africa that are coming to study what they themselves, they say low quality degrees. They've now termed some courses now as low quality degrees or courses. They are now saying, okay, you can't come from Africa to come and study those courses again, because if you are coming, then you are coming for immigration purpose and not for schooling purpose. And that's the space where we bought all this Western education from. So degree is not degree, course is not course. So just maybe on a lighter mood, to just
that is maybe World Peace is a socialist or a Marxist or something like that. His ideas.
Wait, hold on. Ogbeni, what you're taking out of context.
Is the way he's presenting his points.
No. What I'm saying is this. In a much, I did not say medicine and art are the same degree. I'm saying in a much as a medical student struggles to pass his exam, same thing a art student struggles to pass his exam. There's no course that is easy. Go play it back and say what I said. There's no course that is easy. That's what I said.
Okay.
There's no course in university that is easy. You cannot say because you study medicine is easier than. That's what I said. But you guys didn't listen.
All right.
We don't listen now. We don't listen.
All right. I disagree, but let's go back to Bishop to continue with his thoughts. Bishop, back to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we thank you once again. We have different opinion on these health and hospital issues. Like I said some time ago, I quoted Martin Luther King, and when he said, "In as much as our desire is to fly, if we cannot fly, we will run. And when we cannot run, we will walk." The important thing is that we are moving. Are we moving in Nigeria? Yes. There's this saying they used to say that "Omi Pojokalo," because citizens' responsibility is not even being obeyed and respected. It's very easy for us to point at America. Oh, everything is working in America. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of people that cannot afford healthcare in America today. They won't even go. they don't have insurance, they won't go. Because a little thing, somebody went and extracted a tooth yesterday. She was telling me she paid $2,700 and something just to extract a tooth. How much do you extract a tooth in Nigeria to remove one wisdom tooth? $2,700 and something dollars. That was what she paid. You go to some, there are no government-run hospitals. Not in the US. You will pay. You have insurance, you are lucky. Some people go, they get bankrupt just for when they have medical condition, simple medical condition. For childbirth, average of childbirth to go and deliver in most of American hospitals today, you must be ready to cover between $12,000 and $15,000 at the very minimum.
Bishop, sorry, let me interject. Sorry.
Sorry. Let him carry on. It is the interjections are a bit. Let him carry on. Yeah, carry on.
I counted the minute of the last interjection. So
don't worry. Let me do that. Yeah, carry on.
Are we making progress? Yes. Are we making enough progress? No. I would really want us to go. But we had an interregnum at a point in time that our growth was stunted because of military intervention and the rest. This is the first time and the longest democratic something that we are having. We have an army of young persons today. Drug is a pandemic that are not productive. Drug is a serious pandemic in Nigeria. Alcoholism is a pandemic. Yahoo is a pandemic. Cultism is a pandemic. We have, so which area do we want to face? But we want everything to be subsidized, health to be subsidized. Should our president, our leaders pay more attention in developing? Oh, absolutely, 100%. But should we stop a man before he became president? Maybe he used to go to one island in Spain after working for a whole year, carry his family to go and spend his vacation there 2 weeks and come back. And because he becomes a president now, you now say, oh, you cannot go on vacation with your family again. No, he's a family man. He has responsibilities. He was already going before he became, that he has come to serve, that somebody is living abroad like a woman now. If we now say, oh, we want you, we now beg you to come to Nigeria to come and be our minister of anything, give him one ministry. You now say, and he's lived in the UK all his life. He has his doctors there. He has every people that pay that attend to his medical needs. Because he has come to serve us in Nigeria, he now wants to go for his medical doctor's appointment. We now say no because he has come to serve us. No, we take some things to extreme. I want Nigeria to work. I'm very passionate about it, but sometimes, we react with emotions to certain things. Let's be very factual. Let's remove emotions. Let's remove sentiments. Let's base our something on facts. That's what I would say on that. Can we move to the next thing?
There was a question that I asked Hassan just in a conversation. I was saying there are certain there are certain people within governance in Nigeria that are real talents. That everybody, even people that are against them, they concede that they're a real talent. So an example is somebody like El Rufai. Another example is somebody like Fashola. So if you have those, let's just use those two as examples. If you had those two potent weapons, how would you deploy them? How would you deploy, if you were President Tinubu, how would you deploy somebody like El Rufai to get the maximum effect?
Okay, is the question directed at me or Bishop?
No. You answered it earlier. So it's the question that I asked you. So he's now, so Bishop, yeah.
So, as like you rightly said, El-Rufai is an asset. Same goes for me personally. There are areas I want this government to pay attention to in reforms. One, I want our civil service to be reformed, to be real service oriented. 70% of our civil servants in Nigeria, both at the federal and the state level, are not adding value. And that's a fact. You go to some ministries as early morning, one woman is already bringing egusi out to be breaking egusi inside the office. Some are already displaying what they want to sell. So we need a real civil service reform where professionals will be handling things there. We need education reform, seriously, to revisit the curriculum, the qualification of our teachers in our university. I said some things on one platform that somebody wanted to eat me up one day. That look, if we do operation social certificates in our universities today, I can assure you that 1/3 of our lecturers are not qualified. to even teach in secondary school, but they are lecturers in the university. I saw a professor many years ago, I won't mention his name, I can mention his state, his university, that became a professor. He did not even have first degree and second degree. Everything was fake, and he has been lecturing for almost 17 years in a Nigerian university. So if we can carry out those reforms, now who are the El-Rufai can do a civil service reform perfectly, and it will add more value than go and put him in the ministry.
He did something similar in his state, in Kaduna State. Yeah.
So he can do it with no fear or anything. If the president said, go ahead, I give you the power. That was what Obasanjo said to him. And that is why till today we have not had a real minister of the FCT that had a kind of impact and success record, even though they hated him. I was in Abuja one year, that time that people were doing prayer meeting somewhere that El-Rufai should die. That same El-Rufai, they said they fasted for 7 days because he was demolishing something. He wanted to demolish their church that time, that they built on the illegal place, and they were doing a night vigil that the man should die. The man, El-Rufai, is still alive. So if we want that kind of reform, that will be very impactful, not just brick and mortar. Yeah, Fashola tried in brick and mortar, but I don't want them to put him in brick and mortar again. If I have my way, I want Fashola to either be the chief of staff. Honestly, I know it might be demeaning, he might not be able to, you might want to go there, but I know Fashola. So if El-Rufai can chair or champion, we need a judicial reform in Nigeria, very extensive judicial reform. If El-Rufai set up, assemble the team that will do it, that will put up documents, so touch several areas, because that is exactly what we need, that we drive governance down to the last level. The only person that is holding real local government election in Nigeria today is El-Rufai, the real local government election, very transparent and real. So if I have to deploy those two people, if I have my way, I will make Fashola the chief of staff, because that's very wide, it's very broad. It's more than making him just one minister, because he will be supervising ministries in the recess of the world. If he's the chief of staff to the president, then El-Rufai, I don't know how much power the SGF has as secretary to the government of the federation, but if he has the kind of power that I assume he should have, so that they can take reform of the civil service deep down, honestly, those two things will be lasting legacy that Tinubu will leave.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. You were talking about you were talking about El-Rufai and judicial, or was it Fashola and judicial reforms just then? Hold on now. Okay, go on.
No, I said we need several reforms. We need reforms in the education sector.
I heard all that. I only wanted to address a specific thing you said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you were talking about judicial reforms, and you were talking about Fashola and all of that. And when you were talking, my mind went to Oshibanjo. That would Oshibanjo not be the best person really for judicial reforms? One, and then do you think Oshibanjo would and should have a role in Tinubu's administration? So just a brief response on that, and then we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. Okay. There was one of the topics you mentioned earlier on that I want to say something about. Anyhow, let me answer this question very quickly, very straightforward. I ordinarily, I believe Oshibanjo should have a lot of roles to play, but how has he played the fallout of the post primaries? I really did not like it. I really did not like it. He was my candidate, to be very fair. He was my candidate for some reasons, which I've mentioned here in one of our past discussions. But when he lost out, we have to move on. I mean, only one person can win. And the man said, oh, he wants to run too. If I were to be Oshibanjo, I would not have run against Tinubu. No, I will not have. Since we could not get a consensus, because Buhari was trying to say, let's get a consensus, let's get a consensus candidate that will avoid what do you call it, rancor, that will be rancor free, or less rancorous. Unfortunately, that one did not work. So eventually they went to the field and you lost fairly. You lost. I like him, but when you lost, it became you know, it was too obvious that he was not. Look at the whole campaign. They set up a women campaign team for Bat. The wife of Oshibajo was in Aso Rock that day. He did not come for it. They went all the states, even on 2 occasions that the president could not make the campaign of Asiwaju, that he said Oshibajo should go and represent him. He said he had a prior engagement. You know, he did not go. So for me, he showed, you know, lack of maturity in handling and that was where I began, because otherwise that judicial reform I thought is something he could have handled, and he could have handled well. Because Tinubu has a very large heart, I mean, he's forgiving people that did worse things to him. There's still a lot that Oshibajo can do for Nigeria. I mean, in the reform area, because all the problems that are plaguing us is not just by some of them are just, we need deep thinkers. How do we navigate this? How do we navigate this? Buhari would have done some things, but there were too many distractions. Buhari contented with a lot of distraction, and that was one of the reasons why I personally did not want Tinubu to come, because Tinubu has the tendency of inheriting. In fact, it's very obvious, a lot of the enemies of Buhari. Because a lot of people still hold Buhari, Tinubu responsible for the emergence of Buhari, that if it had not be for that alliance that came out, that edged out Jonathan. Some people have not forgiven Tinubu that he was the one that removed Jonathan from a certain session. But the same Tinubu and Jonathan are already hobnobbing. So I don't know when we are going to be ready to move forward. So for me, there is a role for him. But for the things he did after the primaries, I don't know how feasible that's going to be. Because it really, I was not happy about it.
All right, brilliant well put. So brilliant well put. We've gone through for quite a few hours. Nobody has heard yet Ajanle Koko. So I wonder if he's still with us. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yes, one man.
All right, we've not heard at all from you. I thought maybe we lost you or something.
We've heard from him. It's you that did not hear from him.
All right, maybe that was where my system dropped. So there it is, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko. So to it then, Tinubu to take decisions on service chiefs, national security advisors. So and by the way, these decisions are already under consideration even before he takes a position as the president. So what are you then making of that? These are one of the key decisions that he has to make, but what sort of color are you looking to see in terms of the service chiefs? Hopefully not a Yoruba all the way like we had with Buhari.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings.
How come you've been so quiet all the way through, Ajanle Koko? You usually interject now.
Yeah, I've just been listening.
All right.
Still doing some things. So
okay, all right.
Bye. Yeah. So greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, Tinubu have great responsibility ahead of him. He have a lot of problems to solve in that country, in the areas of security, unity, and economy. So security is number one. And in that area, he must, first of all, have all the service chiefs that we have at the moment retired. He must retire them. And he has to go further as well as those that in charge of the security services, that is DSS, all the L's and the active headships in that area must be retired as well. the police chiefs and their deputies around the country have to be retired as well. All the security apparatuses in that country, all of those that are in charge now, and those that are in the team of the headship, all of them have to go. He must bring a new set of leadership into the security apparatuses that will be loyal to him and loyal to the state. And doing that, he will be able to have a new set of security chief and police chiefs, national security, DSS or state security service chief, and have them to, come out with a new national security policy for the country, because we cannot continue in the same direction that Buhari has managed for 8 years. He must bring a new team that can change the direction on how we want to manage the security of the country, and it must bring in effectiveness, it must bring in professionalism, it must bring in that will be based on merit, and in order to achieve results that will bring the best of the best security for that country. So all those that are in charge now, they all must go, because they fail. There's no way you want to measure their performance that you want to score them high. They fail. They failed the country. The security of the country is in shambles. People can say whatever they like or color it.
Can I interject? Can I interject a little? Because I want to ask Adelekoko a question.
Yes.
Adelekoko, what do you think the solution should be? Like, what do you think our the solution to our security problem should, like? What do you think it is? How are we going to fix our the security stuff in Nigeria? Because it seems not to be working with all these things. How do we fix it?
How we can fix it is, first of all, to have people in charge that are competent and are based and are selected or appointed on merit and not on tribal base. It must be on merit. People that are given assignment on merit always achieve result. But people that are given an appointment that are not competent for that position, there mustn't be any room for mediocrity in that country. When Tinubu assumed the position of presidency, it must not give room for mediocrity, because whether we like it or not, we're at a crossroad. We must not fail further than we have failed. If we continue to fail, or Tinubu take us on a on the wrong path, then the country will collapse. The country will collapse in everything.
Angelico, please, do you think state police, we are now ripe for state policing in Nigeria? Local government, state, and all those stuff, so that we can have effective security in Nigeria?
For us to have effective policing in Nigeria, we must have state police and we must have community police as well. When we have that, that is when do we have a policing system that can really work effectively to guarantee security for life and property in that country. Because if you have community police, it's going to be people in that community that will be responsible for the security of that community, and they can quickly swing into action when they are called to do so. When there's any a threat against the security of that community, they know where to tackle it from. They can really get to the root of it as quick as possible. But the way we have, the police system, the way it is structured in Nigeria, it is too centralized. And because of that centralization, it is not effective. It doesn't work effectively, to achieve results. And that is why we have security challenges everywhere. And when the government cannot fulfill its primary assignment of, protecting life and property and welfare of the people, then that government is fit for no purpose. And that is what we have in Nigeria. So Tinubu have to manage the governance of that country with sincere purpose, and sincere purpose that is based on appointment that comes with merit for people that is appointing for position of authority in that country. That is the only way it can achieve results. So at the moment, as soon as it comes in, within 3 days, Tinubu should be prepared now. Should be able to prepare himself, have the list of people that he want to put in those security positions, so that from the beginning is ready to, is ready to take off with his team to manage the security of the country, team to manage the economy of the country, and other areas of affairs of the country. It must be ready. It can't be on the job training president. It cannot be. So my recommendation is for Tinubu right now to consult with security experts, retired. We have retired security, retired, what do you call them? Retired army chiefs, retired police chiefs, retired intelligence chiefs. All of them, I believe, that nation give them so much, and they wouldn't like that nation to fall, to collapse. They will be sincere with him. They can give you the best of the best advice, and from interaction with them now before he assumes office, he will be able to collect a lot of information that is necessary, that can guide him on appointment, on how to do it, on how to achieve results in the areas of security of the country. So all the people that Buhari have in place now, they are people that Buhari have there for himself, for his own security. are not 100% for the security of the country. So having them for his own security alone, he doesn't appoint them on merit as such that can achieve results for the country at large, but can achieve results for him as a president. So, and that is why you see that these people are not really achieving results. I cannot say that they have not done some little things, but you know, the state of the insecurity in that country is so bad, and we cannot hide the word under our tongue. Buhari failed in the areas of security.
Excuse me. There's one other thing again now. We've talked extensively about security in Nigeria. Don't you think we should bring back that regional force we had before that went to Liberia and Sierra Leone, the ECOMOG, this thing, so that at least they can clean up that axis, the Sahel axis, all those sites from Sudan, all those places, Chad, Niger. They can clean up all these bandits so that we can have relative peace in Nigeria. Because without that, these people are still coming back. Even if you clear them within Nigeria, they are still going to come back. So it's better we have a regional force whereby this regional force will clean up those ones outside the country, and so that the whole of West Africa will have peace. Don't you think we should bring back those forces again?
Yes, regional force is an extension of our internal security, but internally we have to secure Nigeria first before we are thinking of, regional force. So once we can achieve the result of securing Nigeria, having people that are competent in the areas of security of that country, and then redesigning our security structure, like state police, local government police, or what do you call them? Local police and all the rest. Once we can put that in place, and they are functioning, to the best of our expectation, then we can extend it to the regional force, like you said, in collaboration with our neighbors and not the rest. Once Nigeria can show that leadership, others are ready to follow Nigeria, because Nigeria is like America in that West Africa. When Nigeria sneezes, other countries in West Africa catches cold, and they are waiting for us, but they don't see us taking that lead. So, like you mentioned, the ECOMOG, because we had Nigerian then that, show leadership. That is why you see other countries like Ghana, all of them jumping into the same boat with Nigeria and saying, yes, we are part of this ECOMOG team. Nigeria was the country that was funding everything. Nigeria was the country that donated the ship. Nigeria was the country that donated the giant share of the boot on the ground. We are the one in the lead. So Nigeria was the one that was funding everything. But do we have the capacity now to even do what we're supposed to do at home before we even talk of the larger our sub-region? No. So first of all, the primary goal is to ensure that we have security in that country. Once we can have security in place by having the right people in the right position, that will, the effect on it, that will transform the economy of that country, and that will bring more unity among the people of that country as well, because you will see a situation where people from every part of country can move to anywhere they like at ease, and you'll see Nigeria begin to love each other once again. So once Tinubu can, show that leadership by having the right people in that position of security arrangement, that can achieve this, or that can bring peace, and farmers can go to land and put stop to all this ravaging and the killing of our people in the northwest and in the northeast, put everything in entirety. I mean, put it to stop in entirety. I mean, every other thing will be easy for him to achieve. So my recommendation to Tinubu is to fire all these people that Buhari put in place. They don't fit for any purpose. They are failure. They have brought that country to shame, and we turn that country into laughing stock. They turn us to a country that is begging for everything, as if we don't have competent people that can manage the security of that country again. This is Nigeria that used to be, I mean, like we are saying, ECOMOG. We are fighting to restore peace in other countries. Nigeria contingent to every other international engagement in United Nations security engagement. Nigerian officers come on top most of the time. They always, Nigerian distinguish themselves as some of the best that you can have in the world. Why can't we do it in Nigeria? It's just because Buhari did not put the right people.
What you were saying as that Nigerians distinguish themselves as some of the best in the world. You know, when they send Nigerian military personnel on international duties, especially to European countries, they come back with exceptionally glowing reports. Yes. Their professionalism is always exemplary. Especially when they send them to places like those Eastern European countries, because there was a time they were part of our international mix. They always come back with glowing reports, but put them on the streets of Lagos and they turn to Agbero, they turn to MC Oluomo.
Yeah, because they don't have any form of anything whatsoever to motivate them to carry out their job, you know, exceptionally. They don't provide. Yes.
Yeah, I like I said earlier on, that when you interjected me, I think sometimes we are being very unfair with our criticism. Criticism is good, but sometimes we are being very unfair. I have a younger brother that was a squadron leader that died. Sorry, somebody's having that was a thoroughbred professional that died fighting Boko Haram. I have a daughter that is serving in the Nigerian Air Force as we speak today. And I know what they put in. When we talk like this of our military men and generals, it breaks my heart. There could be a handful of some people that are not up to, but the way you just throw them to the gutter, it breaks my heart. I have contributed my own quota by a representative of my family. The young man that died still breaks my heart till tomorrow. But yeah, we still have people there. Are there things we could have done better somewhere? We are fighting an unconventional war. I know people that died in something that you're talking about. If you read the story of what happened in Liberia, you will shed tears. At some point, we have people that say they did not even know the purpose of their engagement there, because you cannot fire. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. And people were killing our young men in droves. The story that you are hearing that is not complete. It's a distortion of the fact, but it's a chapter that has been closed. In the Northeast, we were fighting a non-conventional war where you will see a 12-year-old girl that had been wrapped in bomb. There was a time that bomb was going off everywhere. Even in Abuja, you cannot go to church freely. You cannot walk on the street. They bombed the United Nations. They bombed the police headquarters. Have we moved the needle? Yes. In terms of recruitment, in terms of arming our military, go and read the Global Firepower Index, how much Nigeria have added to the military. Maybe we could have done a little bit more. But for people that have people, I have a daughter that is serving. She's an officer, a young officer. As we speak, I have a younger brother that died, serving actively, flying a fighter jet in this Boko Haram, when we throw our military as if they are a bunch of ragtag, useless something, it's for me, it breaks my heart. We could do better, but not just throw them. You should fire all of them. You should sack them. You should throw them away like they're a piece of rice. This is not how we celebrate our gallant men that are laying their lives every day. Some of us get a little bit emotional when we hear these things. It's not fair. It is absolutely not fair. So some of these people, they have exceptionally brilliant people among them. We just throw them because we have the opportunity of a platform to criticize. One man said, one man that came to Nigeria to come and coach many years ago said that Nigeria is a country of 160 million people with 160 million expert opinion on every topic. Every one of us have suddenly become experts on military warfare and tactics. I saw ordinary Metasini when it was going on. Let people that are there tell you. We saw people that have been blown to shreds. We saw people that have been attacked and killed and maimed. It was an unconventional war. It was not like in war they were trained for. It is just now that we are beginning to train people in this kind of war because we've never experienced it before. So we were fighting a war that we don't know. You don't even know that maybe some of them that have come to sleep in your camp has smuggled some bomb in. Bombs were going on. If Azan is still there, he will tell you. Mosques, you can't go to mosques, you can't talk, you don't know who you are talking about, who you are talking to. I know Maiduguri, I know the theater, I know some of the things that people went through, and I know what our military men are going through till date, the way people were infiltrating us. So please, let's moderate when we want to. Yeah, we can criticize them because we want improvement, but not just to throw them under the bus, let it throw them away. You retired general, you know, have invested in generals. Please, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bishop. So back to I'm sorry about your loss, by the way, Bishop. But you know, a lot of the things that we are talking about here, we are not talking about them in abstraction. That's the one thing. We are not talking in abstract terms, or we are not talking from imagination. We're talking about the lived experience of the average Nigerian person with the security forces. But back to you, Adan Lekoko. A lot of people, they see the army as when you come across them, there's almost there's a 50-50 chance that you will experience some brutality. Adan Lekoko.
Look,
Bishop.
Yes, I think in America, for someone like you that have a daughter in the military, we have a way of thanking them, and particularly saying directly to those that are serving, that, you know, saying to them in a clear term, thank you for your service. So I want to say to you that we thank you that you have a daughter that is serving Nigeria in the military, and as such, we continue to pray for her to keep on waxing stronger in her field of professionalism, and I hope that in our lifetime we can get our country back in the best way we like to see it. But the fact still remains that this administration does not achieve result. They didn't achieve as they promised us. The level of their achievement in the area of security is still below the expectation. And what was responsible for that, we don't know. And They don't share sincere information with us as well. Most of the time, when they are communicating with Nigerian people, they don't tell us the truth. They lie most of the time. There are so many times that we have seen that Boko Haram overrun them in their super camp. What is called a super camp should be a camp that should not be overrun by Boko Haram or insurgent at any time. It should be a camp that is well protected, well fortified, and ready to launch incursion into the areas of the enemy. So we have seen, we have seen.
Are you coming in one piece, or you just wanted us to hear the sound of your?
Oh, sorry, it was a mistake.
So we have seen several times where our super camp were overrun by these criminals. They overrun our military. They took all their arms and took them away. Not once, not two, not twice, not three, several times. And we have seen a situation, even in Abuja recently, when these people launched an incursion into the prison yard, the Kuje prison, and took away all the terrorists in captivity. And the intelligence services warned them. There was intelligence report that these people are coming to do this thing. They didn't do anything to prevent it. How do you want me as a citizen of the country to now see that administration as an administration that has done well in the area of? No, they failed. We have even seen them. We have even heard them threatening to kidnap the president. We have even seen them launch an attack on the president's convoy. We have seen so many incidents that happen in that country where the insurgency launched attack against our military in such a very cheap manner. So we are not happy that our military men that's supposed to be well protected in terms of the waves, in terms of the machines, war machines, and other equipment that they need to do the job right. But instead, they were not provided. We have watched so many videos where military officers complain.
Remember when we saw one even that they were pushing tanks in the battlefield? Remember when we saw that clip? Yeah.
There are so many videos that we have watched. We have seen officers that said it is enough, that even the gun that they were using to fight, that this gun it's not the right gun for them to fight this kind of war that is kind of 1950, or a gun that is not effective to fight against the insurgent. So we have watched so many videos. We have seen officers cried. We have seen their family cried for Nigeria not provide. We have even watched some of them that were left in a plain land. There's nothing for them. They just abandon them there. And it is just ridiculous that we have people that in charge that did not do their job well. These boys, a lot of them, were ready to fight for their motherland, but they were not given the right equipment to do the job. We have, look at some of these guys that were not given the right gun and the right equipment to fight the war, and they were telling them to go, and they were saying, look, we are ready to fight, but we are not, we don't have enough ammunition to go to the war front and do the job. What did they do for them? They court-martialed this guy, and they were sentenced to death, but only for Falana to go and fight to get these guys out, to get their what do you call it? Their sentenced to death, to be commuted to, I don't know what he did. I think he one man, can you remind me?
I think he actually got them discharged.
Yeah, he got them discharged.
Yeah, because their argument was it was stronger than what they were saying was patently right. So he actually got them off. They wasn't even committed. They got away, but they left the army, but they left with their lives.
They left with their lives. They weren't given the right gun to fight. They weren't given.
Ajane Koko, do you remember one clip that we saw? You were here when one of those soldiers was telling us that the Boko Haram space, that their weaponry was more sophisticated than the ones given them by the Nigerian army.
Yes. So I mean, we are not just criticizing or just, I mean, doing all these we are not saying all of these because we hate the administration. No, we don't hate the administration. It's because the administration did not deliver enough as expected and as they promised us, and that is why we are saying all this. But for Tinubu, as I said earlier, Tinubu has a bigger responsibility ahead of him, and in the areas of security, those people that are in charge now, he needs to take them out. He needs to replace them with competent people that are ready to do the job, competent people that be sincere to the country, competent people that will be loyal to the country, competent people that are ready to fight for their homeland and get the job done. And the Tinubu should be ready to give them all the necessary support that they require to achieve results. And Tinubu should not give them, Tinubu should give them a mandate to achieve results within a short, to give them the timeline to achieve results. They should be able to come out with a plan for the president. This is our plan. This is our goal. Within this timeline, we will achieve this result. And when they cannot achieve it, get them out of the place. Put a new set of leadership. That is the way you can get the job done. Not to keep people that are failing, as Buhari did, for so many years in one position, in their position for so many years, like Buratai and the rest, that failed the country, that did not achieve as expected from them. So Tinubu, I think right now he should be consulting with retired officer with the best brain that
I want to interject a little.
Yes.
See, you've said a lot of beautiful things here, and what you've said is the right thing. And I'm sorry for the other guy's loss, The thing is that our military is one of the best militaries in the world. We can't take that away from them. But the thing is that there's massive corruption going on in the military. Massive corruption. That is what is causing the problem.
Thank you, brother.
The president will give them, there's always allocation for the military hardware and all those things, logistics and all those things. The men at the top, the generals at the top, just share this money and go there and just get some quack equipment for them to do the job. And these are young men. that their lives are at stake and you put them at the war front and you expect miracles from them. It doesn't work that way. The thing is that if Tinubu is going to overhaul this thing, he has to both procurement. Everything about the military should be overhauled. Everything. And this time, no party government.
No.
Everything about the military should be overhauled so that we will have decency and everything should be accountable. Like you must account for every penny you spend in that military, so that the young officers will at least be proud again to engage with this ragtag terrorists. And again, Tinubu we have to increase our military men. We have to increase our
personnel.
The book of personnel. We have to increase the numbers because the numbers are just too little. And again, we have to remove this religious coloration to all these things, because a lot of my northern brothers are sympathizing with these terrorists because of religion aspects. Let's remove religion from Nigerian politics and all these things and get the job done. You see, the world is not waiting for Nigeria. The world is moving on. My father used to tell me, if people are running, run. If people are walking, walk. If people are jumping, jump. Not when people are running, you are walking. It doesn't work that way. We must do what the other people are doing outside globally. We must run when they are running. We must improve ourselves as a people. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You see, the set of military leadership we have brought shame on Nigerian military. Imagine in Kaduna where we have, Kaduna that is the strong of the strongest, where we have the military heartland. I mean, the heartland of our military is Kaduna. The stronger base, the strongest formations of our military is in Kaduna. And you see terrorists operating freely in Kaduna and nothing happened. Kaduna Airport cannot operate 24 hours.
Ajaleko, can I interject?
Yes.
You see, it's okay. I appreciate what you have said until you just said some things. The point is this. If we say to overhaul the military, you have to take these leaders out, replace with another one, take leaders out, replace with another one. What you are doing is you are doing further damage to the military. So currently, if you are praising if you do a capability analysis of our military, we have deficiency in so many areas. Apart from the hardware, our personnel are not equipped enough in terms of knowledge base, because the people that have had the training and the knowledge that are supposed to be resource for our militaries are just being taken out. So what they need to do is look at what the problem of that military might not even be
leadership. Who took those people out? Those people that they are just detained, who took them out? And for what reason were they taken out?
Took out some people, Buhari took out some people, just because people are clamoring, change the leadership. They have been changing leadership now. Nothing has happened now. Is it the same chief of army staff that we had in time of Jonathan that we still have now? We've had Minima, we have had Buratai, we have had the one that died, we have had this new one. So after that, we have had 4 military chief of army staff I've just mentioned now in the last 8 years. That's average of 2 per year. So it's not necessarily leadership. The problem is that when we have issues, we just blame everything on leadership. No, it might just be that we need to start looking at our capabilities, just like a company. The company want to enter a new market. Change the MD. The existing capability might not be able to support that operation. Rather, we now need to bring in new people and train them, not just removing the leadership. If you are removing leadership, you are creating another knowledge gap. So that's why the man is saying,
but Patrick,
this man that you are talking about is a general. He knows more than you 100 times about military, more than you and me.
Patrick, can you just give me 1 second?
Yeah.
It's like, most of the time that we talk, I'm very sorry to say this, because some of them maybe it's based on information and maybe some lack of knowledge about what is going on. In military, if you remove let me say you want to remove the present crop of leaders, let's say chief of army staff, if it's an army officer, it's not the only one that you remove. Every other person, if you are bringing somebody from another to be the chief of army staff, everybody who senior that person will go.
You have to go.
So it's not only one person. It's like you are going to resign like a batch. Now looking at that one in army, looking at that one in navy, looking at that one in police, looking at that one in air force. So we have to look at it holistically. Somebody said something before that Nigerian army, if they go out, they perform better. It's not only Nigerian army. Every Nigerian who goes abroad perform better. And you know that is our, yes, we can blame our leader. We have said it on this platform before, that you can't have a leader that's better than the followers. It's high time we look at ourselves individually and say, what have we contributed to the development of that country? Have we really done well on our own individually? You see people, there was a time I was traveling back to Nigeria. So I had a stopover in Cairo, and a lot of Nigerians that are coming from Europe, they joined that Egypt here. And you see the way they organize themselves, the way they obey everything. Immediately we got to Lagos, come and see Nigerians, the way we started misbehaving. People that are jumping queue, behaving anyhow. And that is what we suppose, yes, our leaders, but we have to, it's we that are making our leaders to misbehave. So we need to talk to ourselves first. So changing things like that is, if you are going to resign this crop of army chief, I bet you more than 200 or 300 of them will go with it. So and we are losing skills. We are losing the experienced officers.
Please let me interject. I actually support what
maybe second or third. So thank you. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. Woman, let me just come in. Let me interject a little. I actually support what the guy said. The last speaker said, because when you need to remove a general, because these guys are they come at the same, like they are badges. So when you remove this general, it's going to affect a lot of them there. So I feel changing of these things is not the other thing is that if they are going to change, if we have a chief of army staff that was there before and is not performing, they just remove him and replace him with the next person that is next to him. Not removing the entire how would I put it? The entire army generals. It doesn't, because it doesn't help. It doesn't help the army system. It doesn't help them at all. And again, my brother, you see, when Nigerians, when they go outside the country, they behave well, and when they come into the country, because one, the country itself, the system is not working. That is why people are behaving the way they are behaving. You see, if a policeman stops you on the road, you expect the policeman to ask you your particulars or your this, what are these, or your ID card, or that. He will start asking you, okay, let me see your phone, let me see your laptop, let me do this. Okay, he doesn't find it. He say, okay, give me 200 or give me 1,000. If you don't give him, you're going to the station. So the system itself needs to be overhauled. The system is really bad. That is why Nigerians are behaving the way we are behaving. It's not like we do not know how to behave. It's just the system itself is bad. That's the reason. Thank you.
Well,
But you remember, it's the people that run the system. It's not run by robot and it's not run by computer. People run the system. If you have a set of unserious people that are not ready to obey the law, people that it's all encompassing. You are talking about system. It's people that run the system. System doesn't run itself.
Well, you see, to those that much are given, much are expected of them. Nigerian military, I can tell you, go and look at our budget for the past 4 years, you will see that Nigeria has given so much to the defense and the military to achieve results. But the more they allocate funds for them, the less they achieve to secure that country. And when you have a situation like that, you should be able to take a look at what are responsible for their failure and take drastic action. And the number one thing that we can suggest as a responsible is bad leadership, incompetent leadership in the position of the management of our security and defense of that country. So if those people, look, Nigeria is a blessed country that have a lot of competent people that are never put into use. So for you guys to tell me that because if one person is fired or some generals are fired, that we can't have people that are better than them to replace them, that is not true. A lot of competent people are suppressed in that country because these people at the top that are so corrupt doesn't want the competent one behind them or below them to come up. So all these people that have been there for so many years that are failures, they cannot achieve it. Give them another 10 years. They can't achieve any result for you. They should be taken out of the place. Let the new set of officers take charge and give them responsibility. I bet you they will achieve results for that people. For that, as long as their appointment or their selection is done on competent. If it's based on competent, they will achieve results. I don't care where they come from. If they are from Igbo land, let them have it. Let some have it. If there are some Kutu minority that is never had before, we don't care about where they are. Know they are competent. They have their record. The military have the record of competent people because they have training, training schools and the courses. They have their record. They have their file. They know the level of their competence, and those competent ones can be fished out and given responsibility for the country, and they will achieve results. There's no point in having people that are, yes, they could be trained, but if they are corrupt and they can't achieve results, what is the point of letting them be in the position of leadership that cannot achieve results? It is time to, it is time for a new set of leadership, Tinubu and his team, to, bring in competence in all fields of life in that country. That is even for people that he is going to appoint in his cabinet position. There must be people that merit that position, people that can deliver as quick as possible in the direction he wants to take that country. Security is number one. If Tinubu fail to achieve results in this area of security, if we fail in all, there's no way about it. If we fail in all, the economy won't be able to manage it well. Everything will fail because it is as a result of bad leadership in the military and navy and all of them, corrupt people That is why you see our oil being looted every day, and nobody can give account to it because they are corrupt people in charge that connive with corrupt politicians and all of them together. All these things, Tinubu should be able to change them for our oil and gas sector to be transformed. You must have the right naval chief in place that is ready to patrol that area, that will make it impossible for our resources for that oil to be looted. We have navies that parade or patrol our how do you call it, our seashores, or how do I describe it? I don't even know what to say. We have them on patrol on our high sea. How come they can do so much every day and they cannot detect, they can't get hold of any ship that is taking our oil out every day? These are incompetent people in position of authority, incompetent and corrupt people. You don't need such people anymore there. So whatever it takes for him to achieve results, he has to deploy it and achieve results. And the number one thing, Nigerians, what they know best is that when they are given responsibility and they know your body language, that you don't tolerate nonsense as a leader, I'm telling you, they will do the job right. So Tinubu should be able to show by his body language to Nigerians, people that are given responsibility, that he doesn't have no sacred cow. If his closest associate if his closest associate should be caught with corrupt practices that endanger the security of that country, or with any action that is capable of sabotaging the interest of the country, it should be able to act immediately by firing that person. And if it's possible to have that person prosecute him and slam him in jail, and let that set signal to others that yes, he's not taking nonsense. So what I'm saying is that Tinubu must act. He cannot keep these people that Buhari have in place now. Yes, some people, they believe they have achieved results, but the result they have achieved hasn't given us so much that is expected of them. So therefore, they fail and they should be let go. As far that is the way country works. Look, that you see in democracy, that is why you see that president and other offices, elective offices like governor, cannot spend more than 2 terms in office. The reason is that when you fail your people, in the next election cycle, people have another opportunity to either vote for you again to re-elect you or vote you out. So when you have people in the position that fail to carry out their responsibility effectively as expected, they should be fired. So these people that Buhari have in place have not delivered so much for us, and I think they should be fired. That is the way country works. You don't tolerate nonsense. You don't tolerate metrocracy. You don't tolerate, less for what is expected to be much. Don't tolerate less. So we have tolerated less for too long, and that is what is dragging us behind. So Tinubu must not tolerate less, but rather, put people that can give so much for that country, for the interest of that country, and for him to succeed as the new president in Nigeria. So that's my take, woman.
Brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Ajan Lekoko, as we all know. So, Ajan Lekoko, let me play you this micro clip. It was what I started with. I'm sure you've heard the phrase silent majority. And people who feel aggrieved, they make the loudest noise. And from the sound of that noise, of course, you think everything is as they describe. But the silent majority, they have no reason to make noise, especially when they feel things are the way they want it to be. So now, hear the voice of the other side, just to balance the goings on within the Nigerian political space. So this lady, I think she speaks for the silent majority.
The people where they talk say this Asiwaju that is going for president. The people where they say they're close to the man, then they pray for the man. Not be say I collect something from the man. I never know the man. But I just they prayed for the man. If he go, I wish him best of luck. Because we do election, we don't do election. The man don't enter. Now we don't come. Either we do it or we don't do it. But if you don't reach there, make you remember us here. It will be for you to change Nigeria, but it never reach your own turn. Now kill. After our local, Mr. Obi can come out. You understand me? Even say this our local. Where the talk say our local. If you reach there, you understand me now. If you don't reach there, make you just stay patient. Make you see that 8 years where you want to do. Shebiti Buhari is going now. Buhari good, Buhari no good. Buhari better, Buhari die, Buhari no die. Now Buhari dead there. Now fake Buhari dead there. 8 years done. Don't pafuka now. Another person go enter. Make Obi go kill. After these 8 years, where we want to enter again, make Obi come out.
So, Ajan Lekoko, what you saw in that clip, that's the Nigerian right there. So that's not, you and I, we are not really the Nigerian, no. And the man begging for money on the street or the woman begging for, they are not really the Nigerian. What you saw on that screen is the Nigerian right there. So that's an average Nigerian, not highly educated, certainly not illiterate. I don't know how clever she is, but she's certainly clever enough to be clear in her mind. And what she is telling you is that what we have in situation is the will of the people. And she also went on to add, by the way, that they have the expectation that Tinubu will be there for 8 years. So he says that Peter Obi can wait for 8 years. He has age on his side, and let us see what this guy can do. So now, you would not hear this woman on Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is, screeching and squealing because she has no reason to screech or squeal. But what she does have is what she feels the situation should be. She has the country in how she feels it best serves the country. Now, take that woman from wherever she sounded Yoruba, but take her to inner center Kebbi State, and she will probably tell you the same thing. They say, okay, okay, they said Tinubu is our president. I don't have an issue with that. They backed us for 8 years. We're backing them for 8 years. So that is the abundance of Nigerians, and not the screechers and the squealers that are doing cartwheels and banging their head on the wall all over social media and constituting a nuisance to time and space. So now, if anybody changes what this woman would have, there will be trouble. These people that are making noise that they will huff and puff and blow the house down, if anybody changes what Nigerians, the silent majority, have decided, there will be trouble. That is the message that I got from that woman. What did you get from her?
Yeah, thank you, woman. You see, that woman obviously is a Yoruba woman. And number two, she fall in the category of reliable voters that vote all the time. And having gone through all these suffering and pains that Nigerians went through in the last 3 months, I think they are looking up to a new set of leadership that can manage the affair of the state well in the best interest of everybody. They want a leader. Tinubu has been, I mean, obviously from the way she talk, she is looking forward to Buhari to leave and Tinubu to take office. And our expectation that when Tinubu gets there, Tinubu will bring economic prosperity that everybody will enjoy in that country. That's what she's looking up to. She is a mother. And what women are going through in that country today, I must tell you one man, particularly a mother like her that have several children. I mean, obviously, she will have children that she cater for. So they go through hardship to provide food on the table, get food on the table for the family to eat, pay school fees. If the children go to public school, I mean, they have to give them transportation to take them to school, buy their clothing, and a lot of expenses, that, and the cost of living is very high. The inflation is very high. So these are some of those people that are regular voters that, are very hopeful that the leaders that they voted for should be able to do something good for the country. So she's looking up to Tinubu to assume office and start delivering all her promises, so the country. So what I just want to say here is that her voice represents the voices of many Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians, particularly at that low level, this is their expectation. They are tired of problem. They are going through problem and they are tired of that problem. And as a Yoruba woman, she believes that Tinubu, as a Yoruba man, that obviously she supported, she voted for, will deliver the job. So, and a lot of people in the north as well. Because if you look at the situation in Nigeria, you don't hear any hue and cry from the north. The northerners have, they have moved on. They expecting that Tinubu should assume office and give a good governance.
Angelico, there's something I want to point out here, Angelico, you see, we are not looking at the big picture here. You see, Tinubu might have the best of ideas to move the country forward. But don't you think that Buhari has put Nigeria in so much debt that it's difficult now to do some? I heard that the debt level now is around $160 billion. That's a lot. You understand?
It is not a lot, or it's not a lot
for the country that Oh my God! To me, I see it as a lot.
For the 25th largest economy in the world is not a lot. Nigeria is under borrowed. That's what everybody. Go and speak to any financier; they'll tell you Nigeria is under borrowed.
That is it's under borrowed if you put it on our GDP to our debt ratio. That is when we are under borrowed. But if you put it on the basis of our GDP and revenue, on the basis of our income and revenue, our debt to our revenue, then you know that we are over borrowed because we are using
$100 billion.
Yeah.
What are we? Our revenue is so low. We're over borrowed, man.
Yes, we over borrowed, one man. If you put it on the revenue and debt ratio, we over borrow because now
before Tinubu could do anything in this government, he has to step on toes. There's a cleanup to be done. It's not like you go there, but he has to step on toes. He has to offend a lot of people to get things working. And if he can't do that, it's just going to be another Buhari, man.
Yes.
So sorry, Ajande Koko, you carry on, but just from what Joe was just saying, then I've been hearing people say, and I sort of, if you agree or not, that if Tinubu is going to succeed, he has to clash with the Buhari space at some point, just because of so many wrong positions that they've adopted. Ajande Koko.
Oh yes, he must clash, and it's a necessary clash that he has to effect for him to achieve result. If he doesn't clash with Buhari's interests in terms of people in position of power now, he will fail. Because the people that are managing the economy for Buhari, they fail. The economic manager failed. That is the finance manager.
Can I have a minute?
The person managing the monetary policy failed. And so many other mediocre that in position in so many areas of the economy that fail as well. So Tinubu has to bulldoze them.
So many policy positioning as well. Like all of this idea of this attempt at social welfares, which they were just using Sadiya Farouk to loot money. He has to go in. Yes. And all of these are no policy, just everything agriculture. He has to abandon it. A lot of international diplomacy just weighing in the directions of countries like the J. A lot of all of the things that Buhari has positioned, Tinubu has to reverse it, or otherwise it won't succeed.
It won't succeed at all. It looks like somebody's trying to come in. Is that?
Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, Bishop wanted to come in.
Yeah, I mean, woman actually still added to what I wanted to ask. I wanted to also be very specific. What are those things that we want to reverse? I'll take your mind back a little bit. Everybody seems to know what is ailing Nigeria. The problem is, how do we go about it? Now, for starters, I think we are subsidizing too many things in Nigeria. That's one. The welfareist approach of this government. When this government came in 2015, I made some list of demand. I wanted a civil service reform. A civil service reform in Nigeria, a thorough civil service reform, will see almost about 60% of our civil service labor force going home. Then I read an article written by Olusegun Adeniyi there. I can't really remember the topic, but I read it then in 2015, and it was quoting some president in some other country. Now we are in a problem. We know that our labor, our civil service is over bloated, but Buhari used an approach. I said, look, do we lay people off, and then what? At least each government worker has at least 2 dependents on them. If we lay them off now that we want to have an effective civil service, we're not putting an alternative for them. So we lay people off, and so what? And we have more people that are jobless. Crime will spike. So government continue to carry that labor force. Perhaps they should have done something over the years. Here they tried an agric revolution. Let me remind us that agric revolution, especially the anchor borrower and the rice revolution, was so very timely. If we had not started that thing about 2 years when we started it before COVID came, the story of Nigeria would have been completely different. There are so many things that the government got wrong. But quite honestly, if we want to run it like a capitalist economy, one, our tax to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world. Even the tax net in Nigeria today, in Nigeria is where least people pay tax because we are used to freebies. So many people are not, like I said earlier on, when I interjected earlier on, many people are not adding value. So there are maybe a limit to what the president can do as at that time. So if a president wants to do the right thing now, I can assure you we will be shouting. Adale Koko is there in America. Ask him how much is he paying in taxes. So if we move Nigeria's tax to half of what is obtainable in economies like Nigeria today, if we remove all the kind of subsidies, I mean, that Nigerians are enjoying today, there will be so much because too many people are under the, I mean, below what do you call it? Below the level of what general income should be. So if Tinubu is going to make a difference, Tinubu must be ready and willing to take some very tough decision, like removal of the fuel subsidy, like reviewing our tax regime, like looking at other subsidies that people are enjoying. So it is between the rock and a hard place. I really want him to succeed. I gave an example here one day, and I'll say this and one more thing, and I'll hand up. I have a property in somewhere in Nigeria, in Ibadan, to be very specific. I had a guy that was in the neighborhood there. This young man rides Okada, and this young man has 2 wives and 11 children. 2 wives, 11 children. How do you, I mean, and such person will come and blame the government that things are not working? Now, secondly, when we were talking about oil and the rest, like many years ago, I happened to meet 2 gentlemen. Unfortunately, one of them is late now, a senator working in Rivers State. And he told me something. Senator, I'll mention it, the Senator Martins Yellowy, and one honorable Abibo was in the Federal House. And we met at our function and we were discussing. And he told me something about oil theft in the Niger Delta. And he said Obasanjo was responsible for the unrest. I said, how? You know, all this when they started this militancy. He said because when Obasanjo came and said he wanted to stop bunkering, that majority of the people there, that was their livelihood. That bunkering was so very few people will say that they made it, that they did not, you know, have something to do with bunkering. So when Obasanjo started that bunkering and he was really serious about it, those young men now took to arms and started saying that they were fighting. That it will take a very, very, very long and, you know, a serious effort to be able to tackle it. Now, that some people are tackling it, but later they will go and tell them that, look, it is a matter of that. Some people, people in this business, they will do, what they will call kakakekuma jesise. I have a shawada know that, look.
What happened?
I think his connection dropped. Carry on.
Let me add. Let me add one man. Let me be clear. Sorry.
All right, go on.
So what Alejandro was saying, and to what you were saying, one man. Yeah, like this is what people were saying, that don't base Nigeria to American economy. To American economy or to standard world economy, Nigeria is not about borrowed. It's under borrowed. But to Nigeria's standard of living, we Nigerians, Nigeria is over borrowed plus marks. Nigeria minimum wage. Let's cap it with the international standard. Nigeria minimum wage is $30. $30, and we are only about 1 point something billion dollars. How can we get out of there? Now, one question everybody fails to ask: have we ever asked our government how much we use to service that loan every year, and to what we make? If it's 10% of that money, it's difficult for Nigeria to crawl out from there or to move forward. So Nigeria is over borrowed based on our minimum wage, and it's going to be tough for Tinubu. Thank you.
All right, back to Jan Lekoko.
So I don't even know where I was.
Oh no, you were speaking about the woman in the clip.
Yeah. So that woman, I think expectation is that Tinubu leadership after Buhari will bring prosperity and good governance. And that's our expectation. That's the expectation of every one of us. That's what we are looking up to. But for people like us, I think we shouldn't expect magic. We shouldn't expect Tinubu to perform magic in the terms of delivering good governance to Nigeria. A lot of things have to be corrected to set the country on the right path first, before even progressing it on a better economic path. A lot of things has to be corrected. So at the moment, I think we are using 97% of our revenue to service debt. Is 3% that remain enough to run the economy effectively to the interest of Nigerian people? No. So Tinubu have a lot of hurdles to cross. First of all, in the legislative arm of government, is going to face a very serious battle there, because at the lower house, first time in the history of Nigeria, the First Republic, you have the minority parties in majority. So to get anything done through that house before you get to the Senate, it's going to take a longer time than ever before, because APC is only in majority if you separate those parties on individual basis. That APC will be in majority. But if the opposition party comes together, they form the majority.
That is only in the House of Rep. In the Senate, the APC have the majority.
That is what I'm saying. In the Senate, before Senate gets anything done, it has to pass through the red force, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So yes.
I want to ask you, don't you think it's healthy for our democracy?
It is very, very healthy. It is very, very healthy. It's got to check all these excesses and ridiculousness of rubber stamping everything. It's going to change it. It's going to, for anything to pass through that house, it will be it will be strongly scrutinized, and the opposition party will want anything that we to get to the way we want it. They want to see it that is in the interest of Nigerian people. Or
Baba Ajalekoko, let me ask you a question. We had it in 2015. Does it really favor us? We have opposition house in 2015. What did it really favor Nigeria?
It was good for us because we had a house.
But what did we achieve with it? It's not having it. The way we do opposition in Nigeria, the opposition is to make sure that administration failed, not for the favor of that administration. That is, if you look at the kind of opposition that we have, it's not that kind of opposition where people really not constructive criticism. It's about, we want to make sure that your administration failed so that we can come in and we use all those things against you.
My brother, let me come in a little before Ajalekoko comes in.
Okay.
Ajalekoko, please, let me just, you see, do you know why Saraki, in 2015, Saraki led Senate President, like you saw it as being against the government? It's because, one, it was between PDP and APC. But now we have a mixture of them. Labour is there, all these people are there. Now, if APC wants to pass a law,
don't let us, don't say, in the Senate, we have only 8 of Labour Party. Only 8.
No, I'm talking of the
the
House
other
of Reps.
parties, the highest the other party has only SDP that has 2. The other one has 1.
No, I thought you were talking about House of Reps. Okay, the Senate. Even the Senate, we need to have a mixture of things like that so that decisions could not just look at what
I agree with the way we are, but there is no patriotism among Nigerians. I'm very sorry to say, all of them are there to see what they can take. You are looking at it in a healthy way that, okay, if you have opposition, so that there will be check and balance between the executive and legislative arm. But all of them, they have a price. What you will find out is that you now have a budget that will not be passed at the middle of the year. And that was what happened throughout the 4 years of Saraki. So we should, always, let me tell you, we should always look critically about what we pray for. You understand? In the midst of saying, okay, we don't like this, we should not be too far away from reality. I'm telling you, all of them, let me tell you, all these people that are in the opposition party, most of them are either in the APC or PDP before. They know themselves. So we should not be, yes, we don't need a rubber stamp house, but at the same time, from experience, it has never worked for us.
All right. Ajalekoko, bring it home, and then we'll everybody else we'll have a 10-minute monologue from everyone else, and then we'll wrap it up. Back to you, Ajalekoko.
Simba.
Yes.
Since 2019 that we have APC in majority, what good have they brought to our country that really affect the life of Nigerian people for the better? What have they done, even though they are in the majority, absolute majority, and they have everything's rubber stamp all through? As our economy improve, as our security improve, as what have they done? What have they done better?
We have to look at both ways. That the reason I asked a question, but that question was never answered. Okay, 2015 to 2018 or 2019 that we had one, was it really of benefit to us?
It was.
You understand? And that is why it still brought down to my own discussion. No. Okay, it depends on how you see it, yeah. When at the middle of the year, July, August, we are still struggling over passing budgets.
Yes, it was of benefit to us. If you
How?
have yes.
How?
If you don't have a budget pass, that means that budget have some problem that should be resolved. So if you present,
you think that they are doing it in the benefit of the ordinary Nigeria and not for their own benefit?
Okay, now.
No, I'm just don't say okay. We are discussing. You understand?
Yes,
I don't have anything.
Let
About Jelekoko. What I'm saying, just get me right. What I'm saying, you have to be objective. You understand? You know, the thinking, let me tell you, an average Nigeria is corrupt. Don't let us shy away from that. Even the street person, that one that you pity, that you said is a poor man, the poor average poor man in Nigeria, they are suffering. An average Nigeria, even a poor person in Nigeria is not good. You understand? And I'm telling you, based on my own personal experience, you know, I have people that I employ that are working for me in Nigeria, and I know what they do to me. You understand? And that's why I'm still saying that we have to look at the problem holistically. We should not, our searchlight should not be on a group. We should look at it as a general problem and address it generally. But when we focus attention, leader, as if they were manufactured from the moon, then we will not be able to go, because a leader cannot be everywhere. We have people that are heading all these agencies, all these little places that we have in Nigeria where things are not working. What are they doing? Another civil servant in Nigeria is a thief. You know, I don't know. Our problem is...
But he is a thief because the government allowed it, isn't it?
Forget about government. It's people that form the government. So don't say government as if is a computer.
My brother, the
people run government.
All right, let Ajande Koko land his thoughts and hold on. Let Ajande Koko land his thoughts and then we'll go around with everybody else. Ajande Koko, back to you.
Yes, you see, whether we like it or not, we have to blame our leaders for the failure of the country, because they are in the position of leadership to manage the country well. And if you are sitting at the top and the people below you are so corrupt, that means that you fail as a leader to have the right people around you that can do the job in the best interest of the country. So you have to take the blame. So we can blame the civil servant from heaven to hell. The civil servants are not the problem of our country. It's the politician. You see, the civil servant, once they notice that you are a corrupt person, they will open all the avenue for you to steal, while they will create a lot of avenue for themselves to steal too. But if you are a leader that really know what you want to do, what you want to achieve, you'll be able to put around you, you'll be able to put them on a task to achieve results. And civil servants, once they see you as a leader, a new leader, or a leader rather, that check on what they are doing, follow them up on what they are doing, they will stick tight and do right. But if you are such a leader that is a looter yourself, everything, every avenue, they see you that the contract that is supposed to award, in the first place, you did not even follow the guidelines that is stipulated on the civil service rule on how they should award contract. You didn't follow it as the minister. They know that you are a corrupt person or that. You invite your friend, you just let them You just sign off, what do you call, contract easily to people that know that they are your friend or your political associate, easily like that, and you siphon millions of naira out. They know, oh yes, oh, he's stealing his own. We can steal our own too. And they have the record of how you are stealing money. So we quickly blame, we shouldn't blame followers or Nigerian people, but rather the leadership. When the leadership fail, the people will fail. They lead the people astray. They lead the people into oblivion. That is what happened. That is the psychological aspect of it. Once leaders fail, the people fail. So coming to Tinubu, what is expected of Tinubu? Tinubu is going to have a very tough time to really achieve result as so much as he promised the country of that country, because you're going to see the assembly is going to be tough for him to get things done, except he played the politics right. He can get it done. Don't get me wrong. He can get it done if he played the politics right. Yes, it could achieve, it could have a passage of his bill as quick as possible. And in the Senate as well, if he's not careful at the moment with the way they on who they want to suppose to be the leader of the Senate, if they don't have a common candidate as a party, leaving no room for division among them, if they don't come together to support one candidate, to present one candidate for the whole house, then they're going to have problem. If they have a divided candidate, like two candidates, and they split their vote, the PDP and Labour Party will support one of the candidates that is not backed by the leadership of the party. And that person will emerge. And that person will see the source of his leadership, the sources of his leadership from PDP, Labour Party, and other opposition party. And we're gonna go back to what we had in 2015. Buhari, what do you call it? Saraki arrangement is what is going to happen. And Dogaro arrangement is what is going to happen in National Assembly too. House of Rep. So Tinubu have to play the politics well from the beginning for him not to fail, by convincing the party not to have a divided candidate for the position of Senate. They must have one candidate to pull their weight behind. That is the only thing they can do, to have a person that will be loyal to him and get things done for him as quick as possible there. The same way they do.
No. Let Ajale Koko land, and then
the same way.
The
same way he should do in the House of Rep. In the House of Rep, so that every bill he wants to pass through to effect his economic plan for the country, he can get it done as quick as possible, and he can get other things done well. So Tinubu Buhari have created a lot of problem on the ground now for Tinubu to solve. He has to solve all the problems that Buhari have created. He must solve them before he can now start to pursue his own plan for the interest of the country and the people of that country at large as well. So Tinubu, we just have to wish him, success. We have to wish him good luck. We have to wish him all the good things to succeed. It's going to be very, very tough. So Nigerians should not think that it's going to be very easy. It's not going to be easy for him at all. So one man, let me leave it there for others to speak.
All right, brilliant, well put, well put. So like I said, a 10-minute monologue from people who haven't spoken yet, and then we kick it off from Joe, who joins us, I think, for the first time. So good to have you here, Joe. So to the conversation, just a 10-minute monologue from you, just to share your thoughts. Joe Sefat. Joe, you're up first. Joe Sefat. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you are.
Angelico has said everything I want to say. Like most of the things he touched it. But the thing I want to say here, when you look at the Senate, our Senate House right now, and I don't believe in this form of system we are practicing, because if you look at the form of democracy we are practicing, we'll have restructured democracy to suit us, to suit our culture and tradition. But for this one we're practicing, it's so expensive for us, and it brings lousiness and a lot of things into it. Like if you look at, but Nigeria doesn't have that strength, that financial capacity to handle two House of Assembly. We should have zeroed it down to just one, that kind of like House of Senate. Then we know that we are facing anything is coming out from about House of Representatives. But having said that, where I feel this house is going to be healthy is this, because we have Labour, we have APC, we have PDP, we have other smaller parties, and with this, now if Tinubu wants to pass a bill, what he needs to do is just, my party aligns with this bill. Okay, PDP does not align with this one. He can go to Labour, and he reached a compromise with them, and they support the bill, and the bill will be passed. It's not like every one of them, I feel, wants the development of the country. It's not like they are just there to make everything bad for Tinubu. No, they want the development, and because I want them to be screenshotting or whatever, or they should be showing us, televising the House proceedings so that people can be seeing it and know the leaders that are causing the problems. And again, another thing I expect from Tinubu is this. He should work on the economy, because all this is we're talking about. We need the security has to be good. We have to fight security. We have to do this about our security and all this stuff. But we are forgetting that I think most of the masses are poor, and when you have poor masses, little things can kind of draw them into crime. So we have to fix the economic aspect of it. If you can just pull that one out, it's going to be marvelous. Like if he can create more jobs. But the thing is that I was discussing on All My Politics something, and they said he has a blueprint for power, for electrifying Nigeria. That one is great, but we cannot do anything without creating jobs. Like I heard someone saying, we have to expand the tax net. How can you expand tax net? Majority of the people are poor. It's not going to be possible for you to expand it, because poor people cannot pay tax. Even in developed countries, there are tax exemptions. People that are below whatever, they don't allow them to pay taxes. So we have to look other means of creating jobs, like going into agriculture, drawing in foreign investors to come and invest in Nigeria, encouraging local investors to open up place. And another thing I want to talk about here is our educational system. You see, the way our educational system is structured is just about master and servant structure. It doesn't give room for innovation. It doesn't give room for entrepreneurship. So that is what we should look into. We should look into opening up, reviewing our technical colleges so that we can equip our people with vocational jobs so that they can create those wealth, and now we can start taxing them. But if you don't create jobs and these people are not doing anything, I don't know how you want to create the job. And again, what I want to say here is this. I've said it before. I said if he has to succeed as the president of Nigeria, he has to step on toes. He has to do the right thing. All this, this one, he has to go out of his party to elect technocrats, to bring in technocrats into his cabinet so that they can work. And he should give them, like what Adeleko said, he has to spell out what he wants. You have to tell them, this is what I want. If you don't say it, we all know Nigerian politicians, how they behave. Before you know it, they'll turn it into a family thing. And before you know it, they'll start squandering the money. And before you know it, another 4 years will be gone. So we need to put everything straight. He should be like, how would I put it? He should be very rigid in doing things. He has to stand his ground. He shouldn't be pushed around. He should just stand his ground and do the right thing. And if he does the right thing and Nigerians start seeing improvements in their lives and in the economy, in security, in every aspect of Nigerian life, people will start appreciating him. You understand? The bad feelings some people have for him will now change. Oh, this guy could actually do something. That's what we expect from him. But am I expecting so much from Tinubu? No, I'm not. Am I expecting that? No, I'm not expecting that. But I just hope he's going to do his best. That's the thing. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent delivery by Joe. So excellent delivery by Joe, a man of equal excellence, though I suspect is not with us anymore. Patrick. Patrick, you're up next. Yes, that's Patrick. Is probably dozed off somewhere, I'm sure. But a man, hopefully that's not dozed off. The mighty War Pace. So War Pace, War Pace, you're up next.
Yeah, can you just give me a little talking point so I can speak on them for my 10 minutes? Headline.
All right. So ahead of inauguration, Tinubu to take decision on service chiefs, national security advisor, and personal security. So there it is. So to that.
Yeah. Yes. Like everybody was saying about that. Yes, I read it. I believe Tinubu is putting some good ground plans. I mean, put some good plans on ground right now. But we should understand that we have a good plan for everybody. But his best plan, he will keep it to his heart alone. No, it's not yet swearing in. But he will have to work with people that will bring the sanity of that country, together. He should look past party affiliation and all that. You should employ, where I say you should, like his understatement. Tinubu will always employ the best of the best to do the best for us. I know he will do that. But the problem I'm saying is the people, this present government has put on ground. They have structured so many generals, incompetent generals, people who are not supposed to be in a general position, a position. They have aligned them in that position, and it will take you on that 10 years to undo all those things. So that's the only problem I'm saying. The challenges he's going to face. But I know he's going to appoint good generals, mostly the chief of army staff, and there should be clear. We should understand the mode of operation between the chief of defense staff and the army staff. There's a problem there, and it's pulling Nigerian backward. We don't know who has the final order, but in Nigeria, it seems like the chief of army staff has the final order than the chief of defense staff, which is supposed to be wrong anyway. You should make that very clear so that they can work hand in hand and put this insecurity to rest. Because we should know, if they don't stop the insecurity of that country, it will affect the development of that country. Like as I was saying, the train track they are laying, people are going there to take the copper, melt it, and use it to make hangers. So we need security so that investors can come in and feel safe. Whatever the government is putting on ground, people don't go there and vandalize it. That's how I see one man, that security aspect.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, So they are trying to now make decisions on who will be the Senate president, because of course that will be crucial to the success or not of the administration. So they are looking to the South and the Southeast for the Senate presidency, but there is a standing rule in Senate to say that only ranking members can be Senate president. So a ranking member would have been somebody that has had an administration has been in the Senate more than once. So it cannot be somebody that is new to the Senate. But because the choices available are so slim in that space, they are looking to abandon that ranking member clause to allow people like Adams Oshiomhole and Dave Umahi to also vie for that Senate presidency. So is this something that you would agree with, that they set aside the rules to widen the space to accommodate for people like Oshiomhole and Dave Umahi?
Yes, one man, I will agree to it if we manifest, if we read a good thing. But let me break it down when I said that. If we are breaking the rules for a good thing, I don't see anything bad in it, you know. Like I said, in that military aspect, in that Senate, so many corrupt senators that we have seen for the past 20 years that have aligned themselves in that position, they will make no good use if they become the Senate president. Is it Jikalu or Akpabio or the Nahaba, they say from the north? All those who will go there and play interest politics and tribal politics or regional politics. We don't need that right now. We need senators who will become a Senate president that can work with the president to make sure that the president achieves its policy to move the country forward. It might not be, the policy might not be 100% or the silver bullet that will change the economy of the country, but the policy will put us in the right direction, that we will see that there will be a change and there is hope for a change. You know, when you put all these other people you are putting there, you're still going there, be playing politics of them to get office in the next 3 years, the next 4 years, or the next days that will come in. Breaking the rules to bring Oshiomhole in, well, for me, it's okay. And not because he's a Benin man, but the president have to work with the man, the people that he understands. Look at when Buhari was in the first regime. This guy couldn't do anything under Saraki. No, until they have to uproot Saraki from there and bring Lawal. And everything he says was, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. If what Buhari was doing was good, would have pressed the night and one of the best, because he was going the wrong direction. So it make it worse. If Tinubu can get somebody like Lawal, but not in Lawal capacity, in a good big brain like Tinubu as a Senate president, and they are putting things on ground, well, I would not mind the law they break. Not that the law is not that not that they are not breaking the law, but for the good intent. That how I see one man. If Oshiomhole and Umahi could get it, I work for the favor of the country and for the president, where I am a supporter of it, one man.
No, all right, brilliant. And to the crisis rocking the, not quite rocking, but set to rock the APC. So there's a lawsuit going on by an APC member to say that Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the party, has been inappropriate with funding. So we've seen this sort of movements before, and when we saw it, Secondos fell, Iyochia Ayo fell, Abure has fallen in Labour Party. So now the green shoots now of party disharmony within the APC. But do you even think that Adamu Abdullahi, do you think he should leave as the party chairman anyway, because it's a special purpose vehicle for Buhari, who has not delivered on Buhari's mission to stop Tinubu? So Abdullahi Adamu, APC chairman, is neck on the block.
Yeah, there's no reason Adamu should be there. He should leave that place. If Tinubu wants to move forward, Adamu should not be there. Those people, like you said, they are special purpose vehicle for a special purpose agenda. And those people, most of them, I'm sorry to say, most of them are into this Islamic or whatever, so it's just some certain agendas, which is not viable or beneficial for the entire country. People like Adamu are not supposed to be there at all. If you want to sanitize APC, you should remove Adamu. They can bring somebody else from that same region to balance it. If the president is from the the southwest now, probably the constitution, the APC constitution, demand somebody from the northeast or north central, whatever, that make Adamu to be qualified to be there. If they remove Adamu, they should bring somebody else from that region is competent that can handle that position. But Adamu must be removed if APC will have peace. You should understand, APC still have 3 fractions inside that place, and Adamu is the CPC and the Kaba fraction. They will work against Tinubu inside that place, inside the APC. If he become a president, if he's not dealt with now, not only the Senate will be having problem, we will be having problem in our politics, in our house, which is not good for the incoming president. So he should be removed, and I second it.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else in the conversation that you wanted to share a thought on?
Yeah, but most people are not here, so there's no need for me to talk about it. The Asa is not here, and Kulata and some other people that were making some still staying that day. So it will be next section if they're on the show. I will talk about it, man. But for now, I don't really have anything to talk about.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Wapis. Konnichiwa to how is the little boy, your son? How is he doing?
He's okay. He's sleepy right now. I want to get his drug. You know, I told you they have influenza, but they're getting better now.
Yes.
All of them are getting better now. So it's okay. They're all sleeping here right now.
All right, brilliant. We could hear them in the background earlier on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was in pharmacy then. Collecting drugs then when you heard them crying.
Oh, sorry. What sort of system do you have? Do you pay like do you get do you pay how do you get your drugs? Do you pay for it in full, or is it
no? We have it's kind of subsidy. We have insurance. Everybody has insurance. So anything below $30 or $100, anything below $100, you pay like $10, $20 for it. Anything below $50, you don't pay. You understand? We don't pay, but we have a lot of we have subsidy. We have a insurance system that take care of our bills, but we pay every month for it anyways. You like it or not, you pay every month for the insurance system. So it's okay. Yeah, it's fair enough. It's good. 1 month.
All right, that's great. All right, thank you. So thank you, Wapis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wapis. The Mighty Ajale Koko, of course, and everyone else. So thank you, everyone. If you haven't done, like Ajale Koko said, to like and subscribe and share, you know, you can copy the link and put it in your WhatsApp group so that your friends and frenemies, they can see what nonsense we chat about here every single day. So thank you. We'll do it all over again, as you know we will. So dial your diaries into another session of the platform, which will come up later on. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace. Thank you, everyone.